Just know This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hard to believe we're already 2 days into our ECS England adventure. 5 teams competing for just 3 spots available on finals Friday. We'll start the day with the match between 2 teams leading the race, but the chase is on. So get ready, get set, and guess what? We've got sunshine. I hope. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the European Cricket Series England, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge day in European cricket. It is day 3 of our English adventure. What we have seen so far, we've seen some crash, some bash, unfortunately also a dash of rain, but hopefully that stays away today. So 5 matches on the way, of course, Portugal continuing as well at night. So 7 matches on ECN every day at the moment. What a smorgasbord of cricketing entertainment. We're going to start the day with match 11. This is a return clash actually between Twickenham and Wimbledon, occupying the top 2 spots at the moment. A little bit earlier, Ian Ramage was right here with the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Twickenham, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Wimbledon, the away team, you will call. Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you've won the toss.
We'll have a bowl.
Okay, toss won by Wimbledon. You're going to bowl first.
So Wimbledon have won the toss and they've elected to bowl first. So they're going to be on the chase in this one. These 2 teams did meet on opening day in match 4 actually. It was only a 4-over thrash, wasn't it? And in that one, it was a 14 runs to the margin, so not too much in it at all. I think they're pretty evenly matched, to be honest, based on what we've seen this week. Got to say, the Boyles have been red hot. Obviously, you've got the Don there for Twickenham. You've got a lot of players to watch. I'm really looking forward to seeing this contest to start the day. Let's talk weather conditions. Currently sunshine. That's the way it stays, hopefully today. 20 degrees is the expected temperature. The maximum temperature currently it's around about 16. Feels really pleasant out here at the moment. But as we know, it can change quickly. The clouds can roll in at any time. No rain in the forecast though, so that is a good thing. This pitch is pretty newly laid. We talked about it. I talked about it on opening day. It's very coarse. So when they're newly laid, there's a lot of grip. I don't think you can really blast people out on this. And I think that a lot of the bowlers are kind of waking up to that and just bowling a lot of cutters. I think the spinners, if they get it right, they're quite difficult to handle. So it should be a really interesting game to start the day. These 2 are leading the race. Remember, whoever gets top spot actually goes straight into qualifier 1. So this could be a really important game for that. But there are 3 other teams playing catch up and certainly very capable of closing the gap. Charlie Hunt is in the commentary box, so it's going to be great to be with you in the same place and the same time today, Charlie. Let's get ready for the start of day number 3. Match 11. Toss news is that Wimbledon, the hosts, they've won the toss. They're going to field. Over to Charlie Hunt to get us started.
Thank you very much, Vinny. That's where we are then here today. The start of what is set to be an exciting day, an exciting Wednesday here at the sports ground here in Rains Park, and it's been host to a good cup first set of matches, of course, 2 days. Some rain affected, but I still think, you know, considering the conditions we had yesterday, we did very well to get 4 games in, and a huge shout out to the ground staff, of course. Let's have a look at the lineups then. A couple of ins for Twickenham. Phil Nash and Angus McKenzie, they come in for their first involvement here in this tournament. And as for Wimbledon, it's pretty much what you come to expect. Both Matt and Jack Boyle, of course. Jack Boyle, the skipper. And yeah, he'll be happy to see that he gets a good first start this morning, winning the toss and electing to bowl. Again, doesn't really surprise me. They'll be looking to restrict Twickenham here. I think they know that a couple of early wickets and they could very much be into the thick of it. And of course, they know that they'll be very heavily reliant on those 2 Boyle brothers at the top of the innings. And you can see there, the win predictor just pipping Wimbledon by 65% to 35%. I have a feeling it might be a little bit closer to that. I think we'll get to see very early on as to the state of play in this one. After the first couple of overs. Maybe that power play could be very, very crucial. But a very warm welcome to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel, or to anyone tuning in here at the ground. It's a pleasure to have you and your company here. As you can see, there you go. Well, not quite the same purple as Vinny this morning, but still very pink. Of course, a couple of comments yesterday saying it quite reminiscent of the Middlesex T20 strip. Of course, playing in the Surrey Prem. I don't know how well that would have gone down, but a very warm welcome here. And yeah, conditions here today, overcast, but the good news is we're due for a dry patch of weather, which is the most important news. And a bit warmer than yesterday as well, looking to get up towards that 20 degrees. Currently set at 15. Well, there's Berger. Of course, Eugene, well, he had a good day yesterday, just in the terms of the fact that it was National Burger Day. I'm sure he was pretty happy to hear that fact, but again, with both bat and ball, he's been crucial for Twickenham. He really does. You sort of feel he holds the key, especially in a 10-over innings. If he can sort of just be the one that stays there, everyone bats around him. Just feel Twickenham could get up to a relatively decent target. Of course, I mean, he did mention it, didn't he, at the top, that these two met in that 4-over bash back on the first day. It was an interesting one, but of course, you do have to remember that over the course of what is a shortened ECS here, just the 5 days, 4 days of action before you go into the finals day on Friday, your tournament could very quickly be over before it's even begun. Both of these two, though, at the top of the table, looking to battle it out. Of course, you can see that it's dry, and I tell you what, the ground staff yet again have been out here this morning very early on. They were out at 6 a.m. cutting the outfield and getting it ready, but ready to get things underway then. First ball, this one is flicked over the top, and this one is going to be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Great start this time around then. And that's a really nice way to get off the mark. You can see there, nice little coming together as Dixon gets off the mark nicely with 4. A little bit too full from Speller. Talking of spells, Speller had a really good time of it yesterday, picked up wickets consistently in what was a pretty batting heavy time of it yesterday. Good high runs, of course. Wimbledon getting up into the 180s. Did have a couple of low scoring thrillers. Something I always say is that those sort of low totals will often cause you the biggest problems. And this time just respects the fuller ball. Just angles this one away slightly to Speller. So a good comeback after a bit of a full toss to start. Changing the officials here this morning. We've got Todd Holland and Anthony Levy with out in the field. And Ben Weil is the third up. This one up in the air. It's going to just get through. And you can see a little bit of a softer fall on from the delivery there. You can just see there's Michael Turner, who not only is he gun in the field, he's pretty decent with the gloves on as well, but of course Nick Hucker back in the lineup. He came back late yesterday and keeps his gloves this morning. And Berger, this one into the chest. And you can just see, he just sort of gives it a bit of a rub, but Speller just pushing this one through, maybe just waking Berger up a little bit, just saying, well, you're here to play, see what you're made of. Anything full on the pads of Berger, he's going to look to get that front leg out of the way and just take it into the onside. He was very good at it yesterday in that 4-over bash, of course, on the wrong side of the right side of the result, but there you go, gets down, and this one is going to hit through, but yet again, not quite timed. Well, there is Limbs himself in Charlie Whipple. I'll have to get an update on that bruise. I reckon that's going to be more purple than blue at this point. But early on, good signs this Wimbledon, just keeping them relatively quiet after that first loose delivery to start the morning. At the moment, though, you just feel Twickenham, they know that this would be a big win to get early on this morning. Inside edge, onto the pad, can't get it away. Speller yet again proving to be a tricky customer. Just the 4 to start off then. And at the end of the first, score for Twickenham, 6 without loss. It's a good time to welcome back Vinny Sand, who joins me in the commentary box. Vinny, this is the current state of affair, of course, for the European Cricket Series calendar this year. Yeah,
and it's a huge second half of the year still coming up. It's hard to believe, yeah, we're still in May. This is May Madness. May Madness, I suppose thankfully in a way, is going to be over soon from an organisational perspective. Let's come back to Limbs, as you highlight.
Oh dear.
Well, that's kind of gone limb to something else, hasn't it?
That's a little wake-up call. First game of the day, and welcome to T10 cricket this time around. As well, there's one of the on-field umps, just getting a little bit in the way. Didn't quite pick this one, it seems. And
that's actually some of the best fielding we've seen, and it's definitely saved 3 runs. So yeah,
dear.
A little bit of leg spin towards the official.
Starts with a single, but now over the top, and this is going to be, I believe, just 1 bounce 4, and once more square leg official. Probably a little bit nervous this morning.
Well, this could be the first time that a square leg umpire actually calls for a helmet, because that's a couple that have been his direction. Neither one's really been nailed from Dixon, but, well, fate is fate.
Well,
we haven't, this pace of this series has been so frenetic.
Yes.
We haven't had too much time for chit-chat,
no.
have we? But we'll try it.
Whipple.
Dixon faces up again.
Whipple once more then this morning. Now he's off to put the bails on. Let's have a look at this one here.
There's a genuine wrong in there. It's an excellent take. Really good take to track that by Hucker. But yeah, Sunshine, loving it. And Whipple, interesting bowling the power play as well.
Yeah, I like the move. Spinning the power play, often tricky to negotiate. Oh, this time the genuine leg spin up, and he's going to get picked for it. It's going to go for 6 runs. So the first maximum of the day comes off the bat of Dixon. He started with 4, now gets the maximum under his belt. Nice little shot. Just picked the genuine leg spinner there.
Yeah, and he doesn't bowl many of those, but I do like that he bowls it to kind of keep the batter honest and keep him guessing. But yeah, he's quite a front-on action. Charlie Whipple, who of course had a little bit of an ECN moment on day one. I wonder how that bruise is. It must have been all the colours of the rainbow by now.
I don't know if we want to see it, to be honest. No ball called. This is going to be for front foot here, I believe.
Yeah, well, it's a little bit unforgivable from the spinner. Let's try and have a look. Does he just overstride?
Yeah. It's very side on, isn't that foot? It's not very side on rather than being front on. So free hit coming up then. Good chance for Dixon to take it on. And again, just tries to go leg side. Probably should have looked to open up the off there. There's no one deep in the offside, so probably gets away with it with that one, does Whipple.
Didn't cash in the free hit. Yeah, he's got such an unusual approach in action. He's full of unexpected twists and turns, isn't he, Charlie?
There's a lot going on. Oh, Fuller over the top, there you go. And this one is going to be 1 bounce 4, so a good way to end the over. Bit of an expensive one from Mr. Whipple, as it will end up going for 17. And that will be the end of the second, 23 without loss.
Nice chance to say a quick good morning to everyone who's watching, of course, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. If you want to get a bit interactive, you can. Let's have a quick look at the table, though. Twickenham leading by a point, but they do have one more game played than Wimbledon. And here's the thing, whoever's top, they go straight into qualifier 1 on Friday. If you're second or third, you do qualify, but you go into an eliminator.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky. I tell you what, I don't think anyone picked Hornchurch to be sat at the bottom of the table after their first game of action, as this one is well hit through into the onside. Will take some work. He's not going to get there. Not the best of starts for Billy Sewell, as this one gets flicked into the onside. 4 carreras.
Just low full toss. Good shot selection here as well. It's value all around the ground. Jeez, it's nice on a sunny day, isn't it? I know we've had a few issues with weather over the first couple of days, but this feels like great cricket weather.
Yeah, it was a bit of a sigh of relief when you wake up, open the curtains, and you see the sunshine. It's one of those nice feelings that you don't really get, and that's an excellent bit of fielding down there. Well, the second half of it wasn't as great, but the first half was superb.
But I like that he tries it. Little Harlem Globetrotters behind the back job. Would have been funny if they'd taken a single off this, but anyway, did all the hard work there, James Weir. Yeah,
he's been ever present down at that 45-degree angle. Slower ball and gets thumped into the onside, flat and high. That's going to be 6 runs, and Dixon again looking very, very promising at the top here for Twickenham. That's his second maximo of the day, and coming in pretty quick succession.
Yeah, take that. Steps across, probably would have been a wide. Fetch it from a long way. This one for me carries the ropes, and the pictures confirm it. Maximo 6 runs coming up. Yeah. I love the robot, by the way, this morning. People asking, how can you watch all this ECN cricket 14 hours a day? In fact, it's more than that today because we've got the Netherlands.
Yep. So once again, what's the response going to be? This time opens up the offside, and that's the best of the 3 6s we've seen so far. This time just gets into the on the wrong side of it and still takes it over the top. Into out, lovely shot over long off for 6.
Yeah, well, Wimbledon, no strangers to big hitting. We saw them put a big score on against Hornchurch, didn't we, yesterday? But Twickenham, they've got a score to settle in this series. They went down by 14 runs to Wimbledon in a 4-over. I called it a 4-over thrash. Well, that's not quite a good London accent.
We ended up with bash, I think was probably the more correct term, I reckon.
But yeah, they want revenge.
It's going to be down the leg side. It's going to be wide.
So if you add up the 2 T20s, so you're probably looking about 22 hours of live cricket action. If you think that's a lot, I think we had about 28 on Sunday.
Yeah, I think.
Which is more than hours in the day.
On the Friday, I think I worked it out, I think Friday or the Saturday, whichever day it was that we had the 4 going on at once. I think it was 300 overs of cricket at one point.
Yeah,
which is
a lot.
Pretty absurd. Goes again and gets it. This time just helps it on its way, and this is a good over for Twickenham. It's already gone magical. It's 23 off it now. And all of a sudden, you just feel Twickenham certainly looking more in the driver's seat. But again, Wimbledon, you still know that you've got some big opening partnerships to come for them.
Picks the change of pace, just times the cover off that one over the leg side. Love how they're hustling through the overs as well here.
Yeah, certainly not exactly waiting around. And again, a full toss, this time flicked. And that will just be a single. So that will end the over. It's a good over. Goes for 24. It's a magical one. It's 47 without loss after 3. We're going to get this one out of the way, Vinny.
Go on.
How was Tina Turner?
Tina Turner was magnificent. So yeah, I had the afternoon off yesterday. So unfortunately, I didn't really get to call a ball yesterday because at the start of the day it didn't go to plan. So I've got to say, it had a great afternoon in London. Not just the show, but I went to the borough markets, and that was incredible. Honestly, I haven't been in the centre of the city for quite a while, and I really enjoyed it. I know that as a crew, we're planning a trip to Sixes tonight, which is a cricket-themed kind of bar and kind of party venue.
Oh, this is Tom Weston, and he's going to start with a Gundy delivery on the pads, and well, Dixon once again equal to this one. I'm not too sure. I think this one might have gone all the way, and it has, and it moves into the 40s already off just the 16 here, and Tom Weston already just showing signs of struggle.
50s up as well. Tom Weston, by the way, he's a closet ECN nuffy. He loves ECN. Well, I love this though, but I love that he actually does the umpire's job and says, hey, it's 6, just give it, let's get on with it.
I want you to see if you can pick out the dodgy tan line on his wrist. I picked this out yesterday, and he said it's a few too many golf trips. He said this morning to me, Charlie, thanks for picking that one out.
How good of cameras do we have here?
And again, goes for it once more. It's going to be flat, and it's going to be hard. It's 6 more, and that will bring up the half century for Dixon. Just off the 17 deliveries, and a handful of Maximos in there, and he's making it look easy this morning.
He got out the right side of the bed, didn't he? He's dominated the early overs, fraction short. Weston needs to find the block hole. Maybe try that cutter. Dixon's been dominant so far, striking at 300 in his half century. The one thing we haven't had so far in this week, and I'm going to try an early jinx, we haven't had a century in England. Somebody's going to make history.
That's a no.
There'll be the Charles Bannerman of ECS England. Do you know who Charles Bannerman is?
No, too young. Dixon once again then. Oh, it's going to be another Gundy one
Charles
down the leg
Bannerman, and Rob Kemming told me this because he was watching in the first test in 1877 in the MCG. He became the first Test centurion, opening the batting for Australia against England. Okay. He also became the first player to retire hurt.
Well, there you go. And again, finds the right line, but then again, just dragged from one outside off, so just gets one for his troubles here.
Going back to my night, though, the Tina Turner show was amazing. It was a great day. And I was able to watch the cricket as well.
There you go, win's a win. Slower ball, Berger, again, dragged, mistimed into the onside, will just be one. But how good is the West End, though? Because we spoke about this a good couple of years ago in Belgium. But you've got the bug now, you were saying this morning. Once you see one, you want to see all of them.
Yeah, true.
It'll empty the bank account pretty quickly, though, as this one again flicked.
Also true.
Going to the West End is not it's not a cheap one.
I had a bit of a kind of attitude of, I don't do this every day, so I'm just not even going to care what anything costs. But I think I might have to call 2,000 games a year to pay for it.
This one again, just miscued once more onto the offside. So Berger not quite hitting the strides that we saw yesterday, but he'll keep the strike though. It's the end of 4. It is 64 without loss.
But if you'd like to suggest things we could do in London, you can always suggest them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Hey, talking about the volume of cricket we're doing though, the robot is saying the robot's everywhere. The robot has started clinical trials of placing ECN robot chips in everyone's brain while you're sleeping.
Well, saying
it has successfully worked in 40,000 rats who are now sitting up straight watching the ECN matches for 1,000 matches and leading a happy,
ended up having a pretty
life.
Quiet one yesterday. Ended up watching Planet of the Apes.
Oh, really?
That's a little bit
the modern one or the old one?
Modern one.
The old one's a classic.
Not for me. Reeves then, bit of left arm spin. Berger might take a liking to this one.
Have you ever seen the old one, though?
No, so I've seen clips.
It was like a midday movie, and I napped. This is years ago. And I woke up, and I didn't know what I was watching. And
it's a bit scary if you don't know what you're watching,
at the end, I'm like, this is Planet of the Apes.
It's a little bit concerning,
From like
isn't it?
I'll tell you what it was in a minute.
1970s, I think it is. This one again hit firm, but a bit of work for the fielders, but Charlie Whipple gets down and does well. Donning the old wide brim this morning. I guess the sun's out. You can get away with it.
1968.
Oh, okay, I wasn't far off.
I was like, hey, this guy's a pretty good actor.
Yeah, it's true.
It was Charlton Heston.
Oh, misses out on this one. This is one yesterday we saw Berger really take on and take a liking to, but this time around just not quite hitting the mark here this morning.
Yeah, I mean, I think variety is the spice of bowling attacks in this. Even Reeves hustling back there. Proper unit, isn't he?
Built like a fridge is one way to put it. Now tries to get funky, but again, this one just lifts off though.
To be honest, the Reeves versus Berger halftime wrestle, I think, is one that is going to bring the crowds back. At the moment, they're wrestling bat versus ball.
Once more then. Oh, dear, I tell you what. It's a good stop, though, from Huck, who watches it all the way, gets across.
Speaking of some of the players here, they say if spinners, and particularly like a left-arm spinner to a right-hand batter, if they get it right, they're tough.
Yeah.
They're really tough. Because that was actually probably the ball. I think if you could bowl that. I mean, okay, yeah, batter could dance to it or something like that, but I think that was...
Here's the quicker one as well. Just pushes it through, makes it even harder. Now we'll hold it up. And there's the variation. So that'll be the close of 5. It's 66 without loss.
That gives us an opportunity to pause for a moment and reflect on the first 5 over 66 without loss. Let's welcome you into the cube as well. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Oh, wow, just given the Arabic pronunciation of your name then. It's Charlie Hunt. I'm not used to saying that.
I know.
Because
well, I
we haven't actually worked together on an ECS for almost 2 years.
It's been a while. It's been a while.
But I'm a big fan of your work.
I'm a big fan of your work.
I know you're often doing the hard yards solo. So are you happy to have some company?
It's nice to have some company.
Yeah.
I'm getting more and more used to it. It took a bit of time to get used to actually having someone else with you, but it's a nice thing to have.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And if you want to look up the Arabic pronunciation of Charlie Hunt.
I wouldn't know where to start. This.
I was just pretty excited.
You were going to go.
Look, Rico,
no, let's not hide that. You were going to go Rico.
Rico's off today.
He
is. So hopefully he has an awesome day in London.
The sun's out.
Yeah, sun's out. Rico's out.
Yeah.
So if you're in London, spot him. I know the paparazzi, right? They're relentless here.
This time again. This is a nice little dab down to third.
I was a little bit upset I didn't have more cameras following me around because, you're here in London and they're always after you, and I was expecting, that. But
I reckon if you went out in one of your suits, you'd probably have a few cameras on you.
What's the place where all the fancy people go to eat?
Soho. Soho or Chelsea is probably the main two. And again, stepping across, but on outside the line.
There's a certain restaurant.
Hey,
they
no
show
do.
extras. They show extras with Ricky Gervais.
Yes.
Hold, please.
Well, the main one now is Nobu. That's the big expensive one.
Nobu, yeah.
Nobu's the expensive one. But there's a fair few of them in London, though, especially where you went. That's another wide.
I was looking forward to seeing London and all it's got to offer. Like, I wanted to see, like, a posh person.
Okay.
I think I saw a couple of them.
I have to say, looking around at some of the Wimbledon lads,
oh, really?
I reckon there's a few posh ones in there with the old shuffles on and the old Birkenstocks as well. They sort of fit the profile. This one up in the air, and oh, that's ridiculous! That is unbelievable. Well, if that's going to wake you up in the morning, that's a nice way to go. What a way to remove the in-batter of Dixon. Limbs himself and Charlie Whipple, the outstretched hand. It sticks and he's gone.
Oh, go gadget stuff from Charlie, and I think he robs Twickenham of a Maximo as well. That's a sensational piece of fielding. Well, we've seen him do some of his best work on the ground this week, and add that to the list, and it's going to get the dangerous Paddy Dixon. And Twickenham lose their first wicket, 69 for 1. Good knock from Dixon, though, who scores 55 of just 23 rocks.
Yeah, just watch this, though. Watches it all the way. It didn't quite come out of the middle of the bat, but look at this here. One-handed. Oh, that is unbelievable. Definitely would have been going for 6 as well.
Oh, that's HCL software player of the day worthy. And the cowboy hat never moves either.
Yeah, that's stuck on, isn't it? I reckon that's got to be a kid size on an adult head, I reckon.
Yeah, now he's repairing his divots. So
apparently he doesn't play golf. I made this joke yesterday. Apparently he's not even a golfer.
He knows to repair his divots.
Yeah,
maybe he's a caddy.
Maybe. Very much a possibility.
I've spent a little bit of time in London, but I'm still a foreigner when it comes down to it.
Okay, this is the Don.
Yeah, the Don's in. Hasn't the Don got some traction in the first
Rightfully
couple of days?
Rightfully so. So go on. So in London.
So how can I pick a posh person? Do they walk among us? Is it how they? What are they wearing?
You're
how
looking
are they
out
talking?
for a quarter zip.
Ooh.
A black or navy quarter zip is the go-to. This one once more. Berger can't find the middle of the bat at the moment. Again, we'll just nearly a misfield, and they're going to take on the arm.
Ooh.
Could be close here. No, he just gets back and he gets a grizzly thrown at him as well.
Great hustle from Berger. Didn't see that coming. Into the over, 72 for 1 after 6. Oh, the quarter zip's a bit of a giveaway.
Quarter zips are a giveaway.
Right.
A shuffle as well. Do you know what a shuffle is? A shuffle is basically a posh gilet. But it's very thin and it's a certain material. If you look, I'll look it up for you. I'll show you.
Am I allowed to ask what a gilet is?
You don't know what a gilet? It's like a puffer jacket.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, lost in translation. That's quite posh from me.
Does that have like an X in it? What is that? What
gilet?
language is that from?
No, it's just
French.
No, probably it's Gilet.
Are you posh? If you're using a word like gilet,
I'm probably borderline.
we just call it a puffer jacket.
It's going to be a wide. No,
Wow,
I reckon.
I'm learning.
I reckon I'm bored. I'm probably, listen, I come from Essex. I'm a posh Essex, but in the grand scheme of things, some of these Wimbledon lads definitely put my posh to shame, I reckon.
Okay.
The Don then. It's more, this time it is legal. And he gets down on one knee. And this is up, up, and away. Just gets over the head of Tom Weston. He was looking interested, but it just gets over him. And it's Don who will pick up his first 6 of the game.
We talked about it the other day. Don is good. He's a key player with the bat, the ball, and also leads the side. Because, okay, can I be honest?
Yeah.
I'm posh for Perth.
Okay.
But that's kind of bush league compared to London.
Yeah, London. So this is a shuffle. Here you go.
This is like, it's like playing the big boys.
In the slot, and it's going to be up over the top, and again there's no fielder out there. The chase is on, and he's going to do very well once more. That's the standards that we're seeing. The ground fielding, yes, the catching is amazing, but the ground fielding is up there with some of the best. This is a shuffle if you want to see it, if you want to have a look, Vinny. I know you're typing away. That's a shuffle. That's the posh.
I know. Yeah, okay. So it's not really that puffy.
No. But it's
like a vest.
It's just a layer. It's a pointless layer, is what it is. I've seen 4 of them already.
Jiffly.
I've counted. What?
A shuffle.
Shuffle. What did you just call that?
No.
Shifley. There you go.
You
heard it here first.
You're using unusual consonants and you're confusing me.
Dear. See, now the robot's getting involved as well. The gilet, yeah.
Gilet. Shuffle. Are they the same?
Ish, kind of. It's just a thin one. And again, this one. Berger, look at this, by the way, now. Excuse the phrasing, but chewing up deliveries here.
You know what? Berger, might be time for him to go off and have a snack because he's 12 off 14. It's not happening for him. And he's getting close to hook o'clock, I think.
Well,
Still in my player of the tournament reckoning, though.
Sink or swim, this one. Again, even off the little dab, he can't quite get it away. But again, it's a slower ball. It's a slower delivery from Shield. He's really not scared to change things up. But yeah, no, so that's the giveaway is very often it's the AirPods. So the posh, you've got the posh Apple headphones, the big ones. You got those.
Oh, yeah.
And then you've got the shuffle. This is a great shot. This is really nice. This will be 1 bounce 4. And the Don coming in exactly and continuing where Dixon really left off, to be honest. That's a really nice shot.
I mean, if you want to go back to the original Don, end of the 7th over, by the way, 87 for 1. His last innings was a duck.
Yeah.
Whereas this Don is coming in and he's really picking up the slack. Let's talk about some of the events we've got coming up on the European Cricket Network. We have 2 more days, by the way, in the Netherlands, including a game which should be starting now. I think they've had some weather issues so far today.
Topping and churning.
But their first game was won by the Netherlands in that HCL Tech T20 IW. I'm off to Cyprus. That's my next trip. I'm going to relieve Phil G, who's doing a great job at night at the moment.
You're not off to Cyprus. You're off to Portugal.
No, yeah, Portugal. That's what I meant. But
Confusing
Rico's
yourself.
off to Cyprus.
Yes.
I forgot who I was for a
There
second.
you go.
And we've got plenty more cricket. Typically 2-week little chunks of ECS. Anyway, here's Reeves.
To spin. And this time it is in the slot, and this is going to go for 6. So that might just be the release of pressure that Berger was looking for. It's in the slot, and he takes it on and gets all of it.
Yeah, great shot. And, yeah, sometimes you just need to dangle the hook in front of the batter, and suddenly they find their batting boots.
It's interesting. Look, you can see that little line there, of course, there for a genuine reason, but I reckon anything that's in front of that's a slot delivery, and that's a prime example of it there. So Reeves, it's not the best to start. So only went for 2 off his first. Starts with a 6. Second one is going to be a dot. Again, just on the offside this time. Just not exactly picking it as well as he was yesterday, Berger.
Good comeback. Well, Kroom in the chat saying that his accent was the only way is Essex, chatting to some of the players on Monday.
Got him, gone, chopped on. And I think that might be a slight blessing in disguise, really. Berger just didn't look to get going. He got 1-6 under his name, but I'm afraid that in the context of the game, with just a couple of overs to go, you want someone to come in and go large. He wasn't the man to do so, but he will go for just the 19 off 18 deliveries.
He'll have the right to reply with the ball, though, Eugene, as well. Big fan. He's certainly captured the imagination of the ECN audience as well. And he was kind of the yin to the yang of Dixon, who came out smashing everything. We know that Berger can do that. It wasn't really his morning. At least he did get a 6 before he does chop one on. As the second wicket falls, it's 93 for 2 with a quarter of the innings left.
Yeah, not too long to go. So it'll be interesting if they go here. I think they are going to go Van der Linden. That doesn't really surprise me. I think you're going to ask him to come out and see ball, hit ball, really, from this point in. And, yeah, as you say, quarter to go. Blake Van der Linden. It's a name that reminds me of a certain video game that I used to love as a child. It's an interesting one. But, yeah, so that's what you're looking out for. You're looking out for the Kargas, the khakis, and you're looking out for you're looking out for the shuffle. That's your telltale
Okay.
signs. And they'll often hang around, especially come 5:30, 6 o'clock. They'll be in every single pub along the street. That's the time. That's the time that they'll come out. That's where you'll see
them. All right. Well, now I feel better equipped to deal with the wildlife here.
Well, Reeves picks up one. This one is just going to go on under the eval. What's going to happen here? He's not going to quite cut this off. He will. It's a good arm, though, and it'll only just be a single. So Reeves does pick up a wicket. Probably deserves it as well. He's not bowled terribly.
Yeah, true. He's bowled very well, in fact. He's not even run a ball pace, and if you're going under run a ball in this format, these conditions, he's doing very, very well. Still has to deal with the Don, though. 2 to come in the 8th.
Gets the old dancing shoes on this one. Goes outside, then comes down, does Don. Just gets the singles for his troubles, though.
Yeah, Blake van der Linde, by the way, South African origin.
Mm.
He's played indoor cricket, what they call action cricket there for South Africa, a sport that I played at a high level as well. He's really suited to this game. This one kind of slides onto him. And that will be the end of the 8th over. He'll retain the strike, and Twickenham just being muted a little bit after that opening assault from Dixon. 8 overs down, it's 96 for 2.
Yeah, good morning to everyone in the chat, to Dave, to Mayo, to Mark Whitlock's in there as well. He says good morning to you, Vinny, and
hello,
to Dave B as
Flying
well.
Bus.
Yes.
Flying Bus was a little bit jealous, by the way, because some other big units were getting some attention. Berger was one. I don't know if Reeves really qualifies, but he's on the cusp.
He's a unit,
The
though.
Flying Bus was worried there was a bit too much traffic, and he said, "What's all this I hear?" That's the first thing he saw to me. He said to me, "What's all this I hear? Another flying bus?" I said, "Hey, relax. Okay,
Down, boy,
it's yours.
down.
You've got it."
He'll be proud though yesterday of what
Yeah.
we saw, wouldn't we? I mean, let's talk about it. Billy Whitlock, as this one's a wide. Billy Whitlock, I mean, look, 14 years of age. He's been watching ECN for a good old time now.
Mm-hmm.
I remember coming to that first ECL when Hornchurch first played.
Yeah.
And he was a very loud little man.
He's always out there practicing. He's always playing.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here we go. Gets fancy and it pays off. That is a lovely shot from Blake van der Linde. Just takes a bit of time to get his eye in, but when he's in, he certainly is a very dangerous man to have in amongst your ranks.
yeah, brilliant shot. And that's the thing. Some of these left-handers, they grow up almost being forced to try right-handed stuff, and so they're pretty good at it. And he's shown that he's very, very capable of playing that shot, and it almost goes all the way.
Yeah, not too far away. But again, nice shot to reap the rewards. Rico and I were talking about it yesterday. What do you reckon the percentage? We've seen ramps and scoots being played regularly here. What do you reckon the percentage that it comes off and you get rewards for it? As this one, again, carved away. And this is going to be back-to-back fours here. So the first one, not probably in the textbook, but this one certainly was. The old back foot cut shot gets away 4 more.
It's hard to give a percentage because it honestly just depends how good you are at playing it. But I did say this on Monday. I just kind of turned to some of our crew and I said, hey, is ramping the cheat code to ECN cricket? Because when people do it, and they can make it look so easy if they're good at it. That's the thing.
It is scary. And again, powerfully hit into the onside. Chase on for the fielder. Does superbly well. Gets down, does the dirty work. That's Michael Turner out there. He's a good fielder. Good with the gloves as well, though. That'll just be another 2.
Good running. The other thing is that it requires a certain kind of ball, I think, to ramp. There's certain balls that are very tough to ramp. So a genuine Yorker, for example, that's kind of bouncing on the crease. You can't really get under it.
This one is a full shot leading edge. It's a tricky chance, but should be taken. It's the fridge underneath it, and he doesn't. Puts it down. He's disappointed in himself as well. But again, good running as they'll come back for another 2.
Well, the fridges are hard to move at the best of times. You could just tell with the footwork there, he wasn't super confident about that. And good running as well. Van der Linde, he hustled all the way, ends up getting 2. Hands not really coming together.
Yeah, maybe a bit of wind up there. Now off the pad, and again, Don will call him through. So again, it's good running, and this is what you need at this sort of time where you might not be getting the boundaries that you want, but you don't want to be getting stuck down to dot balls. So leg by. Yeah, Birdie's in the chat. Birdie's just referencing the fact that, of course, Birdie in the chat quite often. He's referencing the fact that he didn't get that golden duck. He tried to, but it didn't quite come off, and he's pretty happy that he didn't as well. Once more, Weston then trying to finish the over, and he's going to finish it with a 6 against his name. That's a really nice shot. The groundsman out there keeping a close eye on things in the firing line.
Yeah, groundsman, the ground staff, all of them have been incredible, haven't they? 116 for 2 after 9. And Weston, unfortunately for him, he ends up in the dirty 30s. None for 36 off his 2 overs. Yeah, run rate over the first couple of days. I know we've had a couple of interrupted games. It's 11.7 and over. So I thought it might end up around the 13. But I just think it's also one of these things because you've got quite a range of players playing as well. So obviously it's very hard for these teams to get their first team on the park during the week. So you've got a bit of a mixture. If you can sometimes get through the first 2 or 3, it can come down a lot. Here's Whipple to come back.
This one's going to be a leg side wide, and he can't believe that that's missed the stump, and it's probably a fair shout. You can see the umpire's a little giggle. Interesting to go with spin to finish off the innings. He bowled in the power play, bowled well. Well, I say they went for 17. That's going to be another one that goes against his name. Comes down, meets him halfway, and this has gone higher, more than it's gone longer. Needs some communication. It does eventually happen, and this is a good catch by Billy Sewell. Just probably turning around and saying, Fridge, this is how you do it. But makes no mistake, and Van der Linde goes for just a pretty quick 14 off just the 8, and it's going to be 3 down for 117.
Yeah, decent kind of impact innings there from Blake. Geez, you almost could have had a transcript of this conversation between Sewell that ends up catching it and Turner. Kind of looked at each other, is it mine, is it yours, is it mine, is it yours? Eventually they made up their mind just in time. I think the straighter fielder, they should be able to call the other fielder out of these, because I think they're just slightly up the pecking order. In baseball, there's a real hierarchy, fly balls of who's allowed to catch them in front of who, but he holds that one easily enough, 117 for 3.
Yeah, and that was just an example there as to how to do it with the old communication in the field. Whipple picks up one and could have another one here. No, it's going to get past the field. It'll be 1 bounce 4. So Weston again just watching it, and unfortunately just watches it go past him as, well, your namesake Sandu comes in and starts well.
Yeah, one of my cousins over here. With shots like that, I'll definitely claim it. Nice shot by Sanjit.
Why wouldn't you either? Whipple once more then needs a response. A bit of the old variation. That one just goes on with the arm.
So I also want to say a quick hello to Gyan Kirby, who's watching from Italy. I know he loves ECN cricket. He's homesick off school today, but he's just flicked on the TV. So hello to you, Gyan. Hopefully you're well. Get better soon. This isn't better for Sandu. And I think he's from the other side of the family because he plays all across this one as well. I suppose that's the time of the innings, though, isn't it? You've got to go slightly across the line. Whipple hits the target, 121 for 4.
Yeah, second wicket falls in the over. This is really good death bowling from the leg spinner. He limbs himself in Whipple. And, yeah, so Sandu will go for not very many. And it is, of course, the 4th one to fall then. So, yeah, looking to maybe try and get up to 130 here. That probably, as you said, Vinny, is probably what you'd expect to be par. I think 11.7 is probably a little bit short, I reckon. But, yeah, still plenty of time with 2 deliveries to go. You'd imagine get a bounce off at least one of them. They'll be pretty content with their start here this morning.
Quick load of Gavin Griffiths of Hornchurch in the chat right now. He had a question which I haven't answered on there. Anyway, 2 balls to go. We've got Mulazada, pretty suited to this situation, but Whipple's tricky. It's not like your regular kind of seam-up bowler to have to come in and swing at.
Got to generate the power yourself. And that's, again, just pops off the crease there.
Good
again,
take.
Yeah, it really is a good take. Watched it well.
The gloves of Hucker have been excellent in this innings.
Not short of wicket keepers, though,
yeah.
with Michael Turner as well. Okay, then, last ball time. And he is going to get this one. So that will be 6 to finish. So they don't get to the 130. They fall just short of it. But it's still a pretty good effort from Twickenham. And, again, but the question is it going to be enough? They know that the Wimbledon lineup is strong when it comes to batting. But at this point, you'd say Wimbledon probably pretty content with the restriction there.
Yeah, look, I think, I don't know who's ahead. Probably Wimbledon just, but it feels like around a par score. Around that kind of 125, 130. I kind of felt start of week 130 was the par. 127, though, is a few twists and turns in the first 10 overs of the day. It was Charlie Lim's Whipple who was cracking him out to the Berger early on. Eugene Berger out there, but it was Patrick Dixon that really got things off to a flyer. His 55 off 23 sets up this total.
Yeah, it does. And look, there was some great sort of displays of ground fielding. That one was a little bit interesting. Didn't quite come off. Luckily, they didn't take an extra single off it. But, yeah, you can just see here. This one was, again, probably one of the catches of the tournament you'll see of the week. That was outrageous from Limbs himself in Whipple. Again, he loves the old social media clips, doesn't he? That's and you can see here, it was pretty happy with this one.
That catch from Whipple, I think, potentially saves them 30 to 40 runs when you look at how Dixon was going and how that no one else was really able to recapture the lightning in the bottle the way that he was able to. I think Steve Reeves was excellent in his spell, ended up getting something to show for it with that wicket of Berger, who really kind of struggled, didn't he? 19 off 18, did hit a 6 just before he got out, though. And then it was kind of a little bit of a cameo from the Don. This one wasn't really one to frame for Reeves, as he put that one down. But the Don, 21-7, just never had a lot of the strike late in the piece. Blake van der Linde came out. He was able to whack a couple of boundaries before he holed out for 14. Sanjit and Mulazada were sighted before the end of the innings. The last one does disappear. That was after Sanjit Sandhu played around that one, went through the gate, well bowled by Whipple. But Mulazada was able to take the score from 121 to 127 with this blow, the last one of that innings. As I think it's a game where both teams would probably feel that they're ahead. So I think that sets up a brilliant contest. And look, we haven't had a golden ball yet. And it'll be certainly very exciting. We had one this week. Well, Patrick Dixon made it to 50 pretty easily before I put the kibosh on him, and he was out for 55, but it was a sensational catch by Whipple to remove him. Speller with that wicket. Eugene Berger never really got going, as I said, 19 for him. 21 not out for the Don, but spent a lot of time with the non-strikers and late in the piece. Van der Linde with a handy little 14, 8 extras, and Twickenham reach 127 for 4. As far as the bowling went, I think they did the best they could, having to withstand that opening assault. But I think you look at Reeves, I thought he was the best of bowlers for me. 1 for 11 off 2 overs. Speller pretty good as well, though. 1 for 12 off his. Whipple with 2 wickets, and also got a little bit of tap, as Cyril Weston ended up in the dirty 30s. We'll take a break then. Back in just a few minutes. 128 will be the victory target for Wimbledon in a game that could determine who gets that auto qualifying spot in finals Friday. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. We'll take a quick break and we're back soon with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back at Rains Park here on a sunny day. I'm absolutely loving the weather today. Currently 16 degrees, heading up for 20, and we're watching Wimbledon, the hosts, coming out to chase 128 for victory in match number 11. Bonus point equation, 7 overs would be a pretty good scoring rate if they could do that. It'd be around about 18 and over. 88 or less if the Twickenham fielding side can restrict Wimbledon to that, then they would take all the points out of this one. Don't see this one going BP, but you never know. Now, here's a guy who really impressed me on opening day, Adam Mather. I think he'll enjoy these conditions today as well. Just the footing a little bit better. He is rapid, and he's coming in to start the second innings. Oh, that first one comes up and absolutely nails Whipple. Oh, well, he's been knocked around like a punching bag in this tournament, hasn't he, Whipple? And well, that bruise that he got on opening day, well, I think it's got a little brother now. But how about that? Not easy to get the ball big on Charlie. Mather's the one guy who seems to be able to get something out of this pitch. Now he strays onto the pads and he's whipped away, and that's gone all the way. Maximo! And that's the thing with the pace of Mather. It's going to fly even further, and this is only a little clip away, and it's going to go all the way. But anyway, I mean, umpiring, it's not easy at the best of times, and he has a little bit of trouble just with the jumper hitting the ground. So, I mean, umpires would love more hands. We know that. You'll never see more jumpers worn on a cricket field than in England. So sometimes they do come off. But anyway, Whipple gets hit, then hits back. Oh, and then hits one straight back at Mather. And that's going to run away for 4 as well. So a pretty interesting start. A little bit of coming back with interest there from Charlie Whipple. It's one of those ones, kind of just clears the front leg, and Mather wasn't a realistic chance really, considering how hard it was hit. Let's see what Mather comes back with. Wow, in the air, is hanging a long time, took a step in and almost taken. It was a proper Bermuda Triangle there. 3 fielders converging. Wasn't really able to turn that into a genuine chance. That's Blake van der Linde down there. May have got a fingernail to it. Can get squared up again, Charlie Whipple. Great effort from Blake. But it falls safely. They just take the one. So first chance to have a look at James Weir. Right. Kind of backs across, backs away, ends up missing out. Pretty good location there from Mather. Mather 11 off the first over. It's been a good battle, hasn't it? Oh, jeez. He can really bowl rapidly, can't he, Mather? Goes for 11 in the first, all 11 off the bat of Whipple. And Wimbledon 11 without loss after 1. Welcome back to all of our viewers, no matter where you're watching from around the world. 17 matches since the Golden Ball. We had one on Sunday, didn't we? The highest ever scoring Golden Ball, 177 to 177. And in the end, it was Malta. They were able to sneak across the line. And the funny thing, for such a high scoring game, the Golden Ball was actually won by the bowling side. Got so close, didn't they, in that chase, Estonia. It was a chaos last ball of regulation that had a drop catch, it had a direct hit, it had some questions about which batter was out, had they crossed or not. Some questions about did the ball hit the stumps or did the keeper break the bails. A lot happening. It was very ECN. as Rashid Mulazada is getting ready to bowl over number 2, bowling to Whipple. First one's not a great one down the leg side. Keeper Muhammad Ahmed as well to get down to make the block. Really sad to hear Mr. Maximo on a beautiful sunny Wednesday morning. And joining me once again is Charlie Hunt, the Golden Ball Magnet.
Thanks, Vinny. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, that was a bizarre day. It was a bit of a bizarre week, really, out in Estonia, if truth be told. Good little start this, though, from Wimbledon. And this one is up in the air. Should be a chance. Oh, he's misjudged it. Oh, dear. That's a big, big mistake from Patrick Dixon. You can tell he just gets a little bit confused by this one, and it probably should have been a pretty simple catch, but he comes in and has to step backwards.
I read this as 6, but it's just crept centimetres over the rope. Sorry, inches here. But have a look. You see.
Yeah, that's 6.
Yeah, it's 6. But if he's back, it's a fairly simple catch. Hey, Dixon, we'll give him that one because he did crack a few. He's still in credit, I think. But that was a chance to get the dangerous Charlie Whipple on 11.
Oh, now he's going to pull into the onside again, not quite out of the middle, but I think he's going to get enough on this, he will. So back to back then for the limbs himself in Whipple. Well, he certainly gets the levers out this time as well, doesn't he? 6 more.
Yeah, Whipple, 23 out of the 24 runs. The other one was a wide. I want to say quick hello to Graham Farquhar from Hornchurch, saying hello. Hello to Jagdeep Chima as well. Calling Mather the quickest bowler in the comp. Hard to argue with that if you saw that first over. Hello to Raihan Khan as well. And if you want to...
Oh, that might be the best of the lot, Vinny. That's a hat-trick of Maximo's once more in Whipple. This time it is again levers. He reaches for it, but he gets all of it. 6 more.
He was missed, wasn't he, first ball of the over. That was a genuine opportunity that was misjudged by Dixon. So far it's cost them 18.
Oh, this is a big, big start to the over. This is wide 6-6-6. We saw 7 6s yesterday.
Yeah.
And well, this is again now going to be a wide 7 6s.
Was it that over of 41 was 6 6s and
6,
a 4?
Yes.
And
Off
one of the
the
6s
7.
was off a no ball.
Sorry,
right?
yeah, there you go. I was here. And
I don't think we've actually ever had 7 6s in an over, though.
Just ridiculous. It was unbelievable.
We haven't had over a 45.
Yeah.
So maybe I'll have to go check it.
And again, this time it is full and in the block. I can't get underneath it.
We've had 3 overs of 45 ever. I know we had a hypersonic yesterday, so it takes the total up to about 10 hypersonic overs. Hypersonic, if you just joined us, it means a 40-plus over.
As you do.
Have you heard Corey's theory? I'll tell you in a second.
Okay.
You know, but we'll start with the basics.
Uh-huh.
Magical over, 20-plus.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
Yeah, everyone knows that one. As this one again over the top of the offside, and that's going to be another boundary. So this over already has gone magical now, worth 25, and with a couple of wides in there as well. Certainly not helping themselves here at Twickenham. Nice way to open up the account for Weir.
I was right. Aurangzeb's over for Talon Stallions against Donnishat at the ECL. There were 7 6s in it.
Oh my word.
One of them was off a no ball, and there was another no ball that wasn't scored off,
right.
And there was a wide, so it was 45.
Good Lord, that's just absurd.
So we have had
just
7
absurd.
6s in an over.
Ah, nice shot, really nicely timed, but that's superb again. Well, he may have given away 6 earlier, but he's probably saved a certain 2 here. That's an excellent bit of fielding by Dixon.
Yeah, 2 back. I do think he's still a little bit concerned with how that over panned out. End of the second, Wimbledon 38 without loss. Yeah, so
coming in.
Magical over 20 plus.
Yep.
This is a quiz for you.
Okay.
30 plus.
Supersonic.
Yeah. 40 plus.
Hypersonic.
Now Corey has a theory about a 50 run over, right?
I don't want to.
And he said if we keep accelerating at this speed,
yeah.
He calls a 50 run over the Big Bang, and he thinks the ECN universe will collapse on itself into just nothingness.
I've heard, yeah. Now you mention it, it does ring a bell. To be honest, I think it's a good shout. Here we go. Then is Mather's going to come back in? Slower ball. Oh, it's got through everything. Oh dear, that's going to be 4 byes. That just dies on him though. It is the slower delivery, but to be honest with you, I think Ahmad's got to be doing a little bit better there.
Yeah, especially on a surface like this. It just it spins the second time on him, and just that left foot needed to go a little bit further.
Just got stuck underneath him, didn't it?
Yeah, it's a good way to put it. But yeah, the 50 run over.
That makes sense, though.
But this takes me to a little bit of an aside I had when I was commentating in Portugal alone for maybe a bit too long. And we started looking at computer glitches. So we started with Y2K.
Yeah, okay.
Would have been very young.
This one off the splice, but it's just going to get over Berger. And again, Whipple living life on the edge, but at the moment going nicely. 31 off 10 now for him.
So we found out that there are certain moments in time where it seems like everything, like all computers might fail. So one of them's like 2036. Some of them are like, okay, after this many seconds, it's going to stop. And one of them was like 8 million years in the future, right? And
Right.
people looking up as a Sunday and they were saying, oh, that'll probably be around game 4.
Good Lord. That's just absurd.
Game 4 in an ECI.
Game 4 of an ECI.
And then the streaming will cut out because all computers
Well,
will cease to be operational.
I think we had a few glitches yesterday. We were having a couple of connectivity issues, but fixed it. Well, talking about fixing it, this is outrageous. Into the umpire's tent. And there you go. Look at him. What a man that is, by the way. That's going to be another 6 as we're just proving, by the way, just showing here that you don't need to be relying on just the Boyle brothers.
Yeah, this is a cracking shot. I mean, it's quite remarkable where that front foot goes, but where the ball ends up going. But it shows you these guys they're both side the wicket players.
Yeah, it is 360-degree hitting. That's what we've come to expect. Oh, now this one is probably just as good as this time. Goes a little bit squarer, and again off the back foot, but lofts it over the top. Says mass.
Yeah, I think both these two realise off Mather you don't have to swing hard. If you can just kind of, you can just bunt to 6. Look. Just a beautiful
punch.
Elevated square drive.
Just
like
punch,
a punch,
isn't it? Yeah.
Not even a punch. It's like
Check
a punch.
drive.
It's a punch with your hand wrapped in a velvet handkerchief.
Do you know what? You do come up with some funny stuff, I have to say. And again, tries to go once more, but this time dragged. And again, well fielded this time around. As that's good work by Angus McKenzie. First time we're seeing him here, of course. And he's got a graze to show on his elbow.
I want to say quick hello to JC asking, is there a bar or food?
Oh,
well,
yes.
there's both.
Oh, yes.
In fact, I know that you've got the next game off because we've got a special guest commentator coming in. But maybe you can do a bit of research about what's going on there today. Last ball, the over.
Slower ball, not yet. No, that's the old gyps that you get. I've developed that. I've got it bad.
Well, you think you did in Bulgaria in a game.
That's a good place
in a
to start.
game that featured the Pleven 11.
Yeah,
I jinxed 7 last balls
You're
of the over
joking.
in a row.
You're joking.
So
Oh my word.
7th time lucky.
Bulgaria.
So Mather's too good. He'll never bowl 2 in a row.
No.
So I'm prepared to say last ball of the over.
And it is. It's a good one as well. Just misses the top of off. So an interesting over. A couple of 6s in there with an extra as well. But at the end of it, it almost goes magical. In fact, it only goes for 19. And at the end of the power play, it's 57 without loss.
Trying to get some Netherlands news here. But unfortunately, match 2 has been abandoned.
That's a shame.
But I know they were talking about tomorrow having a reserve time. So they had an 11 o'clock European time and a 3 o'clock game today.
Right.
Tomorrow was just meant to be 11, but I did see there was a reserve time. So hopefully they can still play
Fingers
a 4-match
crossed.
series there.
Fingers
We'll stay
crossed.
tuned. Corey Rutgers, I wonder how he's performing today, because yesterday was his birthday. And he did a great job there. Netherlands just a bit too good for Italy in the first T20 IW.
Yeah, some lovely.
But Corey has got a late birthday present with the first game getting washed out. Put it that way. Here's Berger.
Again, right in the slot, in the blocko, I should say. Again, we're just pushes for 1. Yeah, no, he did a great job yesterday, and yeah, it's a little bit of a belated birthday present this morning, isn't it? A little bit of a day off,
but he still has to go this afternoon.
Oh dear, that's launched. That's big. Berger, that one you can't put there, I'm afraid, because that one's going to go a long way. Well, there's some golf clubs there. That was on the old. That's gone to the next fairway, really.
Yeah, that's the old 5 wood there, but Berger delivers something tasty to Whipple, and he definitely dines out on it. Thanks for coming. 6 runs.
What were you were going to say something then about this today being off for Corey? You had something there.
Well, that's a birthday present so far,
Yeah.
but there's still a game to go this afternoon. They're hopeful they'll get the afternoon game on.
Yeah.
3 p.m.
Fingers crossed. Again, flicked, and that's really well timed. There's once again McKenzie.
I was in the Netherlands last week, and Corey was canvassing for potential guest commentators all round the ground, just with the eye off of this Wednesday, the day after his birthday.
Oh, dear.
And also, he's a 35-year-old, right?
Yep.
Like second. But first, we'll watch the ball go straight up in the air. Keeper should take it and does. So simple catch from Muhammad Ahmed there as Weir goes for a bright 20. Wimbledon They're over halfway there, but perhaps a turning point in the 4th over. Berger strikes at 65 for 1.
Yeah, he probably feels as maybe that wasn't the best of deliveries that he's offered up so far, but still, nevertheless, gets the wicket. And yeah, but you've got to remember as well that they've got a lot of batting to come at Wimbledon, so I still feel that they're currently very much in the driver's seat as we stand, but at this point, you never know. We've seen weirder things happen on the network. But yeah, Ruddy's got a good few connections out there in the Netherlands, so I'm not surprised that he was looking for him.
Here's the anomaly, the Corey Rutgers anomaly. He's a 35-year-old that looks 45 but acts 25.
Right.
Does
Okay.
that make sense?
Yeah. Okay. There's a few numbers going on, but I get it.
He's actually 35. Looks 45, acts 25.
I think the looks may not the usual skipper for Twickenham First 11. Of course, there's got Carlos Nunes, who is normally a Portuguese passport holder. That is the end.
Where in the world is Carlos?
I'll tell you where he is.
Tell me.
Ended the 4th, 6-7 for 1. He's in the Netherlands playing for the MCC.
Come back soon, Carlos. I know that a few of us are disappointed that are pretty familiar with the Portuguese setup. Here's my idea for instead of a coin toss in ECS cricket. Each team chooses who they think's the slowest person in the other team, and you put the ball in the middle of the pitch, and they start at opposite ends of the ground, and it's a race.
What sort of medieval thing is this?
I'm just picturing the potential Berger versus Reeves.
Imagine if they clashed.
Hadron Collider-like collision.
A leg spin, and he's going to get him. What a great start that is. Angus McKenzie with his first ball, and it's the old birdie celebration. And, well, what a start that is as he picks up the big wicket of Whipple. And now they might start looking to a couple of the big names, maybe potentially getting the pads on because just starting to falter slightly.
Well, Angus McKenzie cleared for takeoff. Moustache would be right at home in 1985. But this spin is timeless, and he gets through Whipple. He kind of gets out Whipple, doesn't he? Left-handed version. And Wimbledon have lost both openers now. So 2 freshies at the crease, 67 for 2.
Yeah, so yesterday we had a bit of an interesting moment, and there was a couple, the 2 games that Wimbledon didn't get on the field for. Gert Oosthuizen, you know Gert.
Sure.
You know Gert. Not the, listen, I'm one to talk, but not the most tallest of men. No. And it was quite interesting to see that he was fielding next to Charlie Whipple.
Right.
And there was a moment where it just got over Gert's head, and Rico and I said it on air. Gert comes off, and even before we said anything, he turned around and said, why was I there? Why wasn't Charlie? And it was a bit of the old, that's what we said. Well, from hero to zero, really, for McKenzie. This one's a bit of a rank delivery down the leg side. That'll be a wide.
Now, Gert's been involved in coaching Portuguese cricket as well in the past.
In the past, yeah. Moved on to different things. At the moment, there, McKenzie, can he get this one right? Much better, but unfortunately, it's in the hitting arc. And, well, that's going to be out of here. 6 runs. And, well, again, you just feel with every single boundary that flows, Wimbledon once more just almost getting a hand on victory here.
Yeah, nice shot. Picks it up with the spin. So back to earth with a thud for McKenzie. I'm going to say, quick load, Tim Reedman, he's asking, will we all be here on Friday? Well, I'll be here. Charlie will be here. Rico will already be heading for Cyprus, where he starts Saturday morning.
Jet setter. Oh, that one. Just maybe the straighter one, more of the top spin delivery.
So it's a crazy schedule. So I mean,
it's nuts.
They might say, hey, why don't we just take the weekend off and start Cyprus on Monday?
Nope.
Like it was meant to. But no. Why don't we just start it on Saturday morning?
No.
Hey, I don't know. More cricket. It's always better.
Absolutely. Cricket every day of the week. Again, this one just a bit of a variation one once more.
That was clever bowling. That was one that kind of shot on.
You have the tricky task of putting commentators where they need to be at the right time. I tell you what, I don't envy you in that respect. Again, presses forward but has to readjust. And again, we'll just slap this down the ground for 1.
Phil G's been a godsend at the right time, because if the Czech series were any earlier, then I couldn't have used him. But I said, Phil, have I got a prospect for you? And when I explained what the night series entails, he said, I'm in.
Gone for it, gets it, says mass, and well, Reeves, the old fridge, gets the levers out on this one. And boy, does he get all of it. What a way to end the over. It's 81 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, brilliant shot. Again, that was the one that looked like it was really spinning back, but it does disappear out of the ground. 5 overs in then, and it's 81 for 2. Speaking of the night series, this is what's coming up tonight. The old Rangers Fighters Rangers and Fighters never played before in ECN cricket. This is Rangers' first series that starts. Has a bit of an overlap with here,
Yes.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it starts 6:30 in Europe, which is 5:30 here in Britain. It's going to be 10 p.m. in India as we start new over. Berger coming back for seconds.
Yeah, good. Very good. That's that one. Just flicked into the onside by Sewell, and he sure batted well yesterday.
I love Berger. Every team has a Berger, right?
Yeah.
And he's just...
Okay, that one just stayed very low.
He's a very skillful cricketer, but it's just the way he does it. He's just a no fuss kind of character.
That wasn't far away, by the way. That really wasn't far away at all. They have a bit of a giggle. Sort of looked at each other and went, well, are you going to do it? Am I going to do it? I don't know. Maybe.
This one was a little bit deceptively easy.
Watch this here. It has to get down. I'm going to have to come back to live action. No problem there. And again, this is going to be hit firmly. That's a lovely shot. That'll be 4 runs. So Reeves again getting going, and they're slowly chewing away at this total here. Now just 40 needed off for 27. Nice shot, really, in the slot.
Safe shot as well.
Yeah. No real risk with that one. Oh, now talking of risk, could be a chance. And what could have been? What could have been for the Don? But he certainly saved a couple there.
Oh, that would have been a hanger for the Don. He does really well to save the boundary, but this would have been kind of an all-timer. I hope we have time for the replay.
Yeah, here we go. We're going to get in quickly. There you go. Now we come back. And this one is up, 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 and away. It's high and it's handsome. And it's going to be 6 more again. So Berger getting taken to the cleaners at the moment. Potentially could have had a wicket. It's a half chance, but now it's another boundary.
Game's gotten out of hand, hasn't it? Maybe it'll have to be maybe 6 off this and a magical 7th, but potentially could take all the points here. Depends on this ball, really.
Not out of it. He drops and runs, and I'm going to push through for a single. Could be a chance here if it's a good throw. Well, we're going to have a look at this one. I have a feeling. Well, Berger thinks he's got his man. And I reckon this one is going to be interesting. I think we're just having... Let's have a look at this one here, because this one could be close. Let's see at this. And well, it's going to be closer because we can't really see from that angle. Let's see if we can see from here. Let's see. You can see here. Oh, this is going to be really tight here again, just because of the fact of just slightly a couple of issues with technological problems. But this one, we see we can see. Oh, it's just he's almost see there.
Super close.
Oh,
I think they'll have to go with umpire score. He's already walked off. So on-field's given out as a soft signal. So then with the issue with the camera, it means that will stay out, and it'll also be the end of the over. So it seems we kind of went for a conservative option there rather than attacking again. So it'll be 96 for 3 after 6. All right. So what, 32 for the bonus point? I mean, I'd say that's not going to happen, but I don't really know because we've seen some pretty big overs here. Blake van der Linde is going to bowl the 7th. So as long as they can get through this without losing Twickenham, then they at least are going to hold on to a point. Having said that, there's still 32 to get in the last 4. So a couple more wickets, maybe you can work yourself back in.
Still got the balls, though, back in the shed. I mean, that's just crazy sort of thought. As this one is thumped down again, and the Don can't take him out of the game at the moment. It'll just be 1. Yeah, I mean, we'll touch on it briefly, Vinny. Don't think anyone was expecting to see Hornchurch only get 1 point, considering, and that 1 point was from a game they didn't even play.
Yeah.
Don't think anyone was expecting that. You know, first game of action for them, first day, and they're bottom of the table.
Yeah, so it's a long way back because they only played 6 matches. So that's 3 gone already.
Yeah, it's tough.
That washout, that was it.
It is tough. And again, you've got to recognise as well that not playing on the bank holiday means that a lot of their first teamers off due to work commitments. So that is something to bring in as well. And again, one thing I'll touch upon after this is going to look to get funky, and does. This will be 1 bounce 4. We'll add that to the stats list. That's another attempted scoop shot that comes off nicely. Yeah. And that will bring up the 100 as well. Nice
shot by Turner. I think he just kind of reads the angles here and says, okay, with this little angle, it's just going to come onto the middle of my bat if I try that little scoop.
Yeah, it's a really nice shot, isn't it? And again, it's a percentage shot, really, isn't it? Yes, the risk is there, but with no one back now, obviously the fielder goes back. It's that game of risk versus reward.
You can trust the bounce.
Yeah, exactly.
On a pitch like this compared to probably a turf pitch that I normally play on, where there might be a bit more variation in it.
Once more then, the Linda. Not a terrible start, but again, this will just be pushed. They're going to take on the arm here. McKenzie, it's not a clean pickup, and they'll push through for one. Good running, though.
A little bit of a Tortuga there. But, yeah, cruising in this chase, Wimbledon. They'd be hoping for that top spot, which means qualifier 1 would see them take on the NCCA.
Yeah, a little bit on that as well. I saw something there. The NCAA, I think they're taking on a Sussex 11 in a similar squad. I don't know if you've. I'm sure you've seen some of it online.
Yeah.
They've got like that Challengers squad that they've got going at the moment. That's well, bowl. That's a slower delivery. Almost it's gone by. Yeah.
Let's bring a bit of the ECS. Let's try these sneaky backstumpings. I
like it.
We see on average about 3 a week. So, yeah. Yeah, no, it's really exciting. Kind of trying to build that bridge between amateur and professional cricket.
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And it's that, and also just those that sort of get maybe lost in the sort of second 11 style of county setups as well. And I mean, they played against Leicestershire a couple of weeks ago, and they beat them in a couple of games pretty comfortably as well. I know Sam Young was in the ones in the runs, as was Dan Lincoln as well.
Yeah.
So, and of course those two in the squad for Friday. So looking forward to seeing those two involved.
It's basically an England 11.
Yeah, pretty much. I know there's no Harrison Ward.
Trial game, or not trial, but it's they want to have a look at a couple of others, I think, to see how they go in the format
big
ahead
time.
of the ECC.
Last delivery of the over, just sneaks it in. That's a good wide Yorker, and not wide enough though, as it's deemed legal. That'll be the end of the 7th. It's 103 for 3.
Well, it seems like they're cruising, but we've seen before, you know, a couple of tight overs now. If you push it to the last, anything can happen. You can get a bit of doubt creeping into the batter's head. Still think Wimbledon well on top. Pretty good over by Blake van der Linden as well, to only concede 7. As we have a look at what's coming up, and well, the natural rivals to do battle in match 12.
Yeah, a couple of ins there for Spencer. You see that Abid Jaffrey, Michael Edwards, Chris Booth, and Jamie Soanes comes in for their first time.
Don't forget these two actually did play on opening day, but they got washed out.
Yeah.
So Spencer in pretty good position at that stage. Gert Westhuizen is in for Wimbledon.
McKenzie is going to get taken to the cleaners to start off with. That is a huge shot from Reeves, and the Fridge himself, he's loving life up there at the moment, isn't he?
Yeah, and just times this up perfectly. Can kind of fights the angle, but if you get it right, then normally it goes a long way, because it kind of goes straight onto the middle of the bat.
Seeing Conrad Greenshaw's in the chat. He's had a good innings yesterday, 71 off, I think, 30.
Well done, Conrad. Good to see you as well.
Yeah, well batted, sir.
He's a prolific scorer in ECN cricket.
And this one tries to take him onto the onside. Yeah, I think your memory is better than mine, and you'll probably know more, but I think he's top 6 highest.
Yeah, I think
after a couple last week, it's probably changed. But I know he's up there for sure. Oh, Reeves again gets the front press on, and it works. That's going to be another 6, and already down to less than a run a ball then, as it's just 13 going to be needed off 15 here. Of course, with that not chasing it in the last over, it does mean that the points, there won't be any bonus points in this one, but still, it's a good victory if Wimbledon look as if they're going to get there at this point.
He might have snuck down to 7th now.
Ooh.
After that Ahsan Amjad 183.
Just was ridiculous. Honestly, that was
insane.
That week, I mean, you left, right? And it just, everything just sort of lost control.
Yeah.
There was just records left, right and centre falling, and it was too hard to keep up.
Yeah.
Too hard to keep up with.
I don't know how you can make 200 plus and lose, but that's one way.
It's bizarre.
So I remember that Conrad, when he scored his, I think it was 148.
Yes.
He was top 5, so it was 5th at the time. But I think since then we've had, there you go, we've had Ahsan Amjad, but also Stefan Gooch with his 150 against a pretty testing attack. So now he's gone down to, now he's been bumped down to number 7.
Anyway,
2 to come anyway.
Oh, tries to get fucking Wilberger. They think about taking him on, but they won't.
Well, we're going to 6s tonight, right?
Yeah, come on then. Let's talk about you, because you went. You had a little teaser.
I had a little bit of a teaser.
That's not fair, by the way. That's an advantage.
I know. That's why I went.
That's not fair.
But there was 5 levels. What level do you think Stefan's 150 was set to?
What, 1 to 5? I'm assuming 1. Okay.
1 never picked up a bat before.
Well, this one's got through everything, and the chase is on.
100's 100. You can only play against attack in front of you.
That's gone all the way, by the way. That's just raced along the outfield here. Of course, one thing to mention, it's very vertical slope, isn't it? As you go further down towards that, and well, that will be the close of the 8th. Then they bring up the 120. It's 120 for 3. They don't need too many more now.
I had a question in the chat about what time will the last match finish on Friday. Just trying to organise some
question,
transport.
actually.
Well, it starts at 5:45 local, which basically means that it should finish around about 7:30.
Probably.
We'll have a bit of a trophy ceremony normally as well.
Yep.
So probably be wrapped up by 8 o'clock, you can imagine.
I reckon if the weather's anything like this on Friday, it's going to be one of the best finals day we'll ever see. Just in terms
I'm catching
of
the 5:20 out of Gatwick, and I have a bit of a strategy that I might just go straight from the ground
it's probably not a
to
bad
the
idea.
airport.
Get one of the Gatwick.
Yeah.
So I'll tell you, there's little sleeping pods.
Ah.
There are some little sleeping pods. I don't know how much they might cost, but might be worth it.
I don't. I can set myself to not sleeping. That's fine. So just 8 required off the last 12 now.
There you go. With
I haven't mentioned this yet, but we're really happy to have a special guest commentator for the next one, Charlie. I
Yeah.
know that you're going to be able to go and have a little morning tea and a coffee. And
No
you'll be back
tea
in the
for
middle
me.
of the day.
Come on,
We've
you
got
know.
Charlotte Taylor here, who's been doing some really good things in commentary. Also a very good cricketer.
Miller, there's this one. He's going to be flicked into the onside and almost splits the gap.
And, well, bit of a dodgy too, but they'll get away with it. And I'm really curious to see what Charlotte makes of ECN cricket. I've actually been watching a little bit, but I know she's been, for example, she commentated the Southern Vipers on Monday.
A little bit different.
So it's a pretty, I mean, I had a pretty crazy week when I went from ECS Estonia to next game was Netherlands Ireland. And then,
Well, we were talking about that, and
Yeah.
I think I even messaged you and I said so. It's, I mean, talk about extremities going from, this could be a chance, doesn't get there.
Yeah,
They're probably going to go
two.
for,
Go
yeah,
on.
should turn and go.
put
and they
that on the
will.
wagon wheel. It's got like a dog leg.
Dog leg left on a par 4. There you go. Yeah, I mean, going from ECS Estonia to then at a toss with Scott Edwards and Paul Sterling, that's pretty extreme.
We're running out of time in this game, but it brings me up about highest levels of cricket different for players. And there's a couple. Okay, please don't end the game here. 4 to win.
Oh, not going to.
Good. And I thought, well, Baz de Leede went from playing like at the World Cup to then playing at ECS in the Netherlands.
Right,
And we
okay.
thought that might have been. But then someone told me that Andrew Flintoff played like a test match and then played on Mick Jagger's ground and he was facing Eric Clapton
As you do.
the next week.
As you do. That's a pretty big drop off.
That, I think, is pretty...
That's pretty
It's
extreme.
pretty extreme.
But no, but it just shows you credit to, everyone involved in, in the whole entire company going from 4 series on one day. I mean, 4 events. That's just
Well, our
outrageous.
website can only handle 3. We had 5 events. I did flag it.
That's it. Well, 3 to win, and that's probably not going to do it. As Berger will come round. I don't know what. I think it's just come off almost the back of the bat.
Yeah,
here.
it's basically a mangled ramp, but they can work.
At the moment, though.
It's good to be back in the rhythm of the 10 over games again. The rain always kind of throws us, makes us a bit loopy, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. It certainly does. But hey, at the moment, though, Wimbledon, this is going to be a pretty comfortable victory for them. And again, a little bit of the top table clash. They're coming out on top. Slower ball. This is going to be up. Could be a chance here, actually. The Don, he doesn't put them down. So that will be the end of Turner. Could we see a late twist here? I'm going to put my money on saying no, especially when you've got Matt Boyle coming out to finish it off. But a good catch there, and another stat phenomenon. Picks up another one. Had a good day with the ball yesterday.
Yeah, Nomila is a little bit of a golden arm, doesn't he? And just draws a false shot here. Nice innings, though, from Reeves. Got to be a fan of him. Kicks the ground like a country music star as he leaves the ground, annoyed that he didn't finish the job. But only 3 runs required. You don't see a twist in this, really. But
No, you shouldn't really.
I've been surprised before.
Well,
Nice catch by the Don, but guess who's coming out?
yeah, this is a pretty scary,
Matt Boyle.
pretty scary number 5, isn't
How
it?
many balls is this going to take him?
1. I'm calling it. Here we go. Oh, wow.
Oh, bold.
That is well bowled. Wide Yorker.
Go on, have a crack.
Ooh,
as well.
not far away. Serious player, though.
So some people say, oh, why wouldn't you just open with the Boyles again? But again, having the confidence to try and develop your batting unit and finding the right moments to do it, I think is really important. You need consistency but flexibility. You never know what might happen on finals day. So that does take us to a 10th over and score. In fact, it won't just yet. Well, we see what's going on here. But it should be the end of the 9th. Yeah, the scores are tied 127 for 4 after 9.
Yeah, so they do get taken down to the last, which is probably a bonus for Twickenham in terms of net run rate. That could come into the frame of things when we get down towards the nitty-gritty end of tomorrow. But yeah, they'll be disappointed. I think just the issue really just the runs, just not flowing as free. I think Berger will be a little bit frustrated with his performance with the bat. Here we go then, just one. And this one will they'll come through. Could be a chance here. He's almost taken out Nash's ankles in the process.
Well, that was to keep the game alive. There's no such thing as an overthrow there, because if you hit, then you keep the game alive. Quick shout out to Mr. J. Grant from Scotland, who just finished his first half marathon with his 2-year-old in a running buggy. So
wow,
he's exhausted.
Impressive.
Well, we're not exhausted just yet. We've still got 6 more matches to go on ECN today, but it's not the prettiest way to end a game ever. But they scramble the one, gets them across the line, and Wimbledon, they'll take 3 points out of that one. Twickenham will get 1. Wimbledon now, I suppose, they're in the box seat to finish top. Still a lot of cricket still to play. But pretty entertaining first game of the day.
Yeah, big time, of course. Wimbledon, they'll take on Spencer in the next game. And wait, maybe we can just go ahead and have another little brief look at the fantasy dashboard, just to give you a little bit of an idea, potentially. And or maybe not, because I can hear the music going. So maybe we'll have a look at that at another point. But at the moment, though, yeah, a little bit disappointing start for Twickenham to their morning, as Wimbledon will get a 6-wicket victory.
Yeah,
there you go.
A little pick at it. There we go. So Spencer and Wimbledon, this time hopefully they can complete their game, weather permitting, and it looks pretty good at the moment. Wimbledon winning the toss and bowling first. Let's go have a look at the highlights of this one. By the way, that's starting in 35 minutes time at Mather. He was breathing fire, wasn't he? But he also got clapped back a couple of times by Charlie Whipple. That was after he roughed him up first ball. Mather, a bit of return fire coming his way. But that's the opening partnership between Whipple and Weir put them on the right track. Reeves top scores with 41. And in the end, they do it maybe not as comfortably as they might have thought, but still with a bit of breathing space.
Yeah, and I think the positive for them as well is that was probably a chance that should have been taken. But I think the positive for Wimbledon, only 1 or 2 deliveries for ball, 1 delivery from one that was faced by the 2 Ball brothers. So they know that they've got the depth in their batting lineup, and it's a scary bit of depth as well. And well, you can just see Berger. Well, he came in and picked up a wicket, didn't he? But again, I come back to it. I mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. He will be frustrated that he didn't go with the bat.
Yeah, I think so. But that's the way it goes. I mean, you can't play your top game all the time. That's just cricket, isn't it? I've got to say, it was a perfect start for Mackenzie, wasn't it? And we just thought that with the 2 openers going in quick succession, it might open a bit of a Pandora's box, but never really panned out that way, I think. We actually see a fair bit of the depth in the Wimbledon batting in that innings.
Yeah, it was quite nice to see. I think nice to see the fridge going over the top, but that one was almost probably one of the best catches you'll see this year, if not this decade. But again, they took it on, and you just felt that maybe this was just going to fall short of his ground, and he was, as that was the way that Billy Sewell went. And again, with these wickets, you were just thinking, maybe, just maybe for Twickenham. But at the same token, as you mentioned once more, Vinny, is just the fact that the batting lineup is quite deep.
Yeah, but I think you also got to give Twickenham some props there for taking the game to the last over. They really made Wimbledon work for it in the end, but it was a victory by 6 wickets and with 5 balls to spare for the hosts. So looking at the scorecard, it's like changing the order there with Whipple going to the top with James Weir. And they did pretty well, didn't they, to put on 65 in just 22 balls for the first wicket, 39 for Whipple and 20 for Weir. But it was the fridge that was open for business, 41 of 18 before he was caught by the Don. A little bit of work for the middle order to do, which included Matt Boyle coming out just for a couple of deliveries. But Wimbledon, they'll get there in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's just a positive that the Boyles, sat coming in at 6 and 7, still not really being needed is a huge plus for them, especially with going into the nitty-gritty part of the tournament. They'll know that they might have to rely on a few others with the bat, so good to see that they are successful in their opportunities at the top of the order for Wimbledon. And yeah, ended up looking slightly nervy at points, but a pretty comfortable one at the end. And yeah, there's a story for the bowlers. Realistically, not a great day. Shared a couple of overs around. Van der Linde bowled pretty well. Nomilo, of course, picked up the wicket, and the other 2 going for Angus Mackenzie and Eugene Berger. But yet again, just those openers, probably a little bit too expensive for me.
I'll still maintain what I said at the start of the week after seeing these teams. Anyone can beat anyone. That's what makes every game a potential thriller. We'll be back in around about 30 minutes time with the second game of the day. And a little bit like oil and water, these 2 teams don't mix. It'll be Spencer versus Wimbledon when we return with a special guest commentator as well. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt, who will be sitting up and back later in the day. Back soon with more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Southwest London here as you join me, Charlie Hunt, here at the Rain Sports Ground here as we're going to get things ready and underway for match number 12 of this European Cricket Series here in England. It is, of course, Spencer. They take on Wimbledon. This is a tricky game for Spencer. Of course, they're looking to tighten that gap between them, sat in fourth, and, of course, looking to get into that top three. That's what they're going to be looking for. Of course, we know the top three will go into finals day on Friday. Of course, we know that the NCAA 11 will go straight into finals day. So it's the top three, of course, here in this first round of fixtures that will make it through. So that's what Spencer are looking to do. They're looking to get into that top three. As for Wimbledon, we know that they're, again, pretty comfortable in the top two of the table. We know that they're, again, looking pretty confident as we come down towards the end of fixtures here before Friday. So I'm looking forward to this one. Let's go out to the middle where the two captains are with Ian Ramage for the coin toss.
Spencer, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Wimbledon being the away team, you will call. Heads has been called. It's come down heads, so you won the toss.
We'll have a bowl.
Okay, a toss on by Wimbledon, who'll bowl first.
There you go then, news from the toss then as Wimbledon, they're going to have a bowl first here, and I think we kind of come to expect that if they win the toss. They're pretty confident in their chasing abilities. They also think that they back themselves with the ball to restrict the batting side to a pretty interesting total. Spencer, we know what's on the line here. It would be a big upset realistically in the grand scheme of this tournament. If they can go ahead and get a victory here, it would certainly boost their chances of jumping up into that top three. This one's going to be an interesting one. I know that Vinny might have a little special guest in the box for this one. Let's go over to Mr. Maximo, aka Vinny Sandu. He's in the comms box for this game.
Thanks very much, Charlie Hunt. Great aerial views of the Rains Park Sports Ground here. Just part of the Wimbledon club now. And of course, very English surrounds. I've got to say, I love the architecture, love the houses, love the green spaces, and I love it even more if it's not drizzling. And that's the case right now on day three. Spencer taking on Wimbledon. These two did play in match number 3. Spencer in that one were 101 for 4 off 7.2 overs before rain forced an early abandonment of that match. So the team split the points on that occasion. Troy Johnson pretty good with 46 and Will Dakani with 29. But you might notice there, they are two names that are missing from Spencer, so that certainly hurts them a little bit. Wimbledon, I think we might see the Boyles back at the top of the order after they kind of took a bit of a back seat in the first game of the day. But anyway, players getting ready to get on the field. And I love to see this, 50-50 on the win predictor. I would have thought Wimbledon nose ahead, but Spencer, obviously, according to the supercomputer, are an even money chance. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and Charlie is taking this game off because I've got a very special guest and a bit of a local guest as well, if you like. I've got Charlotte Taylor with me. So, Charlotte, welcome to the commentary box for the first time.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Thank you. It's lovely to be here, and I'm very excited to sort of get going and see what's on offer in front of us between these two teams.
And we might you might be new to the ECN commentary box, but certainly you've been doing a lot of commentary right at the moment. Unfortunately, out of the game, can't get on the field. But how have you been enjoying the commentary?
Yeah, I'm loving it. Yeah, injured at the moment in my sort of professional capacity, so doing up a bit of commentary, a bit of coaching across sort of local regional cricket, regional women's cricket in the UK. So yeah, really loving it at the moment.
I think you were in the Southern Vipers, weren't you, on Monday?
Yeah.
But, how was the weather treating you? Because we had a little bit of rain here.
No, we actually got on and completed the game, which was great. But yeah, kind of the other games around the country on that day were washed out, so we're probably about one of the only ones that actually got their game in its entirety. So yeah, it was a good day down at Arundel Castle Cricket. Lovely place to play cricket. If you can get down there, the Vineyard, love it down there.
I've heard that's amazing.
Yeah, it is
and
really
they used
beautiful.
to have like proper tour games there, didn't they, for the touring sides that would come to England. Anyway, here we go with the starters. John Speller, who's going to false start us here, probably because the clock hasn't ticked over. So have to wait another 6 seconds. I'm sure John can do that. If you have any questions for my special guest commentator here, Charlotte Taylor, please put them in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network, and we'll get to as many of those as we can. Anyway, take 2. Adams to face up. And the first one is slashed away towards the boundary. That'll be 4 to get us going. Now, I know, Charlotte, you saw most of that first game live, and you watched a bit of ECN cricket. I know that as well, but what do you make of this format?
Well, it's so exciting, isn't it? It's almost like a boundary, a ball, a wicket, a ball. You feel like something can be happening all the time. So yeah, I just find it so exciting to watch, and I'd like to see the guys hitting it as far as they can, really. He started there like that today.
Just getting your eye in ECN style. This will be a couple of bounces down to Billy Sill down at long on. Well, for some of the viewers that might not be so familiar with your cricket journey so far, can you just run us through a little bit of it?
Yeah, so I started playing cricket in sort of New Forest, so not quite locally enough to here, and then branched out and started playing club cricket at Hursley Park, which is in the same league as Spencer women, actually, in the sort of Premier Division. And then played for Hampshire, now the Southern Vipers, and I played 1 year in the 100, so that was my little claim to fame. I played 1 year for the Southern Brave as well.
This is push and run job. I'll get a single. Yeah, and it's been a really exciting time, obviously for women's cricket specifically, I think, in the last few years with the 100 in England. Obviously, everyone's got an opinion on the 100, but as far as just kind of putting the men's and women's cricket side by side and kind of putting them on as much of an even footing as possible. I know in Australia, where I'm from, obviously it's really shot through the roof in recent years. And women's sport in general, we just had the Women's Football World Cup in Australia last year. I know that was setting all kinds of records. But there's never been a better time to get into the game as a woman.
No, definitely not. And I think the opportunities are endless. I mean, I'm doing a bit of coaching now at sort of ground level. There's so many kids under 9s playing cricket all the way up until sort of his senior women's teams on the same day. So it's really exciting.
This one's a hit and run, but if he hits, he'll be gone. He is gone. That's a great piece of fielding. And once again, it's the Whipple effect. He gets down the tall man and he hits the stumps. He runs out Adams. Action aplenty early on, and Spencer Lewis, the key batter. The score, 6 for 1.
That's a good bit of fielding, wasn't it? Quick to the ball, quick release.
It was actually a really good throw, wasn't it? Because he wasn't completely balanced, but he was balanced enough to have a good look at the stumps.
And obviously, just from the angle as well, he's almost got 2.5 to aim at, so not a full set of 3. So, brilliant bit of fielding and really agile. Batter didn't get any of it, really. And I suppose you can run down the middle of the wicket in these.
It's not so much of a big deal here. Makes sense. The shortest distance between 2 points.
Absolutely.
Now, this pitch, in 5,000 years, it will still be playing pretty true. So what a great bit of fielding. Fielding's so important, obviously, but it's in this form of the game, it can make or break you. Soanes comes in, but he won't be facing because Charlie Booth faces the last ball of the first end of the over, and the score is 7 for 1. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo. Great to have Charlotte with us. Charlotte Taylor, obviously played a very high level of cricket here in the UK, doing some great things in the commentary box right now. And we just hope you enjoy your little ECN taster.
I'm sure I will. I'm enjoying it already. I've been very humbly welcomed by everyone. It's been really great. So, and the sun's out. So
the sun is out, and a few things were said, let's be honest, but it's always a thread around here. But two teams with a little bit of history as well. Charlotte, Wimbledon, and Spencer go back a long way. That's one thing, I suppose, coming from the Australian setup. The history in England is kind of next level of some of these clubs.
It's
Oh, he's bowled him, and I think that might have gone pad to bat on the follow-through and then onto the stump. So I'm not quite sure how this one ended up on the wickets, but it did. And Booth's going to have to go for 2, and it's 7 for 2.
I'm just waiting for the replay to just see whether it was pad first. Not that it matters in the end, he's still got to walk off, but opted for the reverse early.
Yeah,
off the back of the bat.
Yeah, it's the bat on the follow-through comes, and unfortunately for Booth, yeah, see, it's pad onto actually the middle of the bat.
Middled it onto his own stumps. You don't see that very often.
Well, plenty of time to think about that. Sometimes you just get some bad luck going your way, and Boyle breaks through with his first ball. He's got a knack of doing that, you know. Now, Rarekill comes in, number 4, swings straight through it. So no Troy Johnson in the side today, no Will Dakani, who have been very, very good for Spencer. Were very good in that game that ended up getting washed out on Monday. So one thing that we have had a big focus on the last, I'd say, 12 to 18 months is trying to build up women's cricket as much as possible, because actually in a lot of Europe as well, the native participation rates are a lot higher when women's compared to men's. And even outside Europe, places like Brazil, for example, their women's programs are ahead of where their men's programs are at. Because, yeah, a lot of girls just love picking up a cricket bat and obviously what you can do. Well, this could be out as well if it hit, but throws pulled wide. So really excited as well. England 11, who you actually know quite a few of.
Yeah, a few of the girls have played in our regional system. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, they're the current champions, and they'll be defending the trophy this year. So just explain that.
Well, yeah, they played brilliantly in that tournament and were really quite dominant at times. And so some of the girls that I know have come back from that tournament and said, wow, what a great experience, and to play against these other countries that you don't necessarily see all the time. Hence, this Cricket Network has been brilliant to showcase that. And, yeah, it's just a brilliant tournament to be involved in. The girls thoroughly enjoyed it.
Last ball over for Boyle. He's only gone for 2. Oh, sharp bit of keeping. It's called a wide. They want to have a look at this. Wonder if there's a little bit of the foot behind the line. Batter seems unsure. To be honest, we're all unsure. So does it drag? It does. Oh, does he get back? He's gone, I reckon. He is gone. He's going to be stumped off a wide. It is adios. What a great bit of keeping that is. And that's Michael Turner back there. So he's got the gloves back, but it'll be stumped off a wide, and there's the decision. So Rarekill goes wandering, never comes home. Still a ball to go in the second over. 10 for 3. 3 early wickets, Charlotte.
How often did you see that, Vinny? In the sort of first couple of overs?
I'd say not often, which for me is probably about 30 times a year. But it was a great take because it kind of slid on the other way. And yeah, definitely trade a run for a wicket at this stage. And Boyle, he has 2 for 3 off 5 deliveries.
Quick hands, wasn't it, from the wicketkeeper? Made no mistake. Turner.
Tim Barker's coming in, plays his cricket internationally for Luxembourg, although plays his club cricket locally here in UK for the Spencer Club. Last ball is second. And he'll retain the strike and get off the mark. The score 11 for 3 after 2. Yeah, so didn't you mention that you actually lived with one of the players from England 11 before?
Yeah,
right?
no, so the captain of Romania, so Rebecca Blake.
Rebecca Blake, yeah.
Scored a big 100 for Romania last summer. And yeah, she's the captain of my team at Hursley Park, which is based in Winchester, that I mentioned earlier. And yeah, she scored a big 100 for Romania and just started sort of getting their women's stuff going this year. She's had a big influence there. The
captain of Oxfordshire women at the moment, Amelia Bartram's playing for Italy. Actually, hopefully today, if they can get on the park in the next match of the HCL Tech T20 IW. But he still gets a bowl here. This one won't escape the infield. No run. What I've really loved about the England 11 last year in that first ever ECCW is how they were imparting so much on the other teams, and even to the point that they actually did a coaching session with some of the Austrian players, which they absolutely loved. All right, launched high. This is a chance as well, and Boyle, well, he's not going to drop it. He makes it easily and holds on to the catch on the edge of the circle. So Barker's the next to go. Well, Charlotte, it's great to have you here, but I don't know how long this game's going to go at the moment, because that's 11 for 4.
Well, I'm just thinking that I might be the bad omen for Spencer now. Just sort of didn't get anything of it. Did right underneath it. It was an easy hanger in the end.
Yeah, Barker, he'll be disappointed with that. Just got a bit big on him, didn't it? I mean, Sewell's a tall guy. Gets a bit of extra bounce out of this pitch. He tries to kind of muscle him back over his head, But just check it out. Maybe a slight cutter there. The bowlers have been using that a lot because it's a new pitch. It kind of grips a lot. That's a nice catch by Matt Boyle. He's got the sunglasses on, which is nice and optimistic. It's 4 wickets down. Haller's going to come now. This could get ugly. But, you know, don't call a game too early. Takes one partnership. And that's a pretty good way to start. That one is up and out of here. Maximo. 6 runs, and you got to love the format. I mean, Haller's come out at 11 for 4. He just banged the first ball for 6.
Yeah, no fear at all, was there? Got all of it.
So I've got a few questions coming in. I did ask them. This will be a wide
please do.
leg side. Now, one is asking about you, Charlotte, and have you retired? Is why haven't we seen you in the Southern Vipers squad for some time? That question comes in from Marie.
No, I haven't retired. No, just injured at the moment. I've had a couple of injuries that have been sort of nagging on a little bit too long, and into my 30s now, Vinny. So, just playing it. Well, not quite retired, but on the way, sort of, you know, transitioning onto the next phase.
I hear what you're saying, but you don't look a day over 29. Don't you worry about that. No, I hope you've got more cricket in you. Obviously, you want to play as long as you can. That's a really nice little drop kick shot away here from Haller, who's gone bang, bang so far.
Off to a fly up.
Yeah, so 6 and 6, pick up sticks. And yeah, still getting a bit of bite back here. All you need is one person to come out and have a heater. So far, that's Haller. Chops this one up for no run. And keep the questions coming in for Charlotte. Thanks for that one for Ree. But I suppose it's great if you can't get on the game, obviously get into the game as a player, to stay involved. And so is that something you see yourself doing?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I love watching cricket, coaching cricket, talking about cricket. As you'll probably know, if I keep rambling on here, you'll probably understand that I love talking about cricket, the tactics of cricket and all those different elements of it. So yeah, and the sort of prospect of the game in general lasting a lot longer than sort of when I was growing up, and now girls can play cricket for a lot longer and retire a lot later. So yeah, it's going to be exciting, and hopefully I'll stay in the game in some form or another for a long time.
Well, we're very excited to have you, and although we wish you a speedy return, you know, we've got a little bit of stuff going here on ECN, if you can ever find it in your schedule. 15 off that over, but it did bring another wicket, so 26 for 4 after 3. That's the end of the power play, so 5 outfielders are available for the fielding side from this point forward. Charlie Whipple's having a pretty interesting week. He's going to come on and bowl over number 4. So how would you approach this then? I know you play cricket at a very high level.
That's what I get asked a lot, is how would you bowl in this situation? When you've gotten 4 down, I'd be still on the attack, which they look like there are.
Now it goes in the old marriage proposal style appeal here, down on one knee. Let's check out on the replay. Does get a lot of bounce. So it's close. Maybe some question about whether it was straightening enough to hit the stumps or maybe it was slipping down.
Yeah, so to answer attacking, I'd be going attacking.
Well, that is attacking, but sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. And Soanes has run down and missed one. Whipple again, you know, he's a tough bowler to face. You can tell that the bounce he gets. He can also turn the ball both ways, but he's going to break through at the second attempt. And Spencer going from bad to worse now, 26 for 5.
In a shorter game, you just wonder whether, you know, do you play it as in, you know, do you sort of eke, when you lost 5 wickets, for example, do you eke out, sort of get to 100, or do you still attack and try and get to that 120?
Great
you
question.
Really don't understand.
I love you.
What the best sort of approach is from here.
Yeah, so I've had the benefit of watching. I've called over I think getting to about 3,500 games now. First, let's have a look at Mansfield, who's coming out to bat at number 7. Drives the first one for 1. But I think what I've seen over the years is that you're better off continuing to attack and hoping someone comes off. Because, okay, just taking your medicine here and getting to like a 70, 75, you're probably going down in flames anyway.
Yeah. Whereas actually, you could potentially score a bit quicker, get up to 100, and who knows. Yeah, the kind of, you know, attack is the best form of defense. It depends on a few things, but the other thing is that you rarely get bowled out in the 10. Sometimes you do, and it can happen, right? But even here, okay, 5 wickets looks really awful at the moment. If they can bat 4 overs, and, you know, getting a boundary or 2 and over, suddenly that doesn't come into it so much. That's no ball for front foot. That's going to pop for 4. As Mansfield will muscle this way. Potential turning point here. So let's have a look at this on the replay. So yeah, Whipple
Just he's had this a couple of times. He's got like a real sideways front step. Anyway, we're back, and here's the free hit, and it's up in the air. If it gets caught, doesn't matter. It is caught. At least 3 people forgot that was a free hit, which I love as well.
And the crowd.
And if you're commentating, trust me, you will call that as a catch at least once or twice in your
And probably
career.
celebrate and.
Yeah, but what happens? It's up, and he's caught it, and of course it's a free hit. That's not how it works.
And I obviously knew that.
Yeah, exactly. Next one to work away for one. But one thing, especially with the spinners operating, the pace of play has been kind of off the charts here in England compared to a lot of places we've gone. End of the 4th over, Whipple takes 1 for 9, 35 for 5 after 4. Early observations of the first 4 overs.
Well, it's been exciting, hasn't it? Flurry of wickets, and the batters are continuing to attack, and I think that's the way they've got to go. Like you said earlier, they've got to keep trying to build up this run rate up to a respectable total for them to be able to defend. I mean, it's probably not easy to defend sometimes in short format cricket. You always feel like the world's against you, but
yeah, so I agree 100%. This one's kind of slides in. This is Steve Reeves coming on. We're going to take on a 2 here. Oh, good throw off the back foot. Almost knocks him down there, Speller, but they do get back for a couple. I'd never call a game in the first 5 overs. The amount of time you think, oh, there's no chance. And
they end up being wrong. And
probably the thing that surprised me the most when I first started doing T10 cricket is how many times a game can change in such a short game. So it has so many ebbs and flows. He likes this as well, doesn't he? He's very confident, Turner. He's enjoying his time with the gloves. Could this be a 3rd stumping?
No, I think he's back. I think just maybe got the toes back behind the line. Not the heels, but just the toes.
Still close. Yeah, I think you're right. Just a slid back. I think it's very tight, but I think you got to go with the umpire's decision there. Original decision, they say not out. Still very quick glove work.
Yeah, brilliant. They always say that wicketkeeping is the hardest position in the game.
I always
Leg
say that.
spinners would argue. Fast bowlers would argue.
Fast bowling it's hard to be fast, but once you are fast, it's easy, right? Except for your body
Staying
getting banged
fast,
up.
yeah.
Fast bowling is one of those things you can't teach.
No.
You know, you can, but you can't teach pace.
No.
That one's a dinger as the fridge gets left open and he gets assaulted out of the ground by Hauler. Maximo, he started well, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. Brilliant. Hauler just come in from the attack and obviously targeted the leg side boundary initially, but he looks like the type of guy that could play all around the ground. Yeah, he just got every bit of that.
I actually think leg spinning is a freakish skill to be able to do it accurately. And I'm a wicket keeper, so I always fly the flag for that.
Yeah, they do say it's the hardest position in the game.
I'd say wicket keeping is the position or the skill, if you like, that's so much harder than it looks.
Yes,
so people make it look easy.
That is factual. Yeah. The best ones you don't even notice that they're there.
Leg spinners look like freaks anyway. What they have to do with their wrist.
Oh.
Anyway, right on cue, fumbles one.
Yeah, as you just big him up.
You haven't had your first big ECN commentary jinx yet, so maybe I'll tee you up for that in a moment.
Yeah, I can't wait. It will happen. Don't worry about it. I'll probably do it by myself. I wouldn't worry too much.
Right, I'll let you do it in your own time. Here we go, last ball of the 5th. And pulled away for a single, and that will be the end of the 5th over. The score 45 for 5, so some kind of a recovery at the moment. Hauler has been really important. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you company again, Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, with Charlotte Taylor, our special guest for ECN today as part of this European cricket series. And look, one thing that is a bit of a constant threat in England is the weather. I want to know, I've got my question for you.
Right, okay, go on.
How do you keep yourself busy when you've got a rain delay?
That's a great question. Cups of coffee.
Yeah, okay, that's a pretty good one.
That's about it. There's not a lot you can
do. Cup of coffee, put the kettle on.
Yeah.
It's very English.
Yeah, it is very English, actually, yeah.
Launch this one up and over the leg side. Maximo. Mansfield gets in on the action. So you see rearguard action here as the 50 comes up for Spencer off the first ball, the 6th over. Maybe I'll ask that in the chat as well. How do you keep yourself busy in rain delays? We had certain people some people like to read. We didn't have too many rain delays, luckily, in Australia.
I've got my book with me, but I wasn't really planning on using it.
Well, I can read the room here. That one's gone even further from Mansfield. So here's the partnership that might actually turn this into a reasonable score. The first 2 balls of Western disappear.
Just that wind predictor changing, isn't it? Shifting. It was fully in sort of the late 90% for Wimbledon initially, and now it's just starting to swing back to Spencer a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. The counter-attack is on now. Tom Weston, he's a guy who he's been following ECN cricket right since our origins. Now he's going to get one, which is just getting it on the pitch. Almost a no ball for off the pitch. But now Tom, he's actually been a guest commentator for me before as well when Wimbledon were at the ECL earlier in the year. Now, top edge, there's still going to fly, going, gone. This is ECN cricket. It's a matter of time till someone trips over that banner, and that's a highlight which will definitely go viral. I wouldn't be wanting to field anywhere around there, but Maximo, 6 more. Weston is in the hurt locker right now, 19 off his first 3.
Well, the worrying part of that, Vinny, you said it was a top edge, and it still went for 6, sort of a good couple of metres over the edge of the boundary rope.
Smart work from Whipple. If anyone's going to trip over, it's probably Charlie Whipple. He's a human highlight reel, that guy. I had a comment here from Mr. J. Grant in Scotland saying that the keepers have to concentrate for every single delivery. I mean, I suppose all fielders should be doing that.
But even much so. They probably know they're going to touch the ball probably every
There's a
delivery.
fair expectation, right?
Yeah.
That's why a lot of keepers struggle in the slips, because the fact it's not coming to you as well.
Yeah.
When it does, you can't freak. There's a few keepers that when they have been forced to outfield, don't really like that position. Weston changes the angle, and it won't change the result because it's going to be 6 carreras más. Mansfield's come and stolen the show, hasn't he? And he's gone past Hauler with that 6.
It's just a back of a length, isn't it? That back of a length delivery that both these batters are just able to get up and under. And they're getting every piece of it at the minute.
Weston, well, if this ball bounces, I think it's going for 6. I think he needs to try and jam a Yorker in there. That's my thoughts anyway. Oh, all that. It's going to be a wide though, and it's a face smasher. Now the wide rules are very strict on ECN, so if this hits some of the line, it's a wide. So if it hits some line, it's not. If it misses, it's a wide.
Yeah.
It doesn't even matter if the guy's moved or not. That's just the volume of cricket we've got.
Yeah.
Just keep it super simple. Not great for Tom though, and now he's going to miss the pitch. It's going to be a no ball. So free hit coming up. Test of character for Weston at the moment. He's already gone magical with 2 to come. Magical over, by the way, Charlotte. 20 plus and an over.
Oh, right, okay,
magical over.
Yeah, I need all the lingo.
We've got our own vocabulary. 30 plus we call supersonic.
Right, okay.
I'd wager this one's going supersonic. 40, which we had yesterday. We had a 41.
Wow.
That's hypersonic. It's wide as well. Poor Tom. Can't take a trick at the moment. Maybe try right-handed. Hey, look, Tom, he's a legend. He's one guy I really enjoyed meeting him. And he's saying right now,
he's just laughing at it. Doesn't know what else to do.
What are we to do here?
He's even coming off a short run now.
Like it. Go at stumps. I like the LBW appeal off the free hit, but it'll be a leg by. That I always think this is actually the play, is go at the stumps.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
You've got to keep him in play, haven't you?
Yeah.
Bring in all dismissals.
Okay, you couldn't get a wicket that ball, but ordinarily you can. Wrap's a tough shot to play. All right. Tom, trying not to go supersonic. Last ball, the over. He will go supersonic. It's a beautiful little wrap. Just gave him some length to work with. 32 come off the 6, and game alive. The score is 78 for 5.
Yeah, wow. Great shot, wasn't it? It was on. Fine leg was up inside the circle. And therefore it just opened up that ramp shot to be on offer. And picks up 4. The supersonic over, Vinny.
Supersonic
first one
over.
I've seen today.
First one. Okay,
Will it be the only one?
We've only had about 10 ever, but we've had hypersonic overs, 40 plus. The most expensive over is 45.
Right, okay.
And that's actually happened 3 times.
Right, okay.
One of our co-commentators, Corey Rutgers, who's also the Spanish national team coach, has a theory that if we have a 50 plus run over, it's like the big bang. Because we've got supersonic, hypersonic. It's so sonic that the ECN universe will collapse on itself. Anyway, we'll see. Here's Whipple coming back for over number 7. as this is lifted up, and that's into the gap, and it's going to be 6 more. Maximo. Really good shot. What a partnership this is.
Yeah, I was just going to say about the partnership. Just gets deep in his crease again, allowing him to use the leverage to get over the rope. Unbelievable hitting, isn't it, really?
Yeah, especially against Whipple. I think Whipple coming
bounce
back
that he would
a
get.
good move, yeah. Now he goes quick one, and it's adios, manos arriba, mitra, porque eso es 6 carreras. These two came in at 26 for 5, and that was after 3.2 overs. And so in the last 3 overs, they have put on 64. And that's with the 6th wicket.
It's madness, isn't it? But that's what you say, you keep attacking, something could happen, and if they just sort of prodded around for a little while, and we're only on 70 odd now, you'd be thinking it's, you know, a little bit difficult, but they've gone the extra mile and it's paying off.
Doesn't matter how you get there at the moment. They're on for 138. That's expected score from the supercomputer. Come back from Whipple, gets it up in the block. Oh, hello to RJ McFly in the chat. Hello to Terry Richmond as well. He's watching from Australia. Jagdeep Chima saying some serious hitting by Mansfield, no doubt about that. And Rhea has another question for you, Charlotte. Who was your best mate, or is your best mate, in the Southern Vipers squad?
Oh, probably Emily Windsor. I live with her. I live with the few of the girls. So if you know Emily, and yeah, she's definitely my best mate for about 10 years.
I've got another question then. Reverse coming and absolutely nails it. One shot by Hauler saying, well, you can't upstage me. As he takes that one, actually fetches it. But how's the power that he gets on this? Great use of the wrists.
Ridiculous hitting, isn't it? Just gets in a really strong position, opposite foot forward, and slaps it behind square for 4.
So you mentioned Emily. Tell me one of her bad habits. Because if you've lived for 10 years with her.
No, I've been friends with her for 10 years. Haven't lived with her for 10
Okay.
years. Gosh, if I lived with her for 10 years, I'd probably have too many stories. Yeah, the worst one was the overflowing bath.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that was not a good moment for our
I'm
household.
going to have to introduce you quickly to another ECN term. This is a minimo. It's not a maximo, but it's minimo effort for the batters to get 5 runs because it's down the leg side, and the keeper Turner's having a good game, but didn't quite get his body down the leg side there. Went with the hands, missed it. 5 free runs. The 100 comes up for Spencer. This game looking very different now. Overflowing bath.
Yeah, it wasn't a
So
good
are we
moment.
talking kind of turn it on, leave the area?
Yeah, started having a good old chat in the kitchen about life. You know, girls get chat, come back. Yeah, a lot of towels required.
This is down the ground. It's going to carry over the top. Maximo! As Hauler will get 6 more. And Whipple, he's going to end up with 1 for 38. Let's just check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Media. Just getting over the line as this resilience continues for Spencer. We're now 107 for 5 after 7 overs. And this partnership is continuing to climb. This is what's happening today in the Netherlands, although we are a little bit worried about match 3, but we're expecting an update any time as we get ready for the start of the 8th over. But anyway, big finish here. They could still maybe, who knows, they could even touch 150 here. They're on that pace at the moment.
Yeah, they've definitely caught up. You can tell the bowlers are not happy at the minute, grabbing their hats from the umpires in disdain.
Still coming back in the 8th over. Okay, I probably have a confession to make then. You mentioned the overflowing bath. I think it's enough time. Oh, a slower ball, but picked up really nicely by Hauler, who's going to join Mansfield on 45 now. This is some hitting we're seeing at the moment. Okay, 2.5 years ago in Malta, we had one of the nicest hotels we'd ever stayed in. The Axe Victoria. I think they were sponsors at that point. Hopefully they still are. Anyway, I actually got really lucky to get upgraded to, I think it was called a suite.
Yeah.
Like, it was pretty nice. It was a
Was
very,
it sweet?
It was, yeah, it was sweet. It had a proper bathtub shower, everything, big balcony. And this is Malta.
Sounds sweet.
It was sweet, I can tell you that much. But there was an issue.
I think I know where this is going.
Yeah, exactly. So I did run a bath, got distracted, may have had a slight nap.
It's always the way, doesn't
Totally
it?
oblivious. And when I got off the bed, I just felt a little splash.
Yeah.
A little splashy. Right?
How much did it cost you? That's what I want to know next.
Here's the thing. It was
covered.
a proper operation. Luckily, it avoided my luggage. I was happy about that. And the drainage was not good. And I was not living. So the gym was on my floor. And I knew they had towels there.
Yeah.
That were
Smart.
unattended.
Yeah.
So I've just done a great, it's not really robbery because I didn't steal them. All right, this is a leading edge, miles in the air. Keeper comes around and takes the catch. Well done to Turner. Has been pretty solid. So Hauler will have to go for 46, but he really started that turnaround, didn't he, when he came in at number 7. But Sewell will get a second wicket to finish, 116 for 6 after 8.
Yeah, they'd want that wicket, wouldn't they? Important breakthrough for Wimbledon. Just strain down the leg side a little bit, try to fetch it. Low full toss, sometimes the hardest ones to hit. And just got a massive top edge.
Incredible partnership as well by those two. Ends up being 90 in very, very quick time. Yeah, these are the ECCW divisions, so really excited that it's gone from 5 teams to 10 teams. So for the first time, we'll see an Irish 11, a Scottish 11 there as well, kind of mirroring the ECC men's. We also have Jersey in there for the first time, Germany and Czechia. So they're the 5 new teams to the ECCW, and it's a great way to finish the year.
Yeah, I was just going to say, just in time for Christmas.
Very festive.
Go home with a... Oh, is it a festive vibe that you've got going on?
Well, we even had the big man make an appearance on the last day, and I don't mean Daniel Weston. Oh, it gets a long way across. That looks gone. It is gone. So there you go. Just like that, both the protagonists are removed from the equation. Speller comes back. It's full, fairly straight. Mansfield LBW for 46, 116 for 7 as this game takes another turn.
I was going to say, and you said earlier, you can never quite know which direction it's going to go in. They go bang, bang. And both the set batters are gone now, so anything can happen now. They've got to still attack, haven't they?
Yeah, it's about as dead as you can get. But that's the drawback. People say, oh, why don't you just bat outside off stump all the time? Because yeah, if you miss it, you're in trouble. And that's exactly what happens. But well batted by Mansfield. He'll kind of fittingly go for 46, the exact same score as Freddie Hauler. He whacked 6 sixes in that innings. So 2 new batters to try and close this innings out. Jaffrey comes out and he joins Michael Edwards at the crease. Okay, so I want to call it the Great Towel Robbery, but it's like it was like the Great Towel Borrowing. I reckon about 36
got him back
towels.
eventually.
All right, this is lifted up over the top and thick outside edge runs away to the boundary despite the efforts of James Weir. So Jaffrey gets a bit of luck there, gets 4 runs. Okay, so
I'm picturing the scene now.
the thing with mopping up a bath spill with 36 towels, you need to then have a strategy how you're going to give them back.
You can't just leave them all in the bath.
No room service, no nothing, no room servicing for like 6 or 7 days. And about 4 towels a day I'd sneak in. 'Cause otherwise the gym would be like, what's going on? Why have we got...
Well, I've got no towels.
Yeah, and they're sopping wet. But anyway, the good news is I got away with it. With minimal carpet damage that wasn't noticed by the hotel.
Yeah, okay, so it didn't cost you anything.
Yeah.
To the answer to your question.
All right, so this is lifted up, and Jaffrey's going to get 6 this time. A lot more convincing, sends the spectators scrambling. Spencer, what a comeback continuing. You see the depth in their order.
Yeah, they just keep coming at you, don't they? Just a whip off the legs, really. Nothing more than that. A couple of steps down the wicket. And a great touch by the man in the crowd off his boot.
Good side ball there from Speller. It's actually been...
I think that's where you got to go, haven't you?
Yeah, pretty effective. You just got to. I think you just got to try and not let the batters get into a rhythm.
Yeah.
You know, you got to also accept sometimes you're just going to get mashed no matter what you try. I think the sooner you realise that.
And laugh about it.
Yeah, exactly. That's good bowling as well. Beats him. Also, saying, we've had some very, very quality guest commentators in ECN. We had Graham Swan actually
amazing.
a couple of years ago. And he's really thrilled.
I really wouldn't put myself in the same category as Grosvenor. Although I did like to think that I bowled a little bit like him.
That was the comparison that was getting made, actually.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, great catch. It's a thick outside edge and a bit of a hanger from Turner, who I think, if I'm counting, I think that's his 4th dismissal of this innings. And he could potentially tie the record of 5 with another one. Still an over to go. Really nice bit of keeping there. It was one of those edges that kind of hung in the air nicely, and he got a couple of steps in, could run at it. So 126 for 8 after 9. 10th over to come.
Yeah, it was a good catch, wasn't it? Carried nicely. Another good delivery. Just Batter just getting a little bit too ahead of himself, maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
trying to hoik it.
You don't know if you don't try.
No,
Another day that kind of climbs over the keeper and runs away for another 4. So, bit of everything from Jaffrey. 4-6 and then caught behind. Gus Grant's out there to replace him. 126 for 8 after 9. But what a start. And Boyle, a bit surprised he didn't get a second over. 2 for 4 when he bowled the second. Spellers got 2 wickets. Billy Sewell with 2 wickets. I see Whipple took 1, but it was pretty expensive.
That's an interesting stat, isn't it? You'd like to think somebody got 2 for 4. They're, going to bowl their allotted 2, but not to be.
Not to be. And it's the fridge, Steve Reeves, who should get a wicket here. If not, it'll probably be a run out. He takes the catch. So then 9 out here. We could have a potential bowl out before the end of the 10 overs, as it's going to be a golden duck for Edwards. Reeves cashes in 126 for 9. Yeah,
exciting times if they're able to bowl the team out.
There's Derek. That's golden Derek.
Yeah.
There's various. We actually don't know where Derek came from. One day he was just here.
He just appeared.
In March 2023. So he actually just had his first birthday a couple of months ago. But now there's various types of Derek. Obviously the golden Derek. We've got a diamond Derek as well, if you can run out without facing a ball. We've got a royal Derek if you're out off the first ball of an innings, we say.
Is there a different one for the first ball of the game, or is that still first ball of the innings?
I think technically royal's meant to be first ball of the game, but we use it for either. We treat every innings
Yeah, don't worry.
All right, here we go. Number 11 comes out. It's Evans. It's an aggressive leave. And now he's going to have to scramble and get through for a bye. Evans, we saw him batting up the order the other day, so he's no mug. Maybe just kind of struggled scoring at the rate required, so he is welcomed by being put back to number 11.
That was a great leave, wasn't it?
Yeah, challenges the bowler to go at the stumps here. That might have been out as well, almost a collision. This is a proper scramble job to try and get to 130s.
That was a brilliant take by the keeper when the throw came back in. It was a horrible throw to take, and brilliant glove work.
Almost got taken out by the batter as well.
So, I mean, you've got so many distractions going on.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Evans muscles it off the back foot. He'll get a single. So, I mean, if you thought at, what was it, 11 for 4 at one point and then 26 for 5.
You'd have taken this any day of the week, wouldn't you?
100% taken it. Wimbledon still, I think, are confident they've got the batting to chase this down. It steps down Grant and gets a single. That's actually a pretty clever off spinner as well. Tries to use the angle, goes round the wicket to the right hander, tries to kind of beat them outside the off stump, try and take that leg side away. Last ball then, they will bat out the 10. And it's caught behind. So it'll be 5 dismissals for Michael Turner. What a sensational effort that is. Little inside edge there, I think, and he holds on. So Spencer, they are bowled out, but they do bat in the 10, 130. Anybody's game, I think.
No, I know, definitely. Great take as well. That last wicket to fall. Ball stayed very low, actually, and almost caught it between his legs. But, yeah, very similar scores to the first game, actually. So probably about a par score, would you say? Or
yeah, the numbers actually have it a bit lower, but I feel 130 is the natural par here, just with the dynamics of this tournament. Time will tell, but Wimbledon, I think they obviously were boosted by that very, very strong start. The fielding, super important in any type of cricket, but in particular here, it can save you a bunch of runs. And Whipple with a whippet-like gather to his wrong side, hit the stumps and came on, and he had a bit of fortune there to kind of have that one dragged onto the stumps. Barker came and went pretty quickly. Nice running catch by Matt Boyle. They were falling like flies early, weren't they? And great keeping there from Turner, who was a bit of a standout during this as well. Charlie mentioned they're kind of spoiled for keepers. And that one was caught, was a free hit, so that one wasn't so much of an issue. But yeah, at one point they were 26 for 5 in the 4th over. But then this Hauler and Mansfield partnership, wasn't that really important in turning the fortunes of Spencer around?
It was definitely brilliant for Spencer to get that partnership going, get them up to a respectable total, one that they can defend. And they just went hell for leather, didn't they, at one stage? And that was a big over that went your supersonic over, Vinny, went the distance, and that was the game-changing moment for me.
Weston's over was a bit of a Jerry Jinker, wasn't it, really? That was a full toss, maybe a bit of fortune. So they did remove both of those set batters for 46, and then, again, little kind of mini collapse towards the end. But, yeah, I mean, Jaffrey hit 1-6, but the other 10-6 in the innings were all hit by Hauler and Mansfield. So without them, there's just absolutely no way that they were going to be able to post a competitive score. Late in the piece, we saw Steve Reeves come on to bowl his only over. And not a pretty good one as well, to say the least. In fact, just 2 runs off the bat, a bye and a leg bye, 2 wickets in there for Steve. That was the last ball. What a great take. And he joins a pretty exclusive club, does Michael Turner, of wicketkeepers that have taken 5 dismissals. Only happened 4 or 5 times in over 5,000 matches. So, yeah, not easy to do in 10 over cricket.
Absolutely. A proud feat to go away with.
Well, gives us a chance to take a good aerial look at this ground. And why don't you run us through the scorecard here? 130 on the board for Spencer.
Yeah, so Adams and Booth opening up and not making double figures for them. And like you say, Vinny, a bit of a collapse through the middle. Soanes, Orakel, Barkan only troubling the scorers for 1. Big partnership between Hauler and Mansfield for 46 apiece. They were the game-changing batters in the middle there. Like you say, a mini collapse. Edwards, Jaffrey not making too much contribution. And yeah, a little bit of a wag from the tail, but not an awful lot.
Yeah, it's an incredible partnership. It was 90 off 29 balls
that they
were able to put together with that situation. You asked the question, what's the play here? Keep attacking, hope somebody comes off. Well, they had 2 really come off, Hauler and Mansfield. Bit unlucky not to make it to their half century in the end. As far as the bowling went, they used 6 bowlers in total. Now, the big question would be... This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world. We're watching Spencer versus Wimbledon right now in match number 12. Now 130 on the board for Spencer batting first. Now in a normal game you win 3 points for winning, you get 1 point for losing. But if you can thrash the other team with the ECN bonus point system, you can actually steal their point and win 4-0. Now to do that, then Wimbledon would have to chase the score down in 7 overs or less. But for the bowling team to restrict, then they would have to restrict them to 70% or less of their score. So it's pretty easy because 130 is an even number, 70% is 91. So if the Spencer team can restrict Wimbledon to 91 or less, they will take all the points. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Really honoured to have Charlotte Taylor in the commentary box with me for this game. And Charlotte, pretty interesting chase on the cards.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? 131 the target. So it'll just be an interesting to see how these two boils, can I call them a pair of boils?
I think you can.
Start off this innings, and they start extravagantly. Catch coming in and well taken. That's a wicket first ball. How exciting. Evans takes the catch. Running full length dive, and what a brilliant start for Spencer.
Unbelievable start. In fact, it is a royal duck. Yeah, well, 2 boils can be the sign of trouble ahead. Take that from experience. But unfortunately for Jack, he just holds that. Great catch taken running in. And, well, Charlotte meet Royal Derek, His Royal Highness. I know the monarchy is alive and well here in the United Kingdom. And Royal Derek gets wheeled out. What a start for Spencer.
It's a brilliant start. Went wider straight away to Garrett.
I know that you're a big watcher of off spinners for obvious reasons. And I mentioned Grant, he likes to get around the wicket, and that's kind of his plan A modus operandi. That's not Chris Gale over there, despite their hairstyle. That is Martell Evans that takes a wonderful catch. And there has been a few viewers, a few lookalikes in the way he carries himself.
His demeanour. Slater, the new batter then, left-handed Slater. And it's almost a caught and bowled off the first ball again. Looked like a bump ball.
I reckon this is a catch. felt it was. Let's have a look at the
Fielders thought
replay.
it was.
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, straight off the bat, and there actually gets a fair bit of the finger on it.
Lands awkwardly in the end. Thought it was going to be in a bit of trouble. Playing and missing on that occasion. Good length here.
Yeah, he's pretty zippy.
Yeah,
and
it's
I think
hard.
with
It's
this
difficult,
pitch,
isn't it?
it's a newly laid pitch, so it has kind of, people think all artificials are the same, but not really. This one's quite grippy, it's quite coarse.
Third goes back on this occasion. Up and over point. That'll be another boundary.
Yeah, Slater gets
First one of this innings, but another boundary in the game, I mean. And that's gosh, it's been a bit of an interesting start, hasn't it? I love it when lots of things happen the first over. It just sets the tone, doesn't it?
That's a proper chop job, and it's pretty much straight at the line of the fielder, but he just has to watch it sail harmlessly over the top.
Wider one. Could it be a hanger? Gonna have to do a lot of work. Oh, I think he misjudged it in the end, actually. Running backwards, Barker.
Yeah,
They're the toughest ones to take.
Yeah, no, it's true. They also had the outfielder behind him a little bit, so always worried about what might be coming the other way.
Difficult chance. Or chance indeed. Full York on it. Good fielding, brilliant fielding. This is going to be key, I think, for them, actually, making sure that this fielding is top notch. It's the end of the first. 6 on the board.
Yeah, really good first over from the captain, Gus Grant. And a few little laughs there. Michael Edwards putting his body on the line to keep that in the infield. So 1 over down, 18 matches hits the golden ball. Now, golden ball is unique to ECN. It's our tiebreaker.
Right, okay.
So we don't have time really for a super over. That takes way too long. So we have a 1-ball tiebreaker.
That's so
and
exciting,
whoever's
isn't it?
batting continues batting. And do you remember the 2019 men's 50 over World Cup? It was England needed 2 to win. England. New Zealand needed 2 to win.
That's massive. A hoik over, long on, almost in the bushes behind us. And that's a Maximo.
That's a Maximo. It's a genuine Maximo. Matt Boyle, well, he's still around. He might be a ball you can't get rid of too easily. Puts this up and over the top as Hauler goes the distance. Yeah, so a golden ball, simple. The batting team, they get 1 more ball. They need 2 to win or more. If they get it, they win. If they don't, they lose.
And it's always 2.
Always 2. 1's not enough.
I love these sort of intrinsic rules.
We've had
In a game
61
like
golden balls now. What's the last count? I think it's 24 being won by batters, 37 by bowlers.
Oh,
but
okay.
it's a really
That's
exciting
interesting.
picture of the game.
And that's another Maximo. Over long off this time, cleared the front leg. And watch out in the crowd, that's all I'm saying. If you're over at long off right now, you need to be watching the game that's in front of you because Boyle's on the charge.
Yeah, well, I need to introduce you to a bit of ECN vocabulary. There's sixes and then there's big daddy sixes. And that one was absolutely huge. Hauler getting a bit of his own medicine. He was really important in the first innings, wasn't he? Turning things around for Spencer.
Can he do it with the ball, though? He's under pressure at the moment. And that's another 6, another Maximo. What would you call that? Sort of in the middle court. Brilliant catch.
Well, Jared's taken the catch. How about that? I mean,
he's happy with it.
He's got the kind of glasses that make him look like a blind man's gone missing, and he's wandered over to the officials' tent, but obviously it works pretty well. This is a top ball. But yeah, crowd catch, Jared. You know that he's snipping that one out, don't you?
He's hiding now in the tent, but he's very happy with that one.
Very well.
Big over this for Wimbledon. Good comeback. And a back foot slap over cover, and that's another one to add to the equation. 24 off the over. Not quite a supersonic, was it?
We found him.
He was hiding for a minute.
There he is. There he is, the man of the moment. And he's trying to slink into the background. Hey, that one goes magical in the end of the over. It's 30 for 1. This is a table, so Hornchurch right at the bottom. Hornchurch are reigning ECL champions, but obviously had a bit of trouble getting their best team on the park yesterday. Do have 2 points, and that were from the no result. Spencer needing to make a run here because that top 3 is kind of breaking away, and only the top 3 will make it to finals Friday. Abid Jaffrey ready to bowl the 3rd over. And Wimbledon getting back on track there.
101 left to get them. The final 8 overs. And the first look at Jaffrey then today, and it's a hanger by the looks of things. It's held in the air a little bit, but obviously the fielders are up inside the circle, straight back over the bowler's head for another maximum. Sixes are flowing now, aren't they, for Wimbledon? They're on the charge.
5 sixes in the first 13 deliveries now. I had a question from Kevin asking, any plans for Royal Derek to go to Buckingham Palace?
Whilst in London,
question.
yeah. Not sure how you're going to get them off the screen and into the Palace, but I'm sure that they can figure that one out.
Not easy.
Length delivery, and it's in the air. Field is running in. 3 of them converge, and none of them can get to it. Almost landed directly in the middle. A little chip onto the green.
Yeah, it was a little chip. It was a good miss hit, wasn't it? Because he survives. Proper Bermuda triangle. In fact, Edwards ran all the way from mid-off to try the other side of the field, try and get that.
Perfectly placed. Fuller delivery this time, and that looks like it's going to be out. Caught cover, surely it is, and it is. 2 wickets down now. Boyle goes this time. Gone for 25 from 7 deliveries. Well, it'll be 8 deliveries now. Yep. Still have a little bit to do. Can't be affording to give wickets away, and I think they could probably just control the game a little bit from here.
Bit of a chaos start. I get you want to attack the power play though, so I get that as well. So they've burnt both Boyles off in the first 2.5 overs. Matt Boyle goes for 25, and the score 37 for 2. Well caught there by Hawler. Maybe a little bit of a cutter from Abid Jaffrey there. Yeah, so Royal Derek probably won't be able to come to because he's a 2-dimensional cartoon. But Rico does have a puppet duck called James Pond. Right. That potentially, Rico's off today. I'm expecting.
Maybe that's where he's gone.
Yeah, well, Rico, you'll have paparazzi around him. Hey, true story. After the Euros of Cricket one year, Rico came back to London to visit some family. And he got recognised at the airport.
Really?
Yeah.
There we go.
Signing autographs.
That's when you know you've made it. Saul, the new batter. Single for his first delivery. Just settle in.
In a way. But Wimbledon given 73% chance at the moment.
You do know that's when you've made it, isn't it? When you get noticed where you shouldn't get noticed, you think, oh my gosh, this is great. Or you think, oh my gosh, leave me alone. Missed that one.
It's like a little noise there. Some of
Yeah,
the
I was
field
just
went
thinking
up.
that.
Keeper never reacted. Well taken though by Chris Booth.
Pace
The
off
thing is,
again.
I'm lucky that without the suit, even the players don't recognise me.
It's the suit that makes it. Down the leg side. Dives over at the fielder. One more to the total. End of the third. 39 for 2 here. Wimbledon chasing that target. 131. Set by Spencer earlier on.
Right on the money at the moment, aren't they? 13 and over. And that's, yeah, you just kind of keep tracking at that. I don't think you're trying to let that go up. So a bit like we saw in the first innings. Play your shots back. Other batters, if required, to come in and keep it up. That red line is 13 and over. You see there
we
sitting
go.
right at the moment. That blue line, by the way, that's the rate to at least keep their point in the game if they do lose, to hold on to their 1 point. Okay, so how much time have you spent in London? Quite a lot, right? Have you got any tips for me?
I don't actually spend an awful lot of time in London. I spend most of my time down on the south coast. So I live in Portsmouth, and we're based at the Utility Bowl in Southampton, so a lot of time on the south coast. But when I do come to London, I just like going and seeing a few shows. You've already done that, I hear.
Done that, yeah.
Going and get some nice food. There's a place called Dishoom, lovely Indian sort of like tapasy food.
Now we're talking. We have one game which is just related. We talk about food.
Yeah,
That's the last game of the day. So we'll save that up. He's a Oreo kill.
First look at him. Quicker bowler. Looks a bit skiddy.
Yeah, there's that kind of action, doesn't he? I've spent a bit of time in Portsmouth as well, in Southampton actually, and even went as far, very southwest. You can't get more southwest. It's going to...
I was going to say, you need to give me a bit more than that, maybe. Because I was going to say Cornwall. But that's obviously very far southwest. Flicked off the legs this time. Picks up a boundary to deep square. Great batting. He's limping. I'm always thinking he might hit his toe on the follow-through. Slater. As the bat came down, we see it once more. And no, just a genuine flick off the legs. Beautiful shot. Picks up 4 more.
Going on strike until I can remember the town I visited.
Are you sure it's a town or
Tip of my tongue.
was it a nice place or?
It was nice. It was
Okay, good.
Seaside.
A bit of a hoik outside the off stump. Misses everything. Goes straight into the keeper's gloves.
You're going to have to do the heavy lifting here for a bit. Because
That's okay. I'm ready.
I'm not going to let this go.
I'm interested to see where you've been.
Yeah. So before this, I worked a bit around England, and often training people in different towns, basically. And often I spent one town, move one town, like day by day kind of thing.
And you just can't remember what this one was called. Brilliant shot. Flick off the legs. Same location, different outcome. 6 this time.
Ah, Plymouth.
Oh, Plymouth, yeah.
Plymouth.
Yeah, it's lovely.
Yeah.
Some people say Plymouth. And like that really offends me.
That's one thing that obviously English is not the easiest language.
It's really
and
not.
this is so weird to be in a country where English is the first language because it's been a while.
Yeah.
Right? It has been a while. But there are certain things that when I see them on buses, I'm like, this is just too English, some of these places.
I want to know one of these things that you've seen now. A wider one. It's going to be called a wide by the umpires. It misses that blue line.
Like Dorset. No, it's not, you know, and...
Very English.
Yeah.
Place you expect to see a cup of tea and a full English breakfast. On repeat.
Yeah.
That win predictor sitting with Wimbledon at the minute. It's only 6%. Didn't get all of that one out to deep mid-wicket. Evans comes round and they get one.
Right.
Here that he didn't get any of his back. He's looking at his back now, Slater, thinking that he didn't get any of that.
I'm just
50's up.
like Putney Heath and
Yeah,
all
that's
these
quite
places.
English, yeah.
Some are famous, but it's these ones that I've never heard of that it just makes me realise how big London is.
Yeah.
It's got all of these neighbourhoods. Hackney Wick.
Yeah,
There's
that's
one
that's
for
a
you.
cool place, Hackney Wick. It's quite vibey.
So yeah, so there's obviously like Trafalgar Square and there's Piccadilly Circus and all these ones like Clapham Junction, which are quite famous, I think. Tooting Railway Station. Is that a real place?
Yep. Tooting is, yeah.
We talked about barking yesterday when we had a few of the dogs around.
Absolutely. A couple of steps down the wicket and slapped out to deep mid-wicket. Brings up the end of the 4th. 13 off Oracle's first over. 52 for 2 at the end of the 4th.
Yeah, interesting game. I wonder how many twists and turns we've got.
I just feel like there's a few left in it, Vinny, for me.
Yeah, have a look at the heart rate monitor here. After 4. I don't think they've updated that. Come on, move along line. But I still think they're right on that 13 and over, so I do think that's correct. Okay, you know why? Because the red line
It's exactly the same.
is the same.
And it's overpowering
Yeah.
the grey, yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Interesting.
Mansfield then did the job with the bat. Can he do it with the ball? Starts with a wide.
Yeah, Mansfield, he was part of that rearguard action, which essentially has led to them being in with a chance, almost 50-50 at the moment.
Went through everything. So it's just struggling. Well, not you say struggling, but hasn't gone from ball one like some of the others have done in the Wimbledon innings. Struggling to get his timing right. A couple of dots in a row here now. What do you say, like 2 or 3 dots in a row brings a wicket in this?
Yeah.
There's a bit of pressure.
Sometimes less.
Well, that's the 3rd. Just
Jesus.
struggling to get away.
Brilliant over this, isn't it?
You think you want to strike over 100, if not 150 in 10 over cricket. So can't get away. He's 2 from 5 at the minute. Uses his feet and another dot ball. It's a brilliant over. Stuck in the 50s, Wimbledon. Hoiked it leg side. It's over the fielder. A bit of a glorified roll as it sails over the boundary rope. And he's got that one away.
Yeah, needed. Just to kind of keep their noses ahead in this game. You can kind of survive going for one boundary and over. You can just kind of eat it up as a bowler. That's probably what makes it different to almost any other form of the game.
Yeah.
That you'd say you can win an over that you've given up a boundary.
Yeah, you're okay. Whereas in any other cricket, giving up a boundary, you'd probably be quite appalled with yourself if it was a bad ball. Clubs that one to long on. 8 off that one from Mansfield. 60 for 2 after 5.
Yeah, game on. So 60 in the first half means they need 71 in the second half. Let's welcome you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo with Charlotte Taylor. Great to have Charlotte here helping out with some of our ECN commentary for the first time. Now, we have a few other traditions, which, if you want to spend a bit more time in the commentary box, we'd love to have you. There's Peacock Friday as well. Have you heard of Peacock Friday?
I haven't, no.
You have to wear a really bright shirt on Friday.
Right, okay.
For me, it's
so
easy.
My current grey-black number would not,
It's
would not
okay.
cut the mustard at the moment.
I mean, you look sensational. And to be honest, we can't see that much of you on the screen
that's
anyway.
true.
But what I was going to say, Peacock Friday. You have to do some Peacock Friday
Okay.
research.
Okay.
These are,
I
you
will.
have to learn a bit more of the lingo.
Yeah.
Tortuga is like a bad bounce. It's Spanish for turtle.
Right, okay.
So once we made a joke, it looked like it hit a turtle, and Rico has Tortuga. What other terms can we get Charlotte up to speed with in ECN cricket? But I suppose that's the beautiful thing about cricket. There's so many different formats, and obviously, what strikes me about you is you've got such a deep cricket brain that I think you're enjoying this opportunity to kind of take it to strange new places.
Absolutely.
Here's Edwards in over number 6.
It's a shorter delivery, and it split the fielders brilliantly. Got a hand to it, actually, that deep square. He's disappointed. A couple of bunny hops as he gets up.
Yeah, good effort, though, from Soanes. But it was a Premier League goalkeeper. It's probably a win. He tips it around the post, but doesn't stay in the field to play 4 runs. Quick hello to Terry, who's watching in Australia. He said that his partner Cheryl isn't too well. Hopefully she's feeling better. Hello to you, Cheryl, if you are tuning in.
Yeah, I hope she does feel better. Good to stop it mid-wicket. Bowler's rubbing his hands together. I'm not sure why. A bit of discomfort. Sometimes you get hand cramp. If you grip the ball too hard,
yeah,
you do get a hand cramp in the middle of the palm of your hand.
Yeah, it can happen. Were you a cramper?
No. No.
I was not so much in hockey. Not so much in cricket, but in hockey, I was a bad cramper, calf cramper.
One we have to come in.
From
Somebody's got to come in and stretch you out. Thought it might have been off the pitch, but it's called a wide.
Yeah, maybe just
Run
on.
3 for 1.
Yeah, so Wimbledon, I think noses ahead, despite being behind the rate, they're ahead in the game. The supercomputer, which is really just showing the places artificial intelligence is going, that it is actually way better than humans at predicting the result.
Well, I now think there's some sort of thing to come out about the England cricket team using AI to select their England women's team at the minute, which I just think is amazing. Slower delivery and Hoyt leg side. It's gone all the way, I think. Yep, called a 6, another Maximo. It's still going, actually, into the trees. The fielder's got a long chase on.
It's a giant chase. It's about a 150-metre chase. But anyway, yeah, just kind of gets it wrong there. Full toss outside the legs. Whipped away for 6. Yeah, do you think that once robots become eligible or cyborgs, do you think the artificial intelligence is going to... Like, with selection, there's always... People think selectors are biased towards this area or this area. Soon they'll just be picking all robots in a generation.
Absolutely. Slap leg side. Slapped into the hands of the fielder. Brilliant catch. Out there at the deep mid-wicket boundary. And that's the 3rd wicket to go. It's a brilliant catch.
Well, sometimes the full toss gets whacked for 6. Sometimes it gets whacked straight to the fielder. And that's what happened on this occasion. So that's a real slice of luck for Spencer, who looked like they were just drifting out of the game. This one does find the safe hands of the outfielder.
Freddie Haller with the catch. Made the difference with the bat, and might make a difference in the field as well now. I say it was a good catch because actually those ones that kind of like pierce through the hands sometimes, if they get hit straight through you, and did well to cling on to it.
You need soft hands. That's what you're taught. But they need to be strong enough and hard enough to actually absorb the impact of the ball.
Absolutely.
You know these balls actually filled with molten lava? As
It
Corey
was
would say,
hard when I held one earlier.
on the surface of Mercury, there's the hardest substance known to mankind. And that's what we put in the grizzly balls. Anyway, Edwards, slice of luck. Here's Gert. Tazen.
And that's up and over mid-off. Another 6, another maximum. Great fielding by Charlie on the boundary edge.
My only problem is it was just off camera. That was very clean by Charlie Hunt. But yeah, had a question from Conrad. Is Gert playing? Well, there's your answer. Conrad, he's there, and he started with the Maximo. Pressure situation to come in. Gert is more involved in the coaching setup here in Wimbledon. And now gets a chance in the European Cricket Series, and he starts very well. Did okay yesterday as well. His limited
He's off to a
appearances.
flyer. And that one's easy as you like. No need for the batter to do anything else other than let it go through the keeper. Booth might be a little bit disappointed they didn't get more on that. Does look disappointed in himself. 4 more to the total, 5 more to the total, should I say.
Yeah, well, minimo time. So basically, Gert's first ball's been whacked for 11.
Back foot cut this time. Little character, isn't he? So needs to get on top of the bounce as best he can.
I've got a question from Chris Smith. This is a bit of a brain teaser. We'll come back to that in a second. As we get to the end of the over here, it's 85 for 3. Who were the two teams that played the first international cricket match in the world? He's saying it was 7 years before the America's Cup. And yes, it was cricket as well. Do you know what the answer to this?
I'll
tell you. It's the USA versus Canada.
Really?
They played the first ever not first ever ECN match, first ever international cricket match. And let's wait for Mansfield to come back, and he's going to get whacked for 4. So Wimbledon fighting back. First ball of the 7th makes another long chase for Soanes, but it was 1844
And this is going to be the first game of the
World Cup.
the T20 World Cup in a couple of weeks' time as well.
Yeah,
It's
so
probably sooner than that now, isn't it?
So it's the 1st of June in America. So it's technically the 2nd of June in a lot of markets. So
on Sunday.
Here in the UK, it's 1:30 in the morning. But what I like about that, I was with Andrew Lennon last week, who's right up to date on associate cricket.
Reverse sweep and not out.
Getting a little bit of bat on that as well.
I think it didn't have a lot going for outside the line.
Pitched outside the leg stump as well.
Maybe hitting it. And
leg stump's still your leg stump, even if you play a reverse.
yeah, look to hit outside.
Half a shout.
Uses his feet, makes a bit of room. Makes a lot of room, actually. He almost runs to the sort of the square leg umpire.
It's a busy format, isn't it? You can see everyone scrambling. Got a game on here, though.
41 from 21.
We'd love to give
Where's
you a
your
golden
money?
ball on your ECN debut.
Yeah, that'd be great. That would be great.
Only about 1% of matches are golden ball matches. We've had 61 of them.
That might put me in a good position for the future. Everyone wants me on air now.
Yeah.
Get the exciting golden balls.
We call it a golden ball tingle. When you start to think it could be possible.
Yeah. 6 more. That's massive. Out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Got every piece of that. Did Slater. He's playing a blinder, actually. Another Maximo. Or is it a Super Maximo?
You decide, but it had plenty going for it, didn't it? That is
it went high,
out
I think
of
was
here,
the
yeah.
difference.
Good distance. Right. Yeah, so some other terms you need to learn. Gundy ball. That's one that Rika came up with. Gundy in the Indian language is dirty. Like a bad ball. This wasn't a Gundy ball, though. And Karoom had some ideas that you needed to learn. Oh, Minimo. You know what a Minimo now. It's like a 5 wides. Or
Oh, yeah, I should have
like
said
a no
that
ball
earlier.
plus
Yeah,
4.
missed
Some
my
call it Minimo. It depends.
Missed my opportunity. Yorker this time. Booted the ball back by the bowler. End of the 7th. Only 6 for 3.
Okay, let's have a look at what's coming up then. Middle game of the day, match number 13. And I'll give you something scientific. Weird things happen in match 13, matches that are numbered 13. And we've got Twickenham taking on Hornchurch. And Hornchurch have gone to the cavalry. So look who's coming in. Harry Hankins comes in for them. Gavin Griffiths comes in for them as well. Tuffels those inclusions. Twickenham winning the toss and bowling first. Watch out for Hankins at the top of the order. He's a big key. He'll be leading the side today. Also a bit of a Scottish influence in there with Jack Hogarth and Bryce Alchin on loan from Forfarshire for this series. Twickenham, though, they've listed Blake van der Linde at the top. Interesting. Francois Fori comes in for them. And they're both very, very good. Watch out for the Don at number 3. Dixon listed at 4. I don't know. I'd be tempted to stick with him at the top of the order because that game could matter. Hornchurch feels like a must-win, even though it's very early in their campaign. That game's coming up in 45 minutes. Here's Hauler over number 8. 3 to go on this one.
And a 6 to start it. And that's gone the distance. That is massive. Clears the boundary rope by a good 20 so metres.
That was Hornchurch over there, by the way. Got a good view of that. And I know that Conrad and everyone in Portugal is going absolutely crazy that Gert has just come and gone full-on beast mode. I mean, when you adjust for his size, this is like 110 metre 6.
That's what I'd be wanting as well if I was batting out there. Reverse sweep this time. No ball by Haller. Reverse sweep. Goes for 4. That's a... Well, it's an expensive delivery now.
No. Well, Haller's overstepped here. It must have been. Let's check out the foot here. When it lands, it is... Yeah, he's overstepped. And what a shot from Gert, though. Now he's got a free hit.
It's criminal for a spinner to overstep.
Is this a dream? Gert's thinking this right now. Is this a dream or is this actually happening? Free hit.
And it's going to be caught. Don't think it matters. It won't. And they get through for 1.
Oh, wow. Really
Couldn't take advantage, could he?
Game was kind of teetering, wasn't it? But Gert's come in and he's been more than just a support for Slater, hasn't he?
Well, he's taken the aggressive role and sort of taken a bit of pressure off that batter that is in. When wickets are falling around them, for somebody to come in and play like that just takes all the pressure off.
He's grabbed this steering wheel, thrown a brick on the gas, hasn't he?
This is his feet. Slater is up in the air. It's gone miles in the air. Fielder's coming in and will take the catch. Good catch. Taken by Mansfield. Running in, made good ground. And gets rid of Slater at an important moment, I would say, Vinny.
Yeah, you know, that's the sound of a spanner in the works there, I think, because Slater was set and he kind of got out-slated by Gert Oosthuizen, who's come in. I mean, that looks pretty. Take a picture. Any problems it went up. And he just keeps on trotting. He thought, no chance. Still a very good catch. Had to make a lot of ground there. Did Mansfield. That nice knock by Slater. Kind of put them in the box seat here. 30 off 17 for him. He departs 108 for 4. And the plot thickens. Now, the equation.
It's the golden ball on.
Yeah, he got a tingle. 23 off the last 15.
Doesn't feel like... Well, that sort of win predictor 11% to Spencer sort of suggests that it might not be. But stranger things have happened, I could imagine, in this cricket.
Terry Richmond's put a question in. It's so funny, Terry, because I was just talking about this earlier. But I'll come back to that in a second. Here's Turner. Kept well. Now he bats.
Sweeping for 4. Went underneath the fielder. Short, fine leg. And picks up 4 more.
Just wrong line, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe trying to cramp him up or tie him up, but
Got
good
it all
effort
wrong.
from the fielder. So we were talking about the 100 here in England yet, and we had something like 6,200s already in the year. But I was like, who's going to be the Charles Bannerman of ECS England? Charles Bannerman, first ever Test centurion, first ever Test.
The question still posed, I think.
Yeah,
Not
and
onto
so,
dot ball.
and the other thing is he became the first ever player to retire hurt in Test cricket as well.
In the same game.
Yeah, 165, I think he was retired hurt.
Reverse sweep again. It's preferred option. It's beaten the fielder. It's gone for 4. Fielder hands on head. Disappointed. Not sure he could have done a lot about it, to be honest with you. I think it split them quite evenly. It's a great shot.
There's a bit of luck with this shot, I think, because it's very hard to place exactly, especially basically hitting it in an unnatural fashion, not the way that God intended you to hold the bat. But anyway, will be the end of the 8th over. And the score now 116 for 4. They need to have a great 9th over here, don't they, to get back in the contest. And it looks like the captain's saying, right, I'll do it myself. Gus Grant's going to bowl. He bowled really well, I thought.
Say, what is his first over? Went for
1 for 6.
Yeah.
All right.
Needs to repeat that now, if possible.
Hello to Jacob Stewart, who's watching from Estonia. And hello to James Stewart, if you're around as well. Conrad Greenshield's calling Gert's batting an exhibition. Well, I can think of a couple of other words for it as well. Here's the 9th. It all happens in the 9th, by the way, Charlotte. Here we go.
York, a great start. Running well. Will they get 2?
Nope.
The call is no.
So
Smart call.
that's also an ECNism. We say it all happens in the 9th.
It all happens in the
You'd
9th.
be
I can see
surprised.
why.
It all happens in the 9th.
Generally, you say in T20 cricket as well, your best bowler or the person that's bowled the best, you've got to try and bowl them in the 9th, and then if you get it to the 10th, then anything can happen. But this is the game-changing moment, isn't it?
Let's see what Grant's tactics are of the left-hander here, whether he tries to rip it past him or he tries to fire it in at the stumps. Oh, yeah.
Is the man card on? Is it on?
Oh, to be fair, Gert was out by a fair
Yeah.
bit.
I think
He probably
that's what
heard
Grant
the
was
little
saying.
footsteps put him off as he was approaching.
Split the fielders. Nope, gone straight to deep cover. Just a gentle start.
That's the way to do it, though.
Yeah.
I think. You know, look, to be honest, he was gaining a bit of an advantage there. So,
A warning.
good sportsmanship.
Yeah. Send him a warning, and then next time, if you want to, every right to whip those bails off. The hook over the shoulder on one leg. He's hopping. It's a brilliant shot. Great balance. Just deciding whether it's gone the distance or not. It's a brilliant shot. Just to stay posed, stay balanced. Watch the ball all the way onto the bat.
Now this
Look
one,
at it again.
Do we see it? Do we not see it? I think
it's just bounced, but
it's really hard to tell.
was it on the flush?
It's probably 4. It doesn't look like it hits the rope. It has been given 4, yeah. Good call. So Gert getting a little bit of alpha back. And now he's going nowhere.
He's used the reverse hook option. He's coming back for 2. Good running.
Scrambling. 7 off 8 now. It's been a good game, hasn't it, between these natural rivals?
All games are good games in this format, I can imagine. Always exciting. Everything to watch. Field change. I was going to say, you're going to have to put a fielder behind the bat. If that's all he's going to do, you've got to put at least a fielder behind the bat and chance your arm.
Put the fine leg back now.
A loopier one. Split the fielder, 4 more. It's a brilliant onslaught from Gert. 4 more to the total.
Well,
they're getting closer to this 1-3-1 that they require.
Gertle the Turtle has just come out and he's just put on a bit of a show. And to be honest, I bet Grant's wishing he did man-cat him. But anyway, 3 to win now.
Can he do it in this ball? Oh, not on that occasion. Play and miss, end of the 9th. 3 to win, 128 for 4 after 9.
Well, unlikely but possible if there's 2 off this over. We will have a tie, 130, 130. This is what's coming up next in around about 35 minutes. Twickenham taking on Hornchurch. Twickenham winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Charlie Hunt will be back with me the other side of lunch.
To bowl the last then. Number 7 on his back, Jaffrey. Bowled 1 over so far, went for 9. And he's back to bowl the last, Vinny.
Bring the field.
You've got to.
Trying to eke a dot.
Here we go. Oh, there's the dot you wanted, Vinny.
Ooh.
Final 5. We've got a bit of wobbles on.
I have like a pre-tingle. I wouldn't be seeing my doctor yet.
Right, okay. It's not a full tingle.
All right, 3 off 5.
And that could be all of them. Yeah, that's 4, I think. It's been signal 6 actually in the end. Went all the way. And Wimbledon win this game convincingly in the end. It was a bit of a wobble, but he gets 6 off the final ball, and they chase it down in the last. They took it to the last. And a win for Wimbledon, 4 points for them.
Yeah, so look, they get 3 points because they win by a reasonable amount.
Oh, I see.
Yeah,
right,
so
okay.
I mean, by at least
maximum of 4.
Exactly. By pushing that game to the 8th over, they'll get 3 points.
Yeah.
But Spencer, they earned their point there, I think, by being competitive.
Yeah.
And really, that's what it's all about. Let's go back and have a look at the highlights. And it was time to roll out the red carpet for King Derek. What a catch that was. Martell Evans grabs it. And that was the end of Jack Boyle. Dangerous hit up, very first ball. And then almost another wicket. Grant was excellent the first over, wasn't he? Came back, tried to push the game longer. But some good hitting from Matt Boyle as well as Slater still. And then Gert towards the end really set up this successful chase. And these balls were flying all over the place.
Yeah, they were. Good catch in the crowd and by the
Jared.
staff. Yeah, great catch.
Yeah, he'll be chuffed with that.
Especially because it made the highlights reel.
That's right. But yeah, they didn't really drop too many. I mean, you could call that one a drop, I suppose, off Grant, but it was a half chance at best, really.
No, they caught well, and I said at the start, fielding would be important to keep them in the game, and they did that for good periods of this match. In the second innings did Spencer, but wasn't quite enough as the hitting kept coming from the middle order. Good catch by Freddie Haller on the boundary rope there, and a couple of big Maximos by Slater before he was dismissed. And then Gert came in, didn't he? And it was a bit of an onslaught for him.
It was something out of Gert's dreams, really, to come out in that situation. And then actually lost Slater, who'd been good to that point. He went for 30 off 17. But in the end, Gert, he might have a sneaky claim for player of the match. In the end, they've given it to Turner. And I think that's actually for his keeping.
Yeah, I was going to say,
as
for
well.
his 5 dismissals.
His
He was
15.
impressive, wasn't he, early
15
on?
I mean, normally I like that because as a keeper myself, they're not recognised. I don't know. Gert probably be a bit filthy with that after the game. He ends up with 34 not out, leading the scoring of 13 balls at the crunch time. 25 for Matt Boyle after Jack went off the very first ball of the innings. Adam Slater with 30, still with 20 in there. 10 extras, 134. They bring up the win with 4 balls to spare in a really, really highly entertaining match in match 12. And looking at the bowling figures, there's kind of a bit of hit and miss there. If you look at the bowling figures, 1 wicket to Gus Grant. So he was probably the best of the bowlers, 1 for 18. Paula was expensive, but did take a pole. Jaffrey 1 for 15 off 8 balls bowled. And Michael Edwards with 1 for 25, also successful. Mansfield also a pretty good job, I thought. 2 overs for 19 runs. Well, I just want to say thank you once again to Charlotte Taylor. Charlotte, thank you so much for coming
Great connection that was as well, wasn't it?
Well, I feel like we have a good connection.
Yeah.
ECN and Charlotte with her cricket brain and this cricket. I think it's a really good match. We've been talking about doing this for a while, so honestly, I'm really, really happy we got you on.
Yeah, cool. That's been great.
Hopefully we can hear you again if you can fit us in your busy schedule.
No worries. Let me know. I'll be here.
All right, so we'll take a break. We'll be back in around about half an hour's time for a spot of lunch. But then it will be Hornchurch really trying to salvage something out of this week, I think, and they'll be on the park very shortly. Won't be easy against Twickenham sides that are up and about. Vinny Sand and Mr. Max with Charlotte Taylor. Charlie Hunt will be back with me for the next game where we return for more European Cricket Series. This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon, welcome back to Rain Sports Park here in lovely Wimbledon, of course, southwest London here in England for match 13 of this European Cricket Series. Here in England, it is Hornchurch. They take on Twickenham. A little bit on yesterday for Hornchurch. There's only one way to put it. Disappointing time for them, only picking up 1 point, and that was from a game that they didn't actually get to get out onto the park. It was a washout for them. They didn't pick up any points in the 2 that they did get out. So a frustrating day for them. They're going to want to come back stronger as they take on a good Twickenham side here, of course. Bit of a disappointing start to their morning, but again, both sides looking to come back strong as we know that it's coming down to the nitty-gritty parts, of course, of this tournament. Let's go out to the middle where Ian Ramage has got the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Twickenham, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Hornchurch, the away team, you'll call. Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss. Bowl. Okay, you're going to bowl? Okay, toss them on Twickenham, you're going to bowl first.
Okay, then news from the toss, Twickenham. They're going to have a bowl first here, and you can really understand why. Yesterday, Hornchurch really struggled with the bat in hand. You look at their top order, sort of, they're 1 and 3 in George Hankins and Jack Hogarth. They really failed, if I'm being totally honest. It was a frustrating day for them. They'll be hoping that they can come back a little bit stronger in this one as Twickenham. They're going to look to try and restrict Hornchurch to maybe a below 100 score here, and if they can do so, they'll be then hoping that they can chase it down within the 7 overs. Of course, if Hornchurch don't pick up a point from this game, you feel, and you just kind of had that feeling that it could be a really, really tricky time for them as they look to get in, maybe try and get into that top 3 to get to finals. That would be a big shock if Hornchurch weren't to get there. They'll be hoping that they can get a victory and move on up the table. Looking forward to this one. A huge shout out to Charlotte, of course, for jumping in the box. It was a pleasure to have her alongside Vinny, but Vinny is waiting by in the com box. Let's go over to him and get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much, Charlie Hunt. Great views of the Rains Park Sports Ground here. As they've got a nice crowd building up. When the weather's good, they'll come out and they'll see it. And they've seen some pretty good cricket so far. Pretty tight game, that last one. Wimbledon getting over the line in the last over. Wimbledon had another last over win in match 11 to start the day. So they actually are having a beverage or two responsibly with their Day 3 campaign. Finished match 13 on the way. Twickenham, you saw that there. They won the toss. They've elected to bowl first. And we know that spooky things happen in match number 13. Few big ins there for Hornchurch in particular. Watch out for Harry Hankins and Gavin Griffith. Both very, very good players. As Paul Murray will take his rightful place behind the stumps. For Twickenham, though, they've got a lot of depth. There's a lot of chat about the Don, who's listed at number 3. But they've actually listed the South African connections, Blake van der Linde and Francois Fourie as the openers. Got a feeling, though, Dixon might open, depending on the game situation. 63% favourites, Twickenham. Well, maybe that's a bit interesting for some of our viewers, seeing Hornchurch are current ECL champions, but we know they haven't had the best start to the series. Let's see if they can turn things around as we get ready for the start of this one. Warm welcome to everyone watching on the chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network, and we've also got a couple of lurkers who've lurked in and actually joined me in the cube at the moment. So we've got Ollie here, we've got Harry here as well, just checking out how it all works. So sooner or later we'll have the umpires going on the field, and maybe let us know what you think, ECN European Cricket Network. So weather at the moment pretty good, 19 degrees, heading for our maximum temperature of 20. And Hornchurch, it's very early to say do or die, but considering only 3 of the top 5 get through, it's very different than when 4 of the top 5 go through. So looks like we've got the traditional opening combination of Gavin Hankins going out, or George Hankins I should say, sorry, leading the side. George Hankins and a team that have certainly turned a few heads. They've really taken to the format. Big thanks to Charlotte Taylor as well. Wasn't it great to have her in the chat? I want to say hi to Chris Smith, who's watching. Hello to Julian Dawson. He said he'll be back on Peacock Friday. Also finals Friday. Hello to Kroom, hello to Christopher Ward as well. Hello to Graham Farquhar, who's tuning in to support Hornchurch. Well, this should be a really good battle. We've got George Hankins facing up to Adam Mather, who's probably the quickest bowler in the whole tournament. And Adam Mather's got the kind of body that looks like he's been put on the rack and had his arms and legs stretched, and it gives him an unnatural advantage. And he's the one guy that has been rushing batters and good batters on this surface. They've got the deep third back, they've got the deep backward square. This is a little bit of fire against fire to get us going here in match number 13. So get ready, get set, let's go with the first ball from Mather. Just comes in a little bit on Hankins. Get through for what I would say is a quick single. Paul Murray, it's not a word you really associate with him too often between the wickets. He's more of a basher and a crasher. He'll get the chance to face up. What I will say about Paul Murray is he does tend to save his best for when his team really needs it, and that's the reputation he's got. He's a big game player. It's early in the series in a way, and it's only their second day of playing, but already feels like Hornchurch need to put up a good performance. A left-hander, they'll keep the deep third, who's now just top right of your screen. Almost the same field, deep backward square as well, the two sweepers. Oh yeah, gets that one whistling past the outside edge. I mentioned early that fast bowling, it's one of those things that you can do it or you can't. There's not really too much you can do to get someone to bowl faster. That was a good delivery. Good contest right now. Drives and drives very handsomely through point, and that's going to be for Cuatro Carreras. Well, he got one, and that hurried him up a bit first, but Murray looked very in control of the second ball he faces. This will be a great shot of it here. Just strokes it through the gap and did not even think about running. If that was a turf pitch, it'd be time to scratch centre again. Mather won't be happy with that. I wonder if he's tempted to try and knock his head off. No, he goes similarly. It's going to get away from the keeper. It's 4 byes on the way. It's another ball. I don't think this is a real slow ball. I think it just skids on. And Sanchit Sandhu has been given the gloves in the absence of regular keeper Muhammad Ahmed. It doesn't quite get that left foot out wide enough. We've seen that happen a couple of times, haven't we? Now, gets a bit careful. I think if you take 10s off Mather and you don't get out to him, I think you consider that a win. Paul Murray, 4-4 now. Does have that boundary. Mr. J. Grant watching from Scotland is curious about the performance of the Bison today. Jack Hogarth in the side for Hornchurch. Bryce Alchin, of course, in there as well. Oh, it's a good over. It's a really good over. 5 and 4 byes off that. So 9 off the first. And the score is 9 without lost. Graham Farquhar saying better start than yesterday. Yeah, you're not wrong there. This is where we are on the calendar at the moment in England. And believe it or not, in 3 days, you heard me, 3 days, the European Cricket Series will already be underway in Cyprus, starting on the 1st of June. A little bit of an early start there because this is only a 5-day series, no ECIs in this English adventure. And then the next stop will be Czechia, then Romania, Hungary, Bulgaria and Rome before Austria and Croatia and the Euros of cricket starting on the 23rd of September. 4 weeks in Malta and 2 in Barcelona. We'll be saying bienvenidos to all of our viewers once again from the Montjuic Olympic ground before we finish with an expanded ECCW. Well, I'm loving this, and they might have some complaints when we take that dog off the screen. The dogs here are incredibly good looking. That's one thing I have to say. Not the greatest fetchers, I will say, so far. They've been too well trained. Anyway, Hankins has only faced the one ball so far. Nomina is going to share the new ball. Second over. Oh, he's dropped him. He's nicked it, and unfortunately for Sandhu, he's put down an absolute AAA grade goober. This is definitely a nick. And looks around, and George can't believe his luck. And to be honest, Nomila can't believe his bad luck. Put that one down in the book. Hankins dropped on one. Slides into the pad, but going down the leg side. Oh boy. And when you've been asked to do the keeping, especially if maybe it's not a regular thing that you do, that's really your worst case scenario. Now you're staring at another 9 overs of potentially watching a guy smash the ball out of the park. But anyway, with a name like Sandhu, I assumed he'd be a natural wicket keeper, but I guess time will tell. Let's not judge him on that. Murray faces up. It's kind of proppy, this pitch. I mentioned that it's got this kind of tennis ball-like bounce. These pitches, when they're first laid, they're kind of long, they're coarse on top. And after, a few seasons of playing on them, they kind of get flattened out from just people constantly running on them. And then they become slightly different, slightly quicker. Pitched up, dragged, leg side. Murray doesn't time it. We'll get one. Hello to everyone who's tuning in. I'm sure we got plenty of the Hornchurch contingent. Graham Farquhar disappointed he got dropped, fair enough. Hello to Ian as well. Ian, thinking of you as well. I know you'd love to be here. Hit back straight, beats the field. That's going to be 4. So Hankins had a life. And he'll be hoping to cash in. Is that one of those moments, almost Herschel Gibbs-like in the 99 World Cup, where you look back and you say, imagine if that regulation catch had been taken, things might have panned out very, very differently. Slow ball this time from Nomila. Well, it's a pretty good over. I know he gets hit for 1-4 down the ground, but only 5 off at Hornchurch. 15 without loss after 2. He had a question about the countdown timer. It's pretty simple. You just need to make sure that you finish the 9 overs before the clock runs out, and that will be adjusted in the run. So, for example, a wicket creates an extra minute on the clock. And if there's any unavoidable things like injuries and the like, then time will get added on or the clock will be paused. Wimbledon 4 points clear at the top of the ladder. Remember, 8 matches for each team. So Hornchurch, the only thing in their favour, I suppose, they've played less matches than everyone else. So they're hoping to climb the ladder. Well, here's a young commentator hoping to climb the ladder, maybe all the way to the very peak. It's Charlie Hutt back with me in the commentary box. Hello, Charlie.
Very kind of you, Vinny. Good morning and good afternoon, everyone. And yeah, not a bad start this for Hornchurch. A little bit different to the last couple of games where they lost pretty consecutive wickets in the power play. This one is Mather's going to come back. Just flicked off the hit from Paul Murray. Just from early scenes, it just seems as if they just want to see off the first 2 from Mather, really. Big hit bowler.
Yeah, if you can get 10 and 10 off Mather and not get out to him, it's probably a win.
Yeah.
First questions first, though. How was your game off and what did you get up to?
I was actually doing,
with the fans a bit?
I went and said hello to a couple of people, but I was also doing a bit of wandering around and doing a little bit of content creation, Vinny.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I know your game.
What's my game? This one's up in the air. Could be gone. And is. And, well, another disappointing outing for the skipper in George Hankins. He only gets to 5. Yet again, doesn't fire, does the big man. It's a great catch out there in the deep by Mackenzie. And that'll be the first wicket to go.
I thought that might have been flight 286 to Gatwick coming over the top. But it's actually a sigh of relief from Sanjit Sandhu behind the stumps because he dropped Hankins on 1. He only gets 4 more and he just guides this essentially. Never really goes after it, does he? We're in the power play, only 2 outfielders allowed. That goes straight to one of them. So no luck for George. And Hornchurch, 16 for 1.
Do you reckon he might blame me? I was out of the comms box and he's batting okay, getting a couple of runs, and then I come in and he goes. I was in yesterday, he got no runs.
Well, Hornchurch had their form escape them yesterday, and a lot of people saying it's because I wasn't here. They think I'm their lucky charm.
Not a great start then.
So far, after 2.2 overs, that theory's been a bit busted. Mather does get the wicket of one Hankins. George Hankins, Harry Hankins comes out at number 3.
Yeah, good couple of ins this time around for Hornchurch as well, with of course Harry Hankins. And Gavin Griffiths, the other big man who comes in as well. Of course, no stranger to performing on the network, but, well, it's a good time for Harry Hankins to come good now, wouldn't it? They need points here to Hornchurch. They need to get up towards the top 3. Oh, a bit of a wayward swing to start with. Doesn't really take a look.
Upstairs-age from Adam Mather.
Upstairs-age. It's a new one.
Yeah. English language, what I've learned, judging by some of the words I saw in the centre of London yesterday from a few hundred years ago. It's fluid.
Okay.
He just steps away and swipes at that.
Yeah.
Get any bat and it's probably flying.
Well, once more takes it on and we'll get it. Well, that's what he was looking for the first time. If at first you don't succeed, try and try again. And Hankins gets off the mark with cuatro. As just backs away, gets that front leg out of the way and flat bats it for 4.
This is what he wanted to do last time. This one maybe a touch fuller. Still not an easy shot. But he just kind of times it up nicely.
Yeah, it might not be the prettiest, but it's what goes down in the book at the end of the day. That's down as 4.
Can I just have a bit of a welfare announcement? I've just spotted something in the chat. Come back to it after this ball.
Okay, now I'm concerned. Goes full and again slaps through, and that's going to be 4 this time. The better of the 2 boundaries into the score. There's Yaz, and Yaz does well. But yeah, Hankins already looking the better of the 2 Hankins at the moment.
And people wonder what Yoz's real name is. It's actually Matthew Yozington. So Matthew, nice bit of fielding there. Now Beverly's in the chat saying,
"Hi Bev,
I'm still trying to catch up. Still watching ECS Cyprus from earlier this year." So she's. Here's the problem.
Oh, wow.
Right? That's proper upstairs-age in the first degree. As we get to the end of the power play, Mather takes 1 for 14, correct, so 4 byes in there as well. It's 24 for 1 after 3. So she's approximately 4 months behind. I would say, Beverly, you're never going to catch up. I'll give you a tip. Go to the highlights videos. If you really want to watch every game, you can catch the highlights. They're normally about 10 minutes long, 5 to 10 minutes, right?
I'd say stick them in 2.2 times 2 speed as well.
Yeah. So you think in 4 months, so by like September, she'll have caught up.
4 months. No, if you stick them in, if you go in 10 minutes a highlight, you're going at 2 times speed.
Oh, okay.
I reckon.
I thought you meant watch all day at 2x.
No. Imagine trying to listen to our voice in 2 times speed. That'd be interesting.
Corey's wouldn't be very good, would it? We sound like Alvin and the Chipmunks. Anyway, here we go with over number 4.
Bit of spin from Francois Fleuret, and once more Murray yet again, just nurdles. Now, Murray in the runs yesterday, but at the same token, got in and got out. Didn't really convert to any big scores, so he'll be hoping that it's a little bit of a different story this time around. Bit on Harry Hankins as well, by the way. I know you all know this, Vinny, but in the runs this at the start of this year, in terms of league cricket for Hornchurch, he certainly had a successful start to the season.
He started last season, I think, with a 200 in the 50-over comp as well.
As you do. Oh, this one's got through everything. This is probably going to be a minimum, I'd imagine. Has this gone wide enough? No, it hasn't. It's going to just go down as byes. So a little bit of a mishap there for Sandu. Well, he's not had a great start to this game, has he?
Muhammad Ahmed, the regular keeper, not playing this game. So Sandu, obviously, he's put his hand up. He gets proper Yorked here, straight through the Jake the Pegs. Sometimes you just got to keep your legs together.
Clearly, Sandu and keeping doesn't always match. Oh, and again, just waits.
That's good. That's more like it.
That's the length it's got to be, isn't it? It's tough there.
Sanjit Sandu, he knows that he's going to get attention because of the name.
Poor bloke, didn't sign up for this. Oh, well, hit firmly from Hankins. And I tell you what, I think Francis has just done well to protect himself here.
Well, I mean, not often you see a potential for ribs to be cracked open, but it's certainly the case here. As Foray does well to get hands to it, really. Watch this. Bang. Yeah, kind of reaction. In slow motion looks catchable. In real life, it looked dangerous.
Oh, that's darted in. Definitely the quicker one. Murray doesn't quite pick it. Does well to get the old anchor down and just holds his bat down there this time. But at the moment, not a bad over. Just 2 coming off it, trying to get out of it quietly. This time flights it up. Good variation. Very impressive. They'll just get a single and it just goes for 3 off the over. Big 4th over that for Twickenham. Hornchurch after 4:31 for 1.
So speaking of names,
Mm-hmm.
so obviously we've got the Don playing here.
Yep.
And by that I mean Don Manuelgi, the captain of Twickenham.
Mm-hmm.
Another little-known Don Bradman. So he actually had, well, his son, John, changed his name to John I think it was Bradson,
Really?
just to kind of escape the glare of the attention and all that comes with a name.
Do you reckon that's what Billy Root did after he's thinking about doing with his brother Joe?
What would he change it to?
Oh, I don't know. I have no idea. I don't want to think about it, to be honest. Played against him.
Yeah, have you?
Played against Billy Root. Yeah. Yeah. He
I love watching them tussle with each other.
Have you seen the clips of Root bowling at Billy? Joe bowling against Billy? Well, anyway, Mackenzie took a catch early on. Oh, this one's going to get swept hard into the onside. Does well, though. Covers a lot of ground.
Do you know who used to love calling Joe Root in commentary was the late, great Shane Warne.
Yes.
Really enjoyed it. Didn't he?
Yeah, he did. Big fan.
Mackenzie getting the ball here.
Picked up a wicket in the last time around up for Twickenham, didn't he? Got that one to just go on with the arm. But up against Hankins now. How crucial is this partnership, though, Vinny? You've got to feel that, again, these two got to stick at it. I mean, bringing Hankins in, of course, does mean that Hogarth can come in a little bit later. We saw him at 3 yesterday, but just extends that batting lineup. And again, just waits on it. Doesn't quite split the field, though. Will just be a single yet again.
Yeah, kind of a holding pattern at the moment, that run rate under 8. So, yeah, it's not really the production they would have wanted. Paul Murray, still the only ECN cricketer to knock his own stumps over willingly after being caught in a bit of a rut against Wimbledon in the ECL.
This one, again, just into the onside. Can't really find the gaps at the moment, just dealing in singles here. Pressure starting to build. Interesting, look at that, by the way. Hornchurch just 20% at the moment. That's, well, I've seen bigger comebacks, but at the moment, this is still pretty tidy from Twickenham.
Yeah, need someone to stand up, don't they?
Could Harry Hankins be the man to do so? No, he won't be. He's gone. It's a horrid shot across the line. The bird's out again from Mackenzie. And again, he picks up a wicket in good fashion. But that's a big wicket back in the shed. Well, George Hankins gone. Both now. Harry is back in the shed. That's going to be 34 for 2 now. Hornchurch certainly struggling.
And just, I'll be hoping someone can stand up for them. They do have a reasonable amount of depth in this lineup. A couple of big ins for them today. Even someone like Griffiths coming in with the ball. If they could just get that kind of 100, 110 on the board. But, yeah, Hankins kind of mistimes this shot. Gets given a send-off in the wrong direction. That's certainly the long way back, isn't it?
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that as well, they sort of struggled bowling-wise as well. It was very spin-heavy. Of course, big ins, as you mentioned, Vinny, with both Hankins and Griffiths, with the seam options. Of course, no young Billy in this one. He'll be disappointed to miss out, wouldn't he? After he bowled okay yesterday, picked up wickets.
That's true. Maybe just being rested.
Maybe. I don't think he needs resting. He's only young. And there's Hogarth starts us off here with a dot.
The minibus.
I think it's more of a Mercedes Sprinter at the moment. I don't think it's quite a minibus yet. Other options are available.
Bus.
Mackenzie, can he finish off the over? And this one flat batted again. And the Don, you can't take him out of the game. He's always there. It'll just be a single and 2 great overs back to back, as that one will only go for 4. It is 35 for 2 at the end of 5. We're not alone here in the commentary box, Vinny, are we?
We are not. And I've got to say, it's always great to have some card-carrying lurkers. And we've got Ollie and Harry. Say hi, guys. You can watch this back later. Now, I know you're not mic'd up, but you guys like to watch ECN. You've come down to check it out. Are you enjoying your day? Yeah? Are you enjoying the setup in the cube? It's pretty cool. Let me see if you know this. So, rule 1, if the ball's coming this way, do you know what rule 1 is? No. Protect the equipment. And that means that humans are secondary.
Yeah.
If I have to throw someone in front of the computer to block the ball,
so be it.
That's all we have to do. So, yeah, who knows? One day you might be out there. Yeah. And when you do, please don't hit balls towards the cube. Anyway, I'm going to hit some on the pad, but I think it's heading down the leg side. Nash getting the 6th over.
Yeah, Nash only got a couple of deliveries in that game this morning, but coming on here in the 6th, nice little start.
Isn't it great to take ECS to the people?
Oh, it's brilliant.
First time we've had it in England.
There's a good amount of spectators in again here this morning, which is nice to see, or this afternoon, I should say now. There's this one down the leg side, and it's a good snatch at it from Sandy. Gets a hand on it.
Well done, cousin.
Are you taking him in as your cousin at the moment?
The jury's out about whether related or not. How about that? It says, oh, I thought it said, no, it says be part of
Something.
the magic. I thought it said party plane. I thought, you know how you have those party buses?
And again, just slapped. Well, that's maybe that's what you're going to be on come, was it Saturday morning?
Saturday morning. I've got the 5 a.m. I'm going to meet up with Phil G.
Send him my regards when you get there.
People saying there's a bit of a look-alike factor. I know that you got mistaken for Phil G once or twice by the fans. You ready to talk about that?
I mean, I don't know what the age gap is, but
Phil's very youthful looking for his age.
Hmm.
Similar facial hair potential between you two as well. Do you know what Phil does? Oh,
hello. Let's have a look here. Murray looks unmoved.
He's setting up this. He's doing all the tactics when there's no replays to appear that you think you're fine. But I think his condition could be downgraded to not fine after we see this replay. Basically dared him to throw at the stumps. By the way, he's probably in retire out territory, but with the batting, they probably don't want to do that. Oh, he's out.
Oh.
Well, Paul Murray's finding new and exciting ways to get out. He's already started walking, and his fate is sealed. What a piece of fielding. Was that Blake van der Linde? I think it might have been. That hits the stumps. So unfortunately for Mars, he has to walk off with his team in a little bit of strife here. It's 37 for 3.
Yeah, once again. Well, we said he got in and got out yesterday. Doesn't really get too much going this time around. He'll go for just the 10, but the 10 or 15, it could be a slight blessing in disguise potentially. But nevertheless, this is still a very, very promising start for Twickenham.
Oh, yeah, more than promising. They've got him on the ropes, don't they? Looking forward to seeing Andy Roberts again. He's played a lot of cricket in England. Of course, I'll never forget his role in the 75 and 79 World Cup wins for the West Indies. Andy Roberts. One of my favourites. Doesn't quite look the same these days.
No.
He looks pretty youthful.
He's held up well. Roberts, again, similar to Murray, got starts yesterday, and in a moment where there wasn't really too much hope. Can he try and provide some more hope here as he'll just bottom edge this? And again, they take on the throw, and well, I'll tell you what, could be buzzers. They're not going to take it on, but nevertheless, gets off the mark straight away. But this is a good shout. People are saying that party plane that was Rico.
Yeah.
It's going on flyby.
He's probably got his own private plane. But do you think Rico's getting hassled by paparazzi in town?
Hey, listen, if he's wearing some of the stuff that he wears, he definitely could be. Could be one of the, people might mistake him for one of the street performers, you know. Yeah, busking.
Well, you know, people go and see the changing of the guard. Do you reckon the guards will say, look, can you tone down the dress a bit? You're a bit bright.
Either that or he's going past one of the guards on the horses and the horse is just freaking out. Just simply down to the colour schemes. That was a new number that he had yesterday. That was bright.
I liked that
one.
That
was bright. I liked it. It was
chartreuse.
Pulled into the onside. Fielder out there. Not going to matter, though. That'll be 6 runs. So Hogarth finally gets one going. And, well, in an innings that's very much stalling at times. Could be about to motor along. Can he get reach cruise control at the moment?
Let's see if the Bison can charge. You know, Hornchurch, they're kind of known for never doing it easy, aren't they? That 6 overs down 44 for 3. But what's their best case scenario here? Let's say a magical over and then say 2 magical overs, 2 15s. So what's that? 70. 114. Still looks a bit thin, doesn't it?
Yeah, he still probably would back Twickenham to chase that one down. Of course, you've got to remember, though, Hornchurch have got a very, very strong bowling lineup now with some more introductions into the side. So they'll be backing themselves. But again, Hogarth, with both bat and ball, he's got a big part to play. 4 overs left in the innings. He's going to definitely get 2 overs out of him, you'd expect, unless something goes pear-shaped. But you just feel that it's starting to slightly fall away from Hornchurch unless they can get something going here. As we're going to go to Hazda. He gets a bit unlucky here because this one goes straight into the square next to the artificial wicket and it just stops, dies.
I love an edge of the pitcher. You know, this pitch is kind of under the grass surface. Sometimes we see it slightly over, which is dangerous in a whole other way. But Molazada, he had a shaky start to the series, but he settled in nicely. He offs a lot to Twickenham with the ball.
Yeah, I mean, you look for Spencer and Twickenham, both teams definitely growing into this tournament with the with both batter ball. Well, this one is not going to be a chance. It's going to probably, oh, he's run past it, put the brakes on. Does get the handbrake on. I think he's okay in terms of that rope that's next to him, but they'll come back for 2.
You know, earlier I was asking about the wildlife of London, and you explained to me about posh people.
Yes.
What do you call people that are the other end of the scale that you can call them on the TV? What's a chav?
Oh, dear. Okay. This one.
It's not a swear word, is it?
No, you're okay. You're okay with that one.
Because I'm learning.
You've got your roadmen.
What?
Your roadmen. These chaps will know what roadmen are.
People that
dangerous,
fix the road.
Dangerous men, or dangerous kids actually.
Do you mean people that hold the lollipop signs?
No, that's a lollipop man or lady.
Okay.
Roadmen are the modern chav. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Not. Oh dear.
I'm clicking the button saying "Tell me more."
It's basically all I'm going to say is if you're walking down a dark alley and you see some kids in very dark clothing, often a North Face puffer or some puffer jacket, even though it's like 20 degrees
Hold
out.
on, you told me the puffer jacket is posh.
No.
No.
There's
Zilly.
a zilly. There's a difference between a puffer jacket and a gilet. There's a difference.
Okay.
Puffer jacket is full-on, big, puffy jacket, often black in colour. And again, onto the pads. This is
are they
really
like
good.
animals that can make themselves look big to intimidate?
They'll try to, but
predators?
it doesn't work. But it's
Okay.
just the case of what London's like nowadays. That if you see them, probably turn the other way.
And how do they have a certain accent?
Yeah,
How do they
I'm
talk?
not doing it on here, but it's. I'm not.
If I turn the microphone off, will you do that?
Maybe I'll do it. Maybe I'll do it at the break. But
I feel like I need to learn more. What's
I
the
reckon
rich
if you just
tapestry of subcultures here?
again into the pads. What a good over. It'll just go for 5 with that leg bye to finish. Again, struggling Hornchurch. Just can't seem to get going at the moment. It is 49 for 3 after 7.
Yeah, 7's an over. The ECC is the Euros of Cricket, and it will start on the 23rd of September, featuring 32 teams in 2 divisions. 2 teams will get promoted from that Challenger division. I think 1 team will get relegated from the Premier. So there's plenty to play for. England 11, the only side automatically qualified for the Premier Division Championship week, which actually starts on a Tuesday this year, because Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Because, hey, the Monday, we're going to have to use for the Group D final. Group D, by the way, group of death. A lot of people are saying Netherlands, 11, Jersey, and Italy, all part of last year's championship week, all in that group.
Yeah,
Sweden and Norway, no shrinking glass.
Yeah, going to be crazy to think that all 3 of those teams not going to be involved in that final championship week. So one will have to go through, and you feel the other 2 will probably feel a little bit disheartened. Blake van der Linde's going to come on, and once again, Roberts can't get it going here. This is, I reckon they could struggle to get to 75 here, you know, Vinny.
No lack of intent, but it just hasn't been happening. I think you've got to give credit to Twickenham. They're kind of in the swing of things, and Hornchurch just kind of late to the party at the moment. Van der Linde's played a lot of the indoor cricket. He's good off a short run. He'll cut the ball. I know what you just saw. This is up. It's in the air, and it is gone. Caught just inside. So Roberts, his innings is over. Could never really get going. Just the whispering death that gets him in the end. His old sparring partner, it's 49 for 4.
Yeah, another one goes, and it's just a bit of a revolving door at the moment, isn't it, for Hornchurch? Just one comes in, the other one goes, and and he's just being told to hold on a second here. Maybe they just want to check that just make sure that there's no contact with the rope. It looked to me as if he was pretty clean of it. I think there was no real issue. He's just being told to hold on a second.
Yeah, I didn't see really any issue with here.
No, it's fine.
No, he's fine.
Absolutely
He would have said straight away, but it's time to go. And
there you
will
go.
be 49 for 4 now.
I love that. Yoz just sort of said, yeah, come on. Yeah, you're done. Come on, off you come.
Matthew Ossington there,
You
the
come.
PMA official.
You saw what I saw, didn't you? As I started
so
giggling.
Jay in the chat. Hello, Jay, by
Hi,
the way.
Jay.
Saying, Wagwan Charlie, what you saying, younger? Big ups. That's Ali G like.
That's essentially what it
Yeah.
is. That's essentially what it is
Big
nowadays.
fan. He's a genius, isn't he?
Yeah, but I probably, as I say, if you see some roadmen, turn the other way. They are probably only about 14, 15, but it's still not fun to be around.
Okay.
Good start for Blake. Arthur George has come in, and again, can't find the middle of the bat off the splice. Gets off the mark with just a single.
Mr. J. Grant in Scotland saying, I just have to watch This Is England. Is that good viewing?
I don't know if I've seen that, actually. Let me give it a double check.
It's a 50 up, but it's been hard work for Hornchurch, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah, no, that's actually... Okay. Maybe not spot on to what I'm thinking of, but it's certainly... That's a certain type of culture.
Can I tell you another question I've got?
Maybe.
So good to have this local knowledge, right? Everywhere else, if you wear a hoodie, it's like a jumper or a pullover. You wear it because you're a bit chilly.
Chilly, yeah.
Here, it's like no hoodies allowed.
Oh, so
you're making a social statement that you're a troublemaker.
Yeah.
But why can't you just... So
again, it comes down to the simple fact of roadmen. That's genuinely what it is. Into the pads, asking the question, pitching outside leg for me pretty much straight away.
We've got Ollie and Harry here. They're wearing hoodies, and I don't feel especially scared.
No.
Do they have to be black hoodies?
Yeah, pretty much.
Black hoodies.
Everything all black.
Yeah.
The whole thing. And they'll often wear balaclavas as well.
Ooh.
Which is... that if you see people wearing balaclavas, then you definitely want to turn around.
I think that's worldwide. Balaclavas.
No, but these are like 13, 14-year-olds
if you're around
wearing
the bank, for example.
Yeah, probably wouldn't stick around. Well, talking about sticking around, this one is up and over. Don't think it's got the legs to go. And, well, after all that, he'd only get a single for his troubles with Jack Hogarth.
I mean, I put balaclavas up there with people that wear stockings on their faces.
Yeah, fair enough.
Anyway.
It's probably a valid
This
point.
is good. It's all cultural. 53 for 4 after 8. We've invited Ollie and Harry in here for this innings. And I've got to admit, we haven't commentated together for a while, so I feel like we've got a lot of catching up to do.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, no, I would definitely say Roman are probably they're the chavs of nowadays, yeah. And if you see them, just avoid them.
Tell you another thing which you learn pretty quickly here in London.
Yes.
On the underground or the tube.
Oof, yeah,
right?
okay.
Stand on the right, walk on the left.
Did you learn that the hard way?
I've watched friends cop a few little pointed kicks in the back of the cars before.
Again, clean hit from Hogarth, but Don gets the hand out, does well. Just make sure he gets something behind it. And Hogarth just sort of giggles at this one. He just doesn't feel as if he can get things going here.
Yeah, the Don with a beautiful little hand down into the right.
At the moment, so Arthur George then, left hand, right hand combination. There you go. I love it. This chat's bringing out some good conversation starters. Again, firmly hit once more to the Don. You can't take him out of the game.
Who else should I be watching out for?
What, on the streets?
Yeah.
It's a tough question, that, Vinny, to be honest, without offending. Like, there's not really, the Roman, you know what to, you're not silly, you're no stranger.
I've got a question as well. Okay, I've got lots of questions for you.
I am going to try my best to answer them. Again, into the pad yet again, just cannot get this away.
There's some, I mentioned this earlier on in the day as well, but there's some funny names here. So, for example,
yeah.
Work out whether I can get away with this on TV or not.
I think long and hard about this one. Think long and hard about this before. Take this ball. Speaking of which, it's going to go. It's going to be, I think, one bounce four, and it is, as Hogarth does start to get going here, but you kind of feel it might be a little bit too late. Good shot, though. Saw Gert play a pretty similar shot earlier on in the other game. This one, though, still looks as good. Can you? Yes or no?
If I'm in doubt, I normally don't say it. I'm feeling like I should make an exception here. Because it's actual... I used to take the Central Line train
Do you want to test this?
It sounds like Rooster Fosters, but it's another word for rooster.
Oh, yeah, no, you can say it. It's a location. Cockfosters. It's fine. You can say it, 100%.
I have to mute you there. Sorry, I'll give you a 2-minute timeout. You gotta say that. All right, this is up and over the top. Charlie, I'm timing you out for 60 seconds. They're going to come out for 2, and they're going to get it.
It's a location.
All right, Charlie, you can come back.
It's a location.
I don't think you can say that.
Of course
on the
you
air.
can. Of course you can.
Can't say that.
You can say it.
Hey, you're going to get kicked out of the area. Stop saying it so loud. You can
Honestly.
Especially
What's wrong with this world?
It's like the origin of the language. And you've got so many things here that I would put questionable. Now, they're deciding to maybe move the stumps to the correct position.
That would probably
here
help.
in the 9th over.
I
It all
can't believe you're...
happens.
No, there's nothing... with it.
Now we might get blocked off YouTube
Ah,
because of this 9th over going off the rails.
Talking of off the rails, that's a wide down the onside. That's going to be 9 off the over so far. Yeah, come on. There's nothing. It's literally is a place name. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing wrong with that. If I get a message, I get a message. Fine, but
That's okay.
it's a place in London. Honestly,
I'm so glad I didn't say it now.
this one.
When I heard it come out of your mouth, it was even worse than I imagined. Anyway, they come back for 2. Score's gone missing. See, everything's just unravelled now. The broadcast is a mess. I don't really know what the score is. I think that's the end of 9. I guess it is because it can't be the end of 10 because they're staying out there. Hey, why don't we go for Hunt the Answer? I've loved this segment, by the way.
Thank you.
Go for it.
So, who hit the first ever T20 Ice century? And I want the name of the player and the team it was scored against. I reckon you've probably got this in the locker.
Got a bit of an idea.
Yeah.
But also, I like that you've underlined that as like a command.
Yeah, if you don't give me both,
Yeah.
it doesn't count.
I'll tell you I'll give you a little aside because I know who this isn't.
Don't give it
the
away.
First ever T20 international, Ricky Ponting scored at 98 not out against New Zealand, and he left the first ball. And everyone said, "What's wrong with this guy? You can't leave a ball in a T20 match." But it's funny to think about how far the T20 games come. That would have been out. It's not out. As the score was 64 for 4 after 9, makes that 65 for 4.
Since I said the place name, it's all lost every shape or form here. That one just dropping below. No real issue that time around. But there has to be. There's surely no issue with what I've said there. It's a place name. Listen, Corey genuinely swore on air, right?
It's been great having you as part of the team, Charlie. Honestly.
It can't get any worse than that. I've said a place name. Look it up. Okay, then.
We have a bit of history.
This one is gone up, and away. It will be 6, and he almost takes a clanger on the wrong side of the rope. But once more, Hogarth just playing a nice little hand here as they look to try and get up to possibly 80.
Yeah, nice shot. Picks up, had some length to work with. Kind of slaughter clock from Nomala. Disappears over the leg side.
I just love the fact that you were debating whether to say it. That was the best part.
So glad I did it. A little scratch on this, maybe not.
No.
Yeah, scores obviously on strike. Scoreline was offended. 71 for 4 with 3 balls left. There is a team in Sweden, Lund, which is actually the oldest town in Sweden. But in the South Asian languages, it's actually slang for
something.
Something.
Well, speaking of something, this is going to be 6 more again. Crowd catch. Oh,
grab.
Very nicely done.
Hello.
Yeah, rightfully so as well.
I actually think the crowd catching has been better than some of the on-field catching today.
It's a bit harsh.
Just saying. Even the umpires are catching them.
It's a bit harsh. Catching strays here. We'll come back to live action. Hogarth again hits this firmly. And he's there again. There's the Don.
78 for 4. Last ball to come. Yeah, so Lund actually basically means what the first half of that station that you mentioned.
Mate, it's a station. It's a location. You can say it. You're getting. I can't believe this. Anyway, okay. Last ball coming up then. Arthur George on strike. It's well bowled, and he gets a bit of a hand on this. The chase is on. Think this might have the legs to go, and it will. So he'll get 4 for his troubles. So that will be the end of it. They will, of course, reach the 80s. And again, 80s just means they might have something to bowl at here. But at the same token, I just feel that Twickenham, they do probably have the batting that should be enough to get them over the line here. But nevertheless, Jack Hogarth finally, something comes good for him. He ends up on 35, not out off 19. But apart from that, no one else really getting going. And they sort of stumble across and get over the line at 82 for 4.
Yeah, had to work pretty hard for that 80, didn't they? So Hornchurch kind of long way behind the gallop at the moment. Twickenham chasing 83 for victory. And who knows, they might even be eyeing off the 4 points. And that'd hurt as well for Hornchurch. They haven't actually picked up a point in a game when they've gotten on the park so far. Let's go back and have a look at the start of the innings. And Hankins, he was actually dropped on 1. Did hit 1 boundary down the ground, but that's all that it cost Twickenham. So actually able to kind of recover from that pretty early. Then we had Harry Hankins come out, whack 1 back at the bowler, and really
these wickets fell, I suppose. And Murray was there for a while, couldn't really get a lot going. Harry Hankins likewise. Jack Hogarth with 35 not out of 19, the only real shining light, but didn't have a lot of help. This kind of sums it up. Murray gets caught napping, picks up the stumps like maybe everyone will ignore the fact that I was out of my crease. It didn't work, and he was run out for 10. Hornchurch staggering to 82 in the first innings.
Yeah, staggering is the perfect word there, Vinny. And I have to say, look, it was just a sorry state of affairs, really, for Hornchurch. But this was a nice moment as Hogarth finally got something going for himself. Has struggled with the ball. That was a nice moment as well, by the way. Nice little crowd catch. Just catching some rays, and the last one did eventually get through for 4. And, well, it does mean that, of course, they finished on that 82, but it was with some issues in those middle overs. You sort of look at the innings at one point, sat at 37 for 3, so 49 for 4, in fact. So a good little partnership towards the back end means that they will get to the 82 for 4. And you have to say that realistically, you probably would say Hornchurch definitely with an uphill struggle from here on in. And yeah, it will be 82 for 4 is what they finish on. So yeah, just I can talk you through without them. Vanderlyn went for 1 for 3. Mackenzie also 1 for 4. He bowled superbly well as well. I also think Mather bowled pretty well as well with his express pace at the top, finishing with just 1 for 14 for his figures. But yeah, good couple of overs at times where they just needed to drag them back after a couple of boundaries, and that's exactly what Twickenham were able to do then. So it will be 83 runs for victory for Twickenham, and Hornchurch, wow, they're running the risk here of not picking up a point in this game with a low total. If Twickenham chase this in 7, it could certainly be an interesting one. Pleasure to have your company here in England, of course, and yeah, looking forward to the second half of this game. It could be a nail-biting finish. Pleasure to have you alongside us as you're watching the England European Cricket Series with myself, Charlie Hunt, alongside Vinny Sandhu, right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to this lovely Rains Sports Ground here in Southwest London. You join me, Charlie Huntner, on the European Cricket Network for the second half of an interesting game between Hornchurch and Twickenham. Of course, it's the 13th match of this European Cricket Series, and you do feel that this could certainly be an interesting one as they look to defend what is a very below par total of that after finishing on 82 off of their 10 overs. You can see there, first innings total of 82 means that if they restrict and somehow can restrict Twickenham to 57, they'll get the 4 points. But, of course, you need to try and prevent them from chasing this inside the 7 overs. Of course, that will be the big question, and whether or not Twickenham can do so. They certainly seem as if they're looking to try and chase it in the 10. They want to try and, or even in the 7, I should say, but they want to see if they can get the extra bonus point. They certainly would be hoping for it. Of course, a little bit stronger in the bowling department this time around, though, with some big ins, of course, with the likes of Harry Hankins and, of course, Gavin Griffiths. Look out for him. He'll probably take one of the first 4 overs, you'd imagine. Got some very bright shoes on, has to be said. But, yeah, just a little bit of news. I'll come to it after this one. 83 runs needed. It's an uphill battle for Hornchurch. And this one is going to be 6 to start. That is a glorious shot from Fare as he just waits on it, this one. And, well, Hankins, his first ball in the tournament. It gets pumped over his head for 6. What a start. Watch this here. That's not really any signs of lateral movement. And Fare just, realistically, it's a slot delivery. And he makes the most of it. So that's a great start. If they continue at this rate, it'll be over before it even begun. But, nevertheless, Hornchurch, if they lose here, I wonder what the situation is mathematically for them to try and get into finals day. Better response, just drags it back slightly. They'll think about having a shot at the stumps, but unfortunately Tufel Zaida can't quite take it on. So they'll come through for 1. A very warm welcome to everyone else, of course, joining us here. And yeah, as I mentioned, it is a big uphill battle, this, for Hornchurch, but they've got the likes of Dixon, of course. Dixon scored a half-century at the start of the day, so not exactly an easy case, this one, for Hornchurch. But just a bit of news yet, just on George Hankins, struggling with a bit of a knee injury that he suffered in that last innings, so he's currently off the field. Young Billy Whitlock is out there in his place, so I have to keep an eye out for him for the rest of the tournament. No ball called. Well, this one's going to be up in the air. They'll probably take it, but it's not going to matter. He doesn't even take it in the end anyway, but doesn't make too much of a difference. I think this might be for front foot here. Let's have a look. This certainly is not the greatest of starts, this, from Harry. I don't know. I'm not too sure if there's anything behind the line there, but yeah, one of those. I guess the umpire's probably got the better view in that respect. So free hit coming up. It's a great chance for Fare to go big once more. And it will do. This is going to be a low full toss, and that one is going to run around the the cube. Is Vinny? He came in and he's going to go back out again. Not a good start, though, already. 13 off of just the 3 deliveries here. You can see that. Waits for it nicely. He's very, very strong in that V, especially early on. But, well, Hankins, the brothers, not really having a very positive experience at the moment out in the middle. Steps away, but all you can do is slap back. And, again, Hankins will just watch this, but you've got to imagine that they're going to have to maybe go to Gavin Griffiths an over or 2 earlier than what they probably would do. Just think, got to try and take one of your strike bowlers on here and just pick up some early wickets. If you're going to defend the low score of 82, you need wickets, especially in the power play. They'll probably stick an over of Hogarth in there as well, you'd feel. Go short, and this one is probably going to be 1 for the over, but oh, never mind, it's going to be called wide. And there was a conversation between square leg and the standing umpire, of course. Behind these two, you've got Benoit and Todd Holland, of course, being led wonderfully by Ian Ramage as well. Hankins, though, has got to try and get a breakthrough here. They really do need, you'd probably imagine, 3 wickets out of the power play. It's a good delivery. That's a good delivery for a free hit. Very tricky to get that one away from Fare, but still, nevertheless, they're not exactly There's one to come, I was going to say. Not too sure what the cap's been handed over for. Yeah, though, of course, you got overs from Griffiths, and probably 2 from Hankins. Of course, you definitely get 2 from Hogarth as well. Probably go to the bus in old Mark Whitlock as well. So there is certainly, there's options there. Arthur George as well, can't forget about him. So certainly options for Hornchurch. Just a matter of if they even need to use them, as this one is beautifully struck. That's going to be Maximo. Well, what a way to finish. We started with 6 and we'll finish with 6. That's a really nice start in a chase where they only need to be going at 7s now. They start with a pretty decent over. They're going to start with a magical one at that. 20 off the first. Not a good start for Hornchurch. It's 20 without loss. 19 matches since a golden ball. As Vinny will come back into the box. Vinny, when was the last time you had one? Was that in Italy? Were you? Oh no, you weren't there for that one.
No, I'm on a bit of a drought of actually being there. 61 you did the other day. 60 and 59 were in France, I think. I think the last one did was the Portugal final.
Wow.
It was the Portugal final. The first time we had ever had one in a final, right?
Yeah, that's pretty impressive, eh? As Ida is going to come on. Let's look at him there. Nice little start outside the off stump in that corridor of uncertainty, we like to call it.
Yeah, so we did have one in Brescia, but I had a couple of days off there. So Danny Hudacek did that one.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a golden ball, mate. Certain people, your one, Tyrone's one.
Yeah, Tyrone's the big one. Danny,
pound for pound, he's right up there.
Yeah, here he is.
Probably beating everyone.
Yeah, if you go off averages in terms of games covered and
gold.
Uh-oh. I tell you what, if there's ever an arm you don't want to take on, it's that man, Gavin Griffiths.
Gets away with it. 4-8 overcommits. Gets the message late. Yeah, so the last one I did was Golden Ball 57, which was crazy. It was almost final, by moonlight.
I remember.
And then I had...
Sorry, go on.
The trophy ceremony.
Yes, that's what I was going to say. It was pretty dark. Well, this is a bit of flair on this one over the top. Won't quite get all the way. Oh, nearly does, though. Griffiths has to take some action. Yeah, I remember that. I do remember watching that.
Yeah, it was... Did you see the unscheduled interruption in the trophy ceremony?
No.
I'll show you that later as well. But it was in the dark. But luckily we do have the Lisbon Werewolves. We thought they might make a comeback. Can I tell you what I did in the break?
Of course you can. Can you? Can you actually tell me?
Partly.
Okay, well, this is interesting. Flicked into the onside. Fielder out there, though. Should cut this off and does. Again, will just be a single. There's Bryce Orchin out there.
I looked up funny British place names.
Okay. Is the one I said on there?
If I couldn't say the one in the first innings, have a look at the
there's good
the first one.
That's a good one. I like that one. We can say that.
Great snoring.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That's fine. I don't think we can say that one.
They definitely can't say that one. That's awful. Can you try and say that one?
I've heard people say it. Can I say Barton in the beans?
Yeah, you can say that.
That's pretty good.
That's a classy one.
Or how about Droop?
Yeah, that's a good one as well. Back to the cricket. Looks to get fancy. It gets a little tickle on it. Not quite out of the middle, but certainly enough to run away for another boundary here. And, well, already, Vinny, you just feel this could be a 0 points of a Hornchurch, but 4 for Twickenham.
Lovely little deflection. Murray kind of stayed at home rather than anticipating. You got a choice to make as a keeper there. If you stay put, you might get a little edge. Obviously, you cover the line of the ball if it gets missed, or you can kind of gamble that it'll be deflected and kind of take that position up. Zada, first chance to have a look at him.
There are some cracking names, actually.
I might just put
Mine's not even the worst one. It's not a bad one. It's a place. Oh, this is struck firmly. Hogarth gets the ankle on this one. That could have ended badly. Luckily for him, it doesn't.
I don't know if Bisons have ankles or not. Yeah, I like that. You know, that's the end of the over. 28 without loss after 2. But you know what I really like about the series, and a lot of the officials have been saying this as well, as we see Hogarth almost lose a toe, is that so often cricket, especially at this kind of level, like a Premier level, is like so adversarial and so like
intense.
Intense is a good word. But here, people are just enjoying the game. Okay, everyone wants to win. Everyone wants to do well, obviously. But yeah, it's bringing teams together, because really teams have more in common than they realise, right? Even if they say they hate each other. I'm not saying any of these teams hate each other, but it's got a community feel about it. It's got a really good feel about it.
I think everyone's just almost happy to be here. First ECS and here in England. As this is interesting. Look at that, by the way. that was Tafozada. He was too busy putting his pullover back on. Look, look at that. If that goes through him and hits his hat, that's 5.
Yeah, you're probably right there.
Oh.
How about, could you say that one?
What's this one? Yeah, you probably no, actually, no. I mean, if I was not allowed to say the one that I said, I probably wouldn't say that one. Go short. Oh, that's thumped. That might be one of the biggest of the day. That's a long old way into the onside. Fuare has very quickly moved into the 30s here, but he's playing it with just exquisite hitting at the moment.
I'm just going to put these in the chat, and people can just make up their own mind.
By the way, in the break, I got some clarification from the chat and our viewers. I asked, should I be in trouble? And everyone went with it was resounding for saying what I said.
What did you say?
No, because you're going to give me stick for it, so I'm not going to say it. But they said that I shouldn't get in any stick for saying it. And I agree.
That's for the censors to decide. It's really out of my hands. Here's George.
And again, just loses his shape a little bit here.
George has a certain nickname that I know Dave B had explained to him. It's not something that I'll probably bring up, but all they said about his nickname is that when you see it, you'll know. So Dave B is still a little
Don't tell me
bit,
Dave B sort of...
Dave B doesn't know it, but apparently when he sees it, he'll know. Jeez, could get all the points here. Under 11s to do that.
Well, this one up in the air should be gone here. Birdie takes a catch. There you go. Well, this one, I think this comes off a bit of glove here.
He top edges this onto his lid.
Does he?
Yeah, I definitely heard it. And so, turn of pace there from George. But yeah, that's rattled him for sure. Let's have a look.
Let's have a look at this here then. Oh, you're right. You are right, 100%. Well, I didn't see.
I know that the fast bowlers love that sound of ball on helmet, and thankfully he's wearing the helmet. But look, there, and it actually bounces off. So it's badged him properly. It's got in front of point, and it's held up for an easy catch. So birdie, yeah, takes a good catch. I think Dixon might be seeing a few little tweety birdies after that. Probably get checked out, but Twickenham lose their first wicket. And it's 35 for 1.
Yeah, big wicket to get as well. Of course, coming off the back of a nice half century in the last game for them. There's it. Talbot will come out at number 3 then. Yeah, there are some good place names. There are some you definitely can't say.
Like Wide Open. That's pretty cool.
Definitely can't say a few of them though.
Broken Wind.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you?
Crapstone.
Borderline.
I'm done.
Short, and this is hooked into the onside. Didn't really have too much control of it, but that'll be a 6er to start then for Talbot. And they certainly are showing their intent here. They want the 4 points here, and it's, well, at the moment, they're certainly at that rate. 42 off 25 for that bonus point. Hornchurch could be sat bottom of the table with just 2 points.
Especially, by the way, I haven't seen the chairman of the board yet here for Hornchurch.
No, I haven't seen him either. I've only
I
seen him
hope he
once in
makes an
person.
appearance. I think he might be the missing link.
Maybe.
At the moment, Jeremy.
Got him. Gone. And just misses the straight one. And I think there's a bit of a giggle here. There is. That's always nice to see. As George will get the last laugh. He picks up 2 in the over. And he goes for 13. Probably not too much of an issue in terms of runs, but picking up big wickets as well. So 2 back in the shed. Good end to the power play, but Twickenham 41 for 2 after 3.
I don't know. They've got some good bowlers. Is there a chance they can just kind of roll through them here? I mean, we haven't seen Gavin Griffiths yet. That's the old the bowl and tackle there. Talbot tries to walk off quietly. And then, George. This is not really a send-off. It's a little bit of a reminder. Pats him on the taped-up number 6. On your way, son. As that'll be the second wicket down. End of the power play as well. And it's 41 for 2.
I like this. How many pairs of pink salmon chinos does the commentator have? I can only imagine they're not referring to me with that one.
I also love it when they just get referred to as the commentator. But hello.
How many games have you done?
3,500 or something.
From
hello,
the commentator.
Sports Badger. Well,
quite a few.
Yeah, well, they're not all pink salmon, are they?
Some of them are probably in similar
chinos either.
No, they're definitely not. They're definitely not chinos. I can confirm. Well,
I wear different colour underwear every day as well, but no one ever gets to see that. That's in the sealed section. Go on. lost Charlie anyway. Maximo says carreras as Suarez puts it out of the ground.
Yeah, that one is a little bit of a loosen up from Hogarth here. Have a look here. I couldn't see. I've seen
him given, as Rico would say. Probably for me it's dropping and it's not quite a no ball. Because he's a spinner as well. Hogarth coming in.
That still tickled me, that has.
Sorry.
Anyway, Hogarth got it right with the back. Can he do so with the ball? That's better. Nice and full. A bit of drift with that as well, by the way.
And he's called the bison because of his unusually large head. It's the biggest head of any land mammal.
Poor bloke. Well, he's currently just being hit to all parts of the ground. That's another 6, and already, I mean, look at that, just 30 needed now.
Credit to Sandhu playing a good holding role at the other end. Just turning the neck every time watching this ball disappear.
Isn't this probably the highest that the Sandhu would normally bat?
Partnerships matter. And what's this partnership worth already? It's worth 12.
Good man, nice, very good. Well, that's now 18. That is the biggest of the lot. Is that in the bushes? No, 1 bounce short, but that's huge.
Poor Gavin Griffiths is on essentially a beep run from long on to go and
I'd like to see the heat map.
Oh, dear. So 50's up, and, well, Jorge, as he's known.
Jorge.
And look, they've got the Hannibal Lecter face mask at the moment for Paul Murray, who bent the rules by actually keeping in the ECL in a grill-less helmet.
I was told about this.
Jockey lid.
Goes for it. And has he got the legs on this one? Chance underneath it. It's Bryce. No, it will go for 6, and that will bring up his half century as well. It was teasing him all the way, but what a way to bring up his half century off just 16 deliveries. That is sensational hitting. He's liking what Hogarth is putting down at the moment.
Well, to use another unusual British place name, I would say that Twickenham supporters are on a one-way trip to Giggleswick at the moment because they're laughing all the way to the bank. That is a real place, by the way, Giggleswick.
Yeah, that's a common one.
Is in Yorkshire.
Yeah, that's a common one in Yorkshire, that is. The rest of them on there aren't so common. Somehow argue if any of them are. Actually, there's a good...
It's the internet. They must be real.
I'll give you something as well. Gone for it again. That's going to be just over Griffiths. It was a good attempt. And, well, if there's anyone you probably wanted underneath that for a sharp catch, it was probably him. But it's a supersonic over. Hogarth goes for 30. Look at the facial expression. Well, I tell you what, pictures tell 1,000 words. And Hoggy can't believe what he's witnessing at the moment, as that will be the end of the over. And after 4, very much, well, pretty much almost there, 71 for 2.
Not a pretty sight between those lines at the moment. Yeah, Hogarth was proper rotten there, wasn't he? And let's just have a look here. What do you reckon's going through his mind here?
Why can't I pitch the ball up? Why is it not working? Something like that.
I kind of see what I'm thinking on TV.
Oh no, what's Vinny saying? Oh no, oh no.
I am half Scottish, so I should
I
said
this.
Better,
so I spoke about this when you're out in the Tri-Series. I said you've got Lenny as the Irish correspondent. I said you got Ruddy as the Netherlands. I said you got you for the Scots.
Exactly.
See?
Yeah, it's fair.
I remember that.
It's like what do they call it? The nuclear arms there's a word for it. There's a reason that the world doesn't get blown up.
Okay. I'm sure you're going to find this one out for us.
It's called the nuclear triad.
I don't know. All I know is that you haven't got long to do this, because at the moment we're only 2 hits away. Look at that low 6 bowls, by the way. 6.666. Pretty interesting stuff, Hogarth.
Oh, he got a dot in there, so you got to give him credit for that. And to be honest, he's still a long way behind Alchin's 41 from yesterday.
Yeah, that's true, actually.
Yeah,
the Scottish import's not proving very...
All right, here's my cuz, Sanjit. Now's your moment. He can just bang a couple of 6s, take all the glory. Potential player of the match stealing performance here.
That would be
He's got
horrible.
Zada steaming in. Actually, they haven't used Griffiths here.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? Oh,
well done. He gets a wide there. Just steps inside it.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of him. You got to protect the family.
I'm sure you are. Were you a fan of him when he dropped the big batter on none?
Yeah, but look, it was a sign of supreme confidence that he dropped a goober, and they knew they'd get Hankins to hole out soon after. Hankins actually out of the game at the moment.
Yeah, big time. He's not looking very comfortable. That's a nice flick off the pads from Sand, who chases on for Arthur George. No, he does well yet again.
But what I will say is Hornchurch, they have automatically qualified for ECL 25. So they're one of the few teams we know. We saw that have qualified already. So Voorburg qualified from the Netherlands on Sunday.
Yep.
Thanks to Rain, player of the day. Hornchurch are known. And just with the procedures in ECL, if there's more than one country, one club from a country, they're put in the same group to avoid doubling up in championship
finals,
week. So whoever does win from England is going to have to deal with Hornchurch. Obviously, they're not having a great couple of days at the moment, but we know they're going to be a handful. They know that Cardimer Oval pitch really well now.
Yeah, they're it's almost their second home, isn't it, I think, really? Some would argue maybe their first, but at the moment, what's this, 10 off 16 for this bonus point. Should get there nice and easily. Oh, not like that. That's not the prettiest of shots.
Looks great when it works. Also, you got the flying bus lurking around there.
I have to say, I do like the shout of Billy as the minibus. That's really good.
To be honest, I obviously went to Hornchurch last year. They invited me to be part of their big charity weekend, sponsors weekend, and I got to know Billy a little bit there. So I have been calling it for a while.
Oh, this one is up in the air. Well, the bus
the bus is parked.
The bus is stuck in reverse potentially. Doesn't let the handbrake go. Muzza, look at that. Look at that.
You'd have to call. What do you call it? You don't call it AAA here. What do you call it? RAC. Because the bus needs some attention because it did not move. Just tilted the neck around.
I think it needs the old MOT looking at. Oh dear, maybe the MOT's run out on it. Oh, probably not paid his road tax. Okay then, just 8 needed then. 4-8. He's gone pretty nicely, 6-1 off 20. And we'll make that 67 off 21. That's pretty good hitting that time around. And well, off you go. Good luck chasing that Grizzly.
Hornchurch still well supported. They've got a fair few of their supporters in here. I suppose their own version of Cockney Corner.
Yeah, I was almost expecting, I said at the start, I said, well, if Hornchurch gets to the finals there, I could feel it could be almost Cockney Circle. But at the moment, it looks as if they're not exactly, they're struggling to get there at the moment.
And I know we're going to get lots of mail saying to be Cockney, you need to be able to hear the Bow Bells. But I won't have time to talk about that because this game could be over pretty quickly. Not just yet, though, because it'll get to the end of the 5th over. And it's 81 for 2. Zada actually not so bad. His figure's none for 18 off 2. So I liked what he's brought to the table. Don't forget, we have more cricket coming up. And Hornchurch, they will be back taking on Spencer in the next game. Still a fair bit of time to that next game. Yeah. It's about an hour and 15 minutes away. So we do have the extended break between games 3 and 4 as well. So stay tuned.
Yeah. Look at this, by the way. This is a nice moment. Richard Birdie. He's going to come on and get a bowl here.
Come on, Birdie. Now, Birdie's no stranger to the chat as well. He does carry a blue spanner around. He took a good catch as well off the bat-to-head catch earlier.
I'm not going to have time to even say what I wanted to say here.
Come on, Birdie. Well, Birdie, it's been great knowing you. The first one's out of the ground. Game, set, match. Hornchurch with a sense of theatre. Want to finish it off quickly. Birdie disappears. Maximo and Twickenham with an absolute thrashing there of the ECL champions. They win the game with 29 balls to spare, taking all the points.
Yeah, not the first time that Hornchurch go pointless here in this tournament. And yet again, disappointing outing for them. But to be honest with you, Twickenham just beat them on the park in every way, shape and form in all 3 ways of the game. They just were on top of them. They were all over them like a rash, it felt. And yeah, you've got to think Hornchurch, they've got to pick themselves up. They've got a long old break. They've got some time to maybe have a look at some things, but they've got some work to do.
Thing is, they're even worse than their record suggests because they haven't picked up a point in a game they've actually played, just the 2 points from the washout. But yeah, credit to Twickenham. They've been in good form. How about that innings from 4-8 with 67 off 22 balls? He was absolutely on, wasn't he? Lost Dixon, lost Talbot, but Twickenham, they've got time to chillax for a little while as we go back to the beginning. A little bit of shake 'em up, bake 'em up as Dixon headbutted a ball off the top edge straight to Richard Bird. That was the only real highlight for the most part, as there was this moment, I suppose, for Arthur George knocking over the sticks of Talbot. But from there, it was just a Francois for a masterclass.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, that might just be one of the shortest highlights packages I think I've ever seen. Clearly not too much to write home about for Hornchurch. Twickenham, though, they can be pretty proud as they, of course...
He did hit 9 sixes. How many of them just made the highlights?
I don't even know if there was any of them.
Did that even
There
happen?
was one. There was one.
Okay, well, there you go. 87 for 2 or 5.1 for 8. Takes the game away in quick time. Didn't even have to get to Van der Linde. Didn't even have to get to the Don either down there. And Hornchurch back to the drawing board. Now the question is, will George Hankins even be fit for that next game? Because they are meant to be starting in an hour and 15 minutes time. After George with 2 wickets in there, the only real shining light, though, I did like the 2 overs from Zada. He only conceded 18. Hankins went magical. The Bison went supersonic. Allchin still MIA. It's just been one of those weeks so far for Hornchurch, who go down in flames here, but they'll be hoping to light it up. Vinny Sound and Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. We'll take an extended break. We might even get up around the grounds here, chat to a bit of the crowd. Hope you can join us when we return in an hour and 10 minutes for match 14 here in the European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. I'm here at the beautiful Rains Park Sports Ground in England, and I've got some of the gang here behind me, some of the supporters, and they are from Decimal Data, but they're off the clock. How are you boys going today? They are loving it. Now, you wouldn't believe this, but these are the brains behind this supercomputer, and it's great to have you here joining in the ECS facilities. I should mention they are off the clock, so it's completely fine. But right now, they're going to go out to the middle. Match 14 on the way. It's Hornchurch who are taking on Spencer in this one. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Hornchurch, you're the home team. You'll toss the coin. Spencer, the away team, you'll call.
Heads, please.
Heads has been called. It's come down tails, so you've won the toss.
Yeah, we'll have the ball, please.
Okay, toss won by Hornchurch, and they'll bowl first.
So it is Hornchurch have won the toss. They need to turn their tournament around, don't they? I think they need to win everything from here, to be honest. They've decided to bowl first. Probably not the worst idea either. At least they know how much they'll have to chase. Obviously issues there with the Hankins injury. Billy Whitlock, good young leg spinner, comes in. Wasn't he impressive yesterday in his first day in ECN cricket? Well, I'm going to hand over to Charlie Hunt. But Charlie, if the supercomputer is a little bit wonky this game, you know what's going on because the brain's behind me here. But it's nice to see that even the cricket boffins can have fun. So I want you to have fun, okay? They look very different to what I thought they'd look like, but it is now time to go to the first ball. Charlie Hunt standing by, and look, I'm actually having a good time here. Do you think, actually, you know, Charlie, I'm going to leave you with this one for a little while. I'm just going to retune the supercomputer. Let's get ready for the start of match 14. Okay, let's talk. All right.
Well, that might be the last time we see Mr. Maximo here today. Well, I'm very intrigued to have a look at what the supercomputer is going to come up with this one then. But a very warm welcome back to the Cube here. And yeah, you can see this is our location here in the beautiful Rains Park here, of course. And what a location it's been, of course. You can see there, there's some nice bit of football going on that point when this was filmed. But, well, I tell you what, I'm hearing rumours. I think Vinny might be lost. We might have to send an SOS out, see if we can save him from the cricket nerds. I think we'll call them, the stats nerds. That's what they are essentially. They won't mind that. They'll love that. That's a bit of a compliment for them, in all honesty. And yeah, but of course this one, Vinny did mention it, didn't he? He said this way it's must win from here on in for Hornchurch. It really is a must win. You kind of feel that, oh no. Well, talking about the supercomputer going wrong, you talk about it there. Well, maybe we can rejig it and go back and have a look. There you go. Well, there you go. There's Vinny getting the old screwdriver out, trying to have a look at that one. 34% to 66%. Hornchurch, you probably feel that a big reason as to why that's so in favour of Spencer is down to the fact that there is no George Hankins, of course. He misses out. That injury just starting to play up. It's actually an ACL injury that he had 2 to 3 years ago, and he just hasn't quite got it sorted out in recent times. So it will mean that Gavin Griffiths will take the captain's armband. Of course, no real changes. Lesbon Edwards does come in. That's a big in for Hornchurch, of course. Tommy Fletcher comes in as well. So they're the 2 changes. As for Spencer, no real drastic ones for them, of course. Looking forward to seeing the likes, of course, of David Mansfield and Freddie Haller as well. He's been pretty good for them as well. Yeah, this one, again, it is do or die now, isn't it, for Hornchurch? They have to find a way of picking up wins, realistically. They just don't seem to be able to get themselves over the line. It's tricky for them. But you just feel that maybe, just maybe, they could have a change in fortunes. You can see the players making their way out to the middle. And oh, what a glorious day it has been. Touch wood, of course. This is this is the English weather we're talking about. Looking around, just clouds around. Very overcast day. We had a bit of sunshine at some point, which was nice. But yeah, to be honest with you, it is mostly overcast. But the real positive is that there is no sign of any showers to come. Once again, touch wood. But a very warm welcome to everyone tuning in around the world, whether it be on Fancode out in India or, of course, on the ECN European Cricket Network YouTube channel. Pleasure to have your company with us. And well, you can just see in there a couple of extended break opportunists, as Dave Bean just saying, back from the pub. There you go, spending the Wednesday afternoon in the right way, it would seem. Maybe you might have seen Vinny in the supercomputers over there as well, but you can just see there's a little pause in play. There's a little issue here is, well, that seems to be an issue here. There's giggles around, so it's obviously not a terrible issue, but there seems to be a problem. But we're just gonna continue on. Well, this is interesting. Because they were looking to, wow, they're looking to. There's a little mishap with with the lineups there, but we're gonna get ready to go here, and you can see now that it is Harry Hankins who will take this first over. Struggled last time around for with both bat and ball, if I'm honest, but of course that was his first tournament appearance, so he'll be hoping to better that this time around. Of course, Spencer looking to get up into those top 3. That's where they'll be thinking that they need to finish on, especially after today, of course, here on Wednesday. Anyway, it is Hankins up against Barker to start. This is over the top. This will be 4 runs as Billy will give chase, but he's not going to quite get there as the minibus. And that one, is it going to be 4 to start? Nice back foot punch over the top from Barker. Conditions, of course, as I mentioned, a little bit overcast, but 20 degrees has been hit. Hit the alarm, sound the bells. That's going to be a nice afternoon for cricket, you'd feel. Of course, just two more games to come here, but Portugal will get underway over the next couple of hours. Phil G running you through proceedings out there, doing a wonderful job with that as well. Hankins, first ball goes for 4. Second ball is going to be pretty similar this time. Not as convincing as the last one. It's an outside edge. Bit of a false shot. Not really too much you can... there you go. These are the 2 lads that we had in the Commons box a little bit earlier. Good to see them still sticking around, and yeah, good to see a nice little crowd forming. It's one of those sort of afternoons where get yourselves down, maybe you can sneak an early finish off work, and if you're in your boss's good books, make the most of it. Come down, come and say hello. There's a couple of people coming in and say hello over the course of today. Into the pads, good delivery. They'll come through for just one leg wide. Well, your umps this time around. Watch this. Evasive action 101. Ready? Look, off he goes. Dun, 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 dun. Makes quick time. Does very well. Very, very quick mover. Of course, you have to remember as well, he was at square leg a little bit earlier on in the day, and he was under fire a little bit. So, clearly, he's a fan of the game. Rightfully so. Pearson then. Oh, this one he's worn this. He's worn this. This could have ended ugly, but luckily for him, I think it just goes into the grill. Look, by the way, I'm liking the bucket hat by Muzza. Let's have a look at this one here. Oh, I think that goes into just the top of the arm, I think, more than anything. It's not far away, but yeah, he's lucky that one doesn't come up under the grill. That could have ended nasty. At the moment, not bad first over at this point. You kind of feel that 9 off it with the extra as well, but too much of a terrible start. Comes down, advances over the top, and this one will run away. Griffiths will give chase. He's going to get there, I think, and does very well. It's always a little bit intimidating running into the wall of Spencer, but he makes no mistake. And well, that's always fun. Normally you'd expect to see maybe you see someone sort of move out of the way, but the old not too concerned about getting out of his way. There you can see, there's Bourne Edwards. That's a big in for Hornchurch as well. Well, now tries to go for it again, but this one barely misses the stumps, and that'll be a dot to finish. There's the old bucket hat. Very stylish. I like it. I have to say, I'm a big fan. I wonder if I can get one of those myself. And that will be the end of the first. It is 11 without loss, as Vinny Sandy will join me back in the commentary box.
I've survived, and I was able to steal some numbers away with me. So we're over 2,000 runs in the series already. Pretty remarkable, seeing we had all at rain-affected days as well.
Yeah, I mean, look
what
at
do you
those.
see there?
Hey?
What do you see there in those numbers?
I like the maximo rate's pretty high, which is pretty nice.
I reckon it could go double digits before the end.
Yeah.
6 wins batting second, 5 batting first. Not too much in it, really. Average score 119 batting first. Again, that's a bit low. I think it might go up a little bit. As Barker getting an opportunity here to open the batting.
Paul Murray, where's it gone? He's taken it off.
He's lost.
Oh, dear.
Interesting here. It's just a little bit unprecedented. You see the helmet behind the keeper, but the bucket hat behind the keeper.
Is it the bucket hat, or is that the grill? That might be the grill, I think. No?
That's the bucket hat. This has been lifted in front of square, and that's going to be 4. So, well, it's found the gap, and then luckily it's lodged in the tent. Well, there's Hankins. That's not great for the ACL.
No, that's certainly not going to help things, but, well, there you go. He is off. He is injured. He did say that he's not a happy chap, and that...
there's... Oh, no, you're right.
No.
It is the grill. It's the Hannibal Lecter mask. My question is, where's the hat gone? Do I want to know?
No, I was going to say, good hand.
Yeah, so a bit of the Anthony Hopkins about Paul Murray when he gets up to the stumps. It's kind of like what they wanted for Corey, if Corey was actually going to come do the ECS England, because he had a few choice words about Hornchurch.
Yeah, over the course of the ECL.
ECL.
Yeah, he certainly had a bit to say. Well, I tell you what, they turned around and they shut him up pretty quickly, didn't
they? They sure did. Want to bash him to death with a trophy, I think. Anyway, this is lifted up, leg side. That's going to be 4. McPherson gets in on the action. I see him getting an opportunity here at the top of the order. Spence, they have kind of shuffled the deck a few times, but they seem to be fairly consistent.
Yeah, Arthur George is pushing it through. Looks as if he's put on a yard of pace since I last saw him. Bear in mind, that was in person. That was a couple of years ago, but it looks as if he's put on a yard. Again, got to take into concept that he is bowling down the hill, which certainly does help. Look at that, by the way. Went outside of his crease.
Yeah. George can't be quick. This is a bit of a rolling cutter, and that's lifted up over mid-on for 4. Cuatro carreras. George, 13 off his over. Now, Charlie, you've been doing a great job. Don't get me wrong. I want you to go and have a chat to the lads from Intelligent Cricket, who are literally the supercomputer people.
Yeah, but listen to me. Listen, last time we were together, okay, I'll come back after this one.
Oh, it's a no ball because it's bounced twice, and he's reversed it for 4. This is the European Cricket Series, ladies and gentlemen, and you can't tell me that England's not a part of the European Union anymore, because this is a slow ball. It's actually clever batting because he actually makes sure he doesn't hit it before it bounces twice, and then he knows there's no ball. It can't be out anyway. Free hit to come.
Yeah, that's well. If you were thinking,
That's such a good shot.
It is. It's really, really skillful.
Talk to me. What did you want to say?
I can't remember what I was
Free
going to
hit,
say.
okay.
Actually, no, I do know.
It's a free hit. No one's realised, and that's going to be the end of the over. Proper European cricket, 30 without loss after 2. The intelligent cricket guys, you going to go over there and have a chat to them?
I will, but I was going to say, last time we worked together for a full event, my maths isn't the greatest.
Can be. Well done on passing the university, by the way.
Yeah, well, speaking of which, half an hour, something like that. Anyway, this is a look at this, by the way. This is a real bottom of the table clasher here.
Yeah, so the question is Tunbridge Wells in third. And can Spencer kind of creep in there? Still a bit wide open. Anyway, look, Charlie, I've got a special guest commentator just for a few overs. It might be interesting to get his insights, actually. He's very well travelled and pretty well known to us, the ECN as well. As Jack Hogarth, the Bison, is going to bowl over number 3. Last over the power plate coming up. What a strange over that was in the end. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Joining me is Andrew Elliott. Nice to have you back, Andrew. How are you?
Not bad at all. Lovely to be here, Vinny. Lovely Rains Park.
Rains Park. Well, it is lovely today.
Very picturesque.
The absence of precipitation actually makes it a lot more beautiful for cricket. But yeah, I have a few questions potentially in the chat for Andrew, who's joined us. As Hogarth comes in, first ball steps across the miss. Because you've actually now been involved with cricket all around the world, and you pop up in South America from time to time. We've seen you in Spain, obviously. We've seen you in Gibraltar. But I mean, this is essentially your home here.
Well, I'm English, so
Yeah.
so I have to count it as
But
home.
even specifically this area, right?
Well, I moved to Surrey when I was 7, so consider myself a Surrey boy. As
Well,
that's-
Charlie, oh no, it's a worst case scenario. Charlie's dived for it, and it's missed it. It's bounced into the scorers, and it may have done physical damage. As Charlie, that was his moment, and to be honest, he did a lot right. Anyway, hold on, back to live action.
graceful, wasn't it?
Well, Andrew, you've come into chaos time, but we've got Hannibal Lecter up to the stumps. We've got the Bison bowling. This is the ball you just missed where nothing happened. We'll try and come back, but maybe end of the over, we can keep that replay because we need it. Oh, he kind of goes the leg spinner's bouncer here, doesn't he? Just a single. But
You're the guru on everything ECN,
yeah.
Vinny. I think now Timothy Barker's facing up to Jack Hogarth. Are these two people who've played for 3 different teams within the European Cricket Network?
There's a few. I think the record is 8 teams
It's 8.
for one person.
But the bowler batter match up here, they've got 3 teams each, haven't they?
Yeah,
Because
at
we've seen
least.
Jack playing for the Scotland 11, Forfarshire,
Correct.
both in
And
Cardiff.
Tim's played for Heritage CC in the ECL,
And
the Luxembourg
Luxembourg.
club, who actually got a golden ball in their first game in the ECL, and of course Luxembourg, and now Spencer, where he plays his club cricket.
Yep, and these two batters both have brothers who play for different teams in the Surrey Championship.
Lift it up. This is going to be another 4 runs. So Hogarth hasn't had a great time of it so far.
Timothy's twin brother plays for Dulwich and also Luxembourg. And Archie McPherson, who's at the non-strikers end at the moment, his brother's also a keeper. I'm not sure they're twins, but they do look very similar. But his brother keeps Risha.
Right.
So some family relationships out here. Anyway, how are you, Vinny?
I'm good. I'm still kind of recovering from this start. Anyway, it's going to be a dot to finish. End of the over. It's 41 without loss. You wanted to see it. Now you see it. Charlie Hunt was out of the commentary box, and you thought he was safe. 1 minute later, and we'll get a nice juicy slow-mo here. And it's just corner. You see it blast into the table, and then, well, credit to Charlie Hunt, because even I don't even consider diving in the in the suit, and now he's doing the right thing, trying to hide. But anyway, we'll give him that. Have you ever taken a crowd catch at an ECN game? Had any
Doesn't really
opportunities?
count. I took one-handed off the top of the marquee in Cardiff once.
Ooh.
So landed on the top. But I thought one hand, one bounce. So I took it
Partial
one-handed.
credit. Yeah, I understand.
And there's a Peacock Friday as well. So
I'm going to test your ECN knowledge. Do you know this gentleman's nickname, Mark Whitlock, coming on?
I don't know. I'm trying to remember the name. I know the darts player, that name's called the Wizard, isn't he?
That's true, Simon Whitlock. But this is the flying bus, Mark Whitlock, who certainly entertained. He's actually trimmed down a bit. He's
A few players have, I've noticed.
yeah, and also Billy, his son's in the side, aka the minibus.
who's a
Very good.
youngster. He's got special permission to play. He's normally a 15-year-old minimum to play in ECN events, but there are some exceptions. For example, Billy is playing regularly in men's cricket, so
Yep.
I think that's sensible to give him that opportunity.
And there's a proper pyramid with so much more cricket going on in England. You get a proper pyramid.
Lifted up and out of here. Charlie, where are you? Maximo says Carreras Masi still right in the back corner of the tent. I think Charlie might have sent himself to the naughty corner.
I think he didn't want to have 2 drops out of 2.
Well, I mean, the thing is, you might as well go for it because it's a long way to 9 drops in a row, which is what Corey had at the ECL.
Never be broken.
Yeah, it'd be a while.
Can only be broken by Corey itself, couldn't it?
Probably. This is lifted up and over the top. And hey, I'm going to talk to you about a game. Tell us about the record-breaking game you were umpiring in South America.
I've managed to find 12 world records. I think we're talking about the same game. I'm sure there are more.
50
yes,
up, by the way,
I
for
did,
Spencer here.
Just watch the bus come in here.
Lifted up in the air. Well, the bus is reversing and he drops it. Oh, well, there you go. You heard the noise. Beep, 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 beep. He actually made a pretty good play on it. Has to go cricket zombie style at it. Unfortunately, that one just comes off the exhaust pipe and into the turf. You've come for a pretty crazy couple of overs so far.
I'm not sure we're going to have time to talk about South America if this keeps on going, but we'll give it a go.
We'll make time. Okay.
When I haven't got my commentator's hat on, I've been known to fill my time doing a bit of umpiring. I've done some umpiring in three events in the ECN before. I was out doing a women's 2020 international between Argentina and Chile.
Oh, that's pretty close. Yeah, he's gone. Hits him in line. So McPherson tries the reverse and it backfires. So the opening partnership broken at 51 and the bus drives straight back down the pitch and breaks through with the first wicket of the game. 51 for 1. Yeah, so tell us more about this extraordinary T20 international
Well,
match.
I think, given the fact that they're given ICC status, of course, the records go with a World Cup final. They appear on the same things, but I think the one that grabbed the most headline was the team score of 432, I think it might have been. There was a bit of dispute about that, there was a bit of miscounting.
I'm not surprised.
And there was the highest individual score, which was 169 not out.
Yeah, 427 was the official score, 427 for 1.
Lucia Taylor, I believe, got 169 not out. That was a world record. The opening partnership was a record for any wicket.
350.
They were. Let's just break off.
Yeah, Horler comes out. He started well last time. This time should just be a single he starts with. End of the 4th over, 52 for 1.
The most expensive analysis, the most number of extras, the heaviest margin of defeat. The list went. I was on the next morning looking up on Cricket Info, and I remember counting 12 world records, and there were probably more that I hadn't thought of. But the amazing thing about that 427, there wasn't a single 6.
Yeah, there wasn't it. That's true. That's something I pointed out the next day when we got news of it. That game was back on the 13th of October.
I don't know if you got timings on there, but I believe the innings took about 2 hours 20.
Yeah.
And
were these most of these no balls? Were they for off the pitch no balls? What were they?
Off the pitch or bouncing more than once, mainly. Some of these girls playing for Chile 3 months earlier, they'd never picked up a cricket ball, so all credit to them, they kept going.
That. Here's the minibus. Billy Whitlock, first one down the leg side, sneaks past Murray. Is that going to go all the way or not? I think it will. Rolls down the hill. So Minimo, worst possible start really to the 5th over. Yeah, so that's the thing. You're going to get these kind of results now that it's been expanded to so many countries. But you've got to think long term. Okay, short term, that's obviously not the kind of result you want to see.
But that was a first of a 3-match series, and each subsequent match, they batted second each time, and the margin of defeat was smaller.
Yeah.
With each, so I was allowed to do a presentation speech afterwards and congratulated them on how they kept going. They kept playing with a smile on their face. They were loving it. They were putting the music on after matches. They were dancing around. They were having a great time. It was great for cricket.
That's what it's all about. It's well bowled by Whitlock, but he's going to get swatted out of the ground. It's a great shot by Horler. He's been in great form today. Spencer march on up into the 60s. And of course, you actually speak Spanish fluently, right? After spending a lot of time there.
That's something I've been working on, slowly but surely.
Getting better.
But that must come in really handy when you travel to South America.
Yep, especially though we agreed for those games, in fact, that the on-pitch language would be Spanish, because a lot of the Argentine girls went to bilingual schools, and the Chilean girls didn't have that benefit. So
that's really good. That you could use those skills, put it to good use. That's a great pickup. Lesborn Edwards, big in for Hornchurch here.
The other umpires were Argentine, so we agreed that the fairest thing was to keep the language on pitch and the surroundings as Spanish.
Yeah, well, not too many umpires in the world be able to do that. Let's just have a look. Is this a little plonk? Oh, I think that bat's just down in time, but wasn't necessarily the best bit of running between the wickets.
I think the feet brought him to safety as well.
Got down just in time. Whitlock's been a little bit leg side-ish this over. Young Billy. It was great to see him getting an opportunity so early in his career.
So he's 14, is he?
14. Look, I saw him bowling last year. Actually saw, I think it might have been in the 13s division. They ended up being champions last year, and I happened to be in England for the long weekend. I was invited down to Hornchurch and obviously saw their juniors program.
This weekend just gone?
Yeah, it was the last August it was.
Oh, that one, right.
Last season, yeah. Around the wicket, then to Barker, who drives, and we'll get a single.
Now looking at young Billy, I'm pretty sure he was in the fan zone at Kartama.
Yeah, and he's always practicing. He's either kicking a football or they're. And he's not the only one. He's probably just a bit ahead of where some of the kids his age are. But what a great opportunity for him to test his skills. He's regularly playing men's cricket as well. Leg spin's a tough gig. He's come back pretty well in this over. We started with that minimo. But I just think having the ECS here, it's great incentive, and also kind of mixes players up within a club that might not often play together. That's the other thing. Because in England, you've got a structure where clubs will have multiple teams. In Europe, most of the time, that's not the case. Last ball, the fifth. Lifted up and just over the fielder. And yeah, that's birdie out there. I think he crept in a metre that he probably shouldn't have. And so that over will go magical in the end. 23 off it. And the score is 75 for 1. Let's have a look. Birdie just. Yeah, I think he creeps in there. And look where it only goes for 4. So that tells you it was a chance. And yeah, I think officially it is 4 runs. Vinny Sandhu here and Andrew Elliott with me. Yeah, great to have you with us.
Lovely to be here. Absolute pleasure. We're going to be in Greece this week, weren't we?
Yeah, we were going to be giving subtle messages here about the what the last ball of the over was. Yeah, so it's great to have you here. We were meant to be in Greece. Unfortunately, that fell through. But what an opportunity to be in England and to have this series here. And
how good have Wimbledon Cricket Club been as hosts?
They have been excellent at hosts. Got to tell you that. Here's the flying bus coming back. So the Whitlock combination. This is in the air. Now this one will be caught. I think he does set back pretty close to the rope, but looks like this. Well, no one's going anywhere. He's coming in like it's completely fine. I have a worry this will be downgraded to not fine after we see the replay. Let's have a look at this one. It does take it, but let's watch these feet. So it's this X step, right? Steps back, and I think that's going to be 6. What do you think, Andrew? You're the umpire.
Don't want to preempt our colleagues, but I'm fairly confident that's 6, and that correct decision has been made.
Maybe he didn't feel it.
Yeah, he must have quite thick soles on his shoes, although just there the rope is quite embedded in the grass.
Yeah, true.
Especially with all the rain and the secondary ground we've got here.
Just Hornchurch can't take a trick.
So much water on the second ground here. Across. So Wimbledon done a fantastic job.
Oh well, shapes to deflect and kind of deeks Hannibal Lecter behind the stumps.
Vinny, I was at the main Wimbledon club ground. Oh, it's just an attempt at a run out there, just while we were thinking the ball was dead. There was a throw from the keeper's end. But, nothing untoward went there. I was lucky enough to umpire on Sunday.
Oh, he's bowled him round his legs. The bus bites back and Barker goes for 31. 80 for 2.
I did a national knockout match against Minster of Isle of Sheppey, and it gets a wonderful club, the Wimbledon club. I don't know if you've had a chance to visit it yet. I recommend it highly.
I haven't yet, but I am planning to. It will be sensational.
Yep. Maybe Saturday, or are you flying somewhere else Saturday?
Saturday, 5 o'clock, I'm off to Portugal. But,
5 a.m.?
Hey, while we're here, I know we only got you for a little while, but tell us about the fact you'll be going to the qualifiers, the T20 qualifiers in Italy and Germany.
Well, as we watch Timothy Barker walk off, he's going to be going there as well. There's the sub-regional qualifiers for the next T20 World Cup in 2026. It'll be going on, actually starts up while the main event's going on for 2024.
That's crazy, isn't it?
That's how soon it starts, the whole process. There's going to be 10 European teams there vying for one spot to go to the regional qualifiers next year. Timothy Barker, who's just got out there, he's on Saturday he played for Spencer third 11, partly because he'd been away on holiday and someone done well on the second 11. But he's going potentially from playing for Spencer third 11 or second 11 on Saturday to the following weekend. First match of the tournament is going to be Italy versus Luxembourg. It looks like he's going to be up against Joe Burns, Wayne Madsen, Grant Stewart of Kent, Gareth Berg's playing county cricket as recently as last year. That's
a cracking shot there. Great use of the feet by Haller. Lifts it up over long on. Maximo. What might have been a crowd catch there on the phone catch. That's proper multitasking. This is a great shot though. Look at the skip here. Gets it on the half volley, more or less. Puts it out of the park. It wasn't quite on the floor.
Well controlled though.
Pretty, very well controlled. Socks and sandals always controversial. It's very English. Anyway, this is going to be no ball called. I think he's knocked the bails off here.
Yes.
And I like this from Whitlock, who tries to put them on very quickly, almost trying to cover up the fact. But here, he's booted it. So actually, you'll have to go to the panel beater and sort that out. That'll put a scratch on the side of the bus.
You often get that from the timing of the no ball call, isn't it? Just that little bit later than the foot fault. Bowled for the free hit.
Confusion raised on this one. So that's the end of the 6th over. So they avoid any more damage on the free hit. It's 91 for 2. It's a good point you make with this. I think it's a very positive thing, the fact that the ICC is now recognising all ICC international status for T20s for countries that are affiliated and meet the ICC criteria. It does mean record books sometimes get rewritten quite often. But yeah, it certainly has provided a big boost to the game in Europe for people to play for their national teams if they qualify.
You're being very modest, Vinny, because I'm a little more detached than you, but of course the European Cricket Network has done a huge amount of good for cricket in the European region.
Well, that's a really nice reverse from Haller, who's on. He gets 4 with the reversal, and Hogarth, his woes continue. The Bison bowling his second over. Yeah, no, ECM, we're really proud of our role in it, just kind of sparking it. I suppose at a club level, I think there's always been a kind of debate about what's the best way to develop European cricket. Is it kind of top down the internationals and give them more status? But I think ECN, we do a lot at the grassroots, obviously, to increase the amount of club teams and get that bottom-up approach. But I think both are important. So I suppose we have a bit more responsibility at the club level in particular, although now it's kind of filtering into more exposure for the national teams anyway. And a lot of national team players getting discovered on ECN playing club cricket. Oh, well, another little cheeky deflection. Oh, the bus is into overdrive. He will pull it back. And fairly comfortable to take in the end. So, yeah, Italy and Germany, looking forward to that?
Yeah, going to do those two events. Yeah, really looking forward to it. I used to live in Italy, but I studied in Italy, but I've never been there in the summertime, so that's something I'm really looking forward to.
You'll love the Roma Cricket Ground as well if you get to go there. This is pulled away, and that's going to be another Maximo. 6 carreras más. Haller a little bit like Hansel in Zoolander 1. He's so hot right now, and Hogarth drops a fraction short. He just stands and delivers. So how was your Italian then? I know your Spanish is very good. There's a bit of crossover, isn't there?
Well, now therein lies the problem, Vinny, because I speak Spanish pretty much every day of my life, and there are such similarities that when I try and speak Italian now, the Spanish word pops into my head. So part of my aim for when I'm in Italy is I'm going to get that back. I'm going to get it. It's frustrating. I can still understand it really well. As this was lofted away behind over long leg, as easy as you like, from Freddie Haller. plays a big part with bat and ball on Saturdays for Spencer First 11.
So you know that I'll be tuning in whenever I can to those games. Well, they'll be available on icc.tv, am I right?
ICC.tv, yeah. They're my employers.
Yeah.
But I just want to get point you made about around about an over ago about club cricket in Europe. I think the Spain national team is a really good example of that. There are so many teams and so many cricketers up in the Barcelona area that now get full exposure.
Yeah.
And guys who've done really well in those leagues up there in the T10 have been picked off by Corey Rutgers.
Yeah. Like a hyena.
Yeah, he
Baba
bounces.
just made his T20I debut. I think he had a magical over in his first over against Jersey. Spain winning 2-0 in that series. So I know that because Corey reminded me every hour or so when we were working together last week in the Netherlands. Spain in the top 30 in the world now. But Italy are a team, a lot of the Netherlands, Ireland, Scotland players, they were talking about Italy as, you know, really building something quite significant.
I think Spain, the third sub-regional qualifiers in Guernsey at the end of August.
Yeah.
And Spain are currently the highest ranked nation within that group.
Yeah, I saw that.
And depending on how things go at the 2024 World Cup, we should be supporting the Netherlands and Scotland and Ireland.
Definitely.
If they get in the Super 8s, that massively increases the chances of sides like Jersey, Spain and Italy, who are the highest ranked in their respective groups,
We had this
going
debate.
on to the main World Cup.
We had this debate last week saying, okay, when you look at how many countries actually in the Europe region or the catchment, I mean, do they deserve more spots? Rangers versus Fighters tonight. Phil G standing by at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda de Corvo. My Portuguese isn't particularly good, but that's starting before you know it, actually. We're only around about, let's say, 45 minutes away from the start there. Rangers Fighters in that doubleheader. Group B action continues as we roll towards the Super Fives. It starts on the weekend. I'll be there, actually, with Phil on Saturday and Sunday. That's why I'm leaving so early on Saturday morning. So I better not get into too much trouble on Friday night. I know that meant to hand back to Charlie, but we'll give you one more over, Andrew, because I'm enjoying having this little debate here. But there's no debate about this. Harry Hankins gets it in the Yorker. This is a ball I just don't think we've seen enough of this whole week. It castles the stumps. Things going everywhere. So Hauler, it's kind of reeled in the 40s one more time, but his contribution's been undeniable here. 44 off just 16 balls with 5 big sixes. The score in the 8th over, 110 for 3.
Yep, just about the perfect Yorker. I think it might have been a slower ball, actually.
Look, it bounces right between the feet, and he kind of yorks himself to an extent by creeping forward. Hankins has that bottom won't melt in his mouth kind of expression. Still Hauler gets a good reception from his teammates. Mansfield was his partner in crime last time out. Gets a hit at 5. Oh, this is going to be called a wide. Mustn't have hit anything, and so that is the correct call. They were so close to knocking out the leg stump.
Yeah, of course, if it hits the stump and the bell doesn't fall, you can't call it a wide.
That's true.
And that must have been close to a
Must
coat
have
of
been
varnish.
very close. He looks a bit confused as to how that didn't hit the stump. We still haven't seen Griffiths with the ball, which surprises me slightly. But you see how they use him. Floating slip in now for Harry Hankins. Is this out? Well,
Nope,
apparently
didn't hear
not.
anything there.
Yeah. It's
Is this still the cube?
this is the cube. Now this cube is prone to leaks, as we found out, which isn't great for the equipment. And again, we have lost one monitor already on opening day due to water damage. And our crew at Spring Media might be sending us the bill for that. Bowled him.
Matters.
Yeah, really.
Third time lucky.
Yeah, really good bowling. I still think this is the play because guys running, jumping across, at least if they miss and you bowl this line, then you have a good outcome in that you get the wicket, not just a dot. So, yeah, Mansfield tries to funkify his batting, but he's got Derek following him off as he goes second ball, so no luck for David on this occasion. The score is 111 for 4.
We've got the standard Derek, accompanying Mansfield off, and Abid Jaffrey comes to the crease. Now, Vinny, are you aware of, have you heard of AJ Sports?
Yes, of course.
They are the sponsors of the Surrey Championship, the local club competition here. So I believe that Abid is the CEO of AJ Sports, and they carry his initials, but they're actually originally the name of his father.
I was going to say.
I think might be Asif.
Asif Jaffrey. Gotcha. Well, there's the bus. Fumbles on the first attempt there. Maybe half-run attempt if he'd picked it up.
But Abbey's just about the most enthusiastic sponsor of the Surrey Championship. They tend to change every 3 to 5 years, and he's a big poster on Instagram of all things Surrey Championship, and does a lot of good things for the Surrey Championship. And he's also a very canny bowler, batting a little bit higher than he would tend to do on a Saturday afternoon for Spencer first 11.
But he looked pretty good late in the piece last time around. This game's still kind of hanging in the balance for me. Can Hornchurch find their batting boots? That's a nice bit of fielding from Gavin Griffiths to his right. He's outstanding at covering the ground. So I know you can leave us after this ball, but I just want to say on behalf of ECN, good luck in Italy and, of course, Germany. We might see you before then. I think it'll be fantastic. You can catch all those games icc.tv. We are pro cricket, so, you know, we've got people multi-screening all the time. So, yeah, there'll be a few names you know really well on the network as well. Hankins' last ball of his spell, he's got 2 for, and he goes pretty close to 3 for. Well, if he had any hair, he'd be tearing it out, wouldn't he, Harry Hankins? This is a little inside edge. I don't know how it misses the stump. And it ends up at the boundary, so 117 for 4.
Vinny, thanks for having me along.
Thank you so much,
I'm going to try and get
Andrew.
along to finals day, if I got the time, and look forward to seeing you there, and good luck with all the commentary and the great work you do.
Thanks so much, Andrew. Andrew Elliott there. And one thing about Andrew I know is that if he is here on Friday, he will be peacocking. He is a big Peacock Friday enthusiast. Unlike Corey, who actually came up with it and forgets it approximately 4 Fridays out of every 5. But anyway, Hankins 2 for 16. Still pretty good figures. I mean, could have been a lot better as well. That's the thing, if the luck factor had gone his way. So now Arthur George to bowl out in the 9th. His first over went for 19. Booth facing up the lefty. Cracking drive, mid-off was up in the circle. Now that one will end up in the fan zone. Cuatro carreras as a welcome back. Another fluent Spanish speaker, which kind of makes me sick that everyone can speak it except me. It's Charlie Hunt. Charlie, what do you make of this so far?
Interesting one, isn't it? Pretty evenly poised, you feel. I think you kind of reckon that 120 is chaseable, but of course losing out with no George Hankins is a big miss. But
Les Bourne's a big in though, isn't he?
Exactly.
He's a big in. Attempted reverse.
No, I didn't go and speak to the tech boys, I'm afraid, because
I know what you were doing.
I was hiding.
I know what you're doing. Hey, credit for taking it on. You went full on Kevin Costner in front of the.
I need to go to the dry cleaners today.
You just showed me. Oh, that's going to be a no. That's bad news. That's going to be 7 of the best. Arthur George with the chest high fully, the uppercut, and it's 7 carreras. It is 7 up time.
Yeah, it is. And that's a nice uppercut. Yeah,
I don't know if we'll get this on the camera.
No, I can't lift my leg up that high. I can't.
Can you do a handstand? You've got a proper grass stain on your good trousers, your slacks. Are they slacks?
I don't know what they are, but all I know is that there is a dry clean around the corner from where we're staying, so that might be an emergency call.
Only ever dive if I'm wearing my green trousers.
Yeah, that's fair enough, actually.
Because it reduces the... Free hit, by the way, as that's lifted up into the gap, so no one's getting this. It's going to bounce just inside. That'll be 4 more. So that ball goes for 11. Someone needs to have a heater for Hornchurch in the second half of this game, no matter what, I think.
Yeah, all of a sudden.
Talk us through it, though. But unfortunately, it would have been fine if you dropped it, but you protected the equipment. The equipment remained unprotected. And did someone cop it in the shins?
No. Butchie's fine.
Down the ground this time, just be a single.
No, Butchie's fine, but I was on the wrong side of the table. I had to come all the way around. I'm not giving excuses.
Sure.
Not giving excuses. Should have been taken.
Now's the time for excuses. Though.
I had to get all the way around, and then listen, here's what it is. I've been saying all summer long last year. I was saying to Rico, all I want is a catch. All I want is a catch.
You must have had a catch before.
No.
Really?
I have not had one.
Ooh.
I think I'm the only one to not have one.
Well, you think you know that I don't go looking for catches.
No,
there
but
are
they find
times
you.
after so many games. My favourite one was protecting the 2,000 euro clock at the Carver
That's a good
Oval.
one. I was going to say another one. I'll come to it after this. I was going to say...
Go on.
the one where you took it in Bulgaria in the scaffolding.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
That was because I wasn't actually watching when it got hit. And we were 3 levels up. And
It was high.
It was just coming like flat at me. It was so weird.
Yeah.
That was Kevin D'Souza that hit that.
That was my favourite one.
That was my favourite. Actually, there's one Gian who was sick today. He's off school in Italy.
Mm-hmm.
He was commentating with me, and it was 9 at the time or 10.
Right.
Very knowledgeable on cricket.
Okay.
Very, very knowledgeable. And Corey was sitting out. This is in Rome. I think in 21 or 22. This is a beautiful square drive. That's going to be 4 as well. So Booth lighting it up. That's the end of the over. And Spencer 138 for 4. So what happened? The ball came pretty much straight over the monitor.
Yeah.
And I've taken it just in front of young Gian,
Yeah.
who's a good cricketer. But Corey then said, I was getting ready to save him, pull him out the way. The slow-mo replay of the commentary cam shows Corey eating a slice of watermelon at the exact moment that the ball comes in.
You can't
So
write
that was
it.
one of my favourites.
You can't write it.
No, that's good. Anyway,
138.
I mean, they do. You look at their team on paper and you say, look, yeah, there's someone like an Edwards up the top, or even Harry Hankins. He was very good in the ECL.
Also look at the
Murray.
likes of, Murray. You look at Hogarth as well.
Yeah,
Some big names. It's a star-studded 11, but it hasn't clicked for them. Young Billy for the 10th then.
Yeah, it's a bad area. It's a long chase though for the fielder, and I think this is okay by the Bison.
I love that normally you'd ask your fielder next to you to help you, but I'm pretty sure Arthur George doesn't move a muscle when this one goes towards Hogarth out here.
They do say that the Bisons, they can only see you if you're moving. That's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Is the ball ejected? Yeah, it's going to be fine.
Excellent bit of work. Really is a superb bit of work. Gets over all fine.
Yep. Good stop by Jack.
Vital runs that they're saving here, but already near enough up to near 140. Not 140 exactly bang on.
Lifted up in the air. Opportunity. Oh, it doesn't quite carry, or does it? One of those tough ones for Harry Hankins. Maybe he was just held back for a second on that, but Billy almost gets a wicket. Won't be able to.
I don't think he quite picked it off the bat, if I'm being honest. It just looked like a bit of a late reaction.
You don't want to join the rush in and have it go over your head club, and it's a growing club. So, yeah, you can understand him hanging back on that a bit. I suppose no harm, no foul in the end at this stage of the innings, but Billy, the mini bus, I'm sure he'd love to get in the wickets column.
Yeah.
Hornchurch, this is their last game today as well. They play 3 more tomorrow, and there are some whispers about a signing.
Yeah, there are some
Should we talk
interesting
about that?
ones.
Reverse edge. They play that well over here. They practice it more and more. That's going to be for Booth. Very, very impressive. Yeah, so I think we can probably say it.
Do you want to break it, or do you want to leave people in suspense and leave it till tomorrow?
You're right, Charlie. But here's
the counter
Here's
argument.
what I'll say. No. Go to EuropeanCricket.com.
Is it on there already?
Check on squads. I don't think it's there already.
Let's have a
But
look.
check it overnight, refresh it a few times, and see what happens.
See what you spot.
Yep, see what you spot. Pretty well bowled. For a young leg spinner, he's bowled very few poor deliveries. I know he's been smashed around a bit, but that's all kind of priced in. He's not the only one. His temperament's been good here, Billy.
Not on that.
No, it won't be there yet, but it might be.
It might be in a few hours' time, maybe. But Billy's he has bowled well. We haven't seen that too much, but his poorer delivery is, I think, where he just tries to do a little bit too much, and it sort of veers down the leg side. That's where his misfortunes have come. But 147 now on the board. Should get up to 150, unless Billy can keep them quiet.
Come on. Can Minibus come through with one? Oh, not really. Although it'll go to the regular sized bus. Makes a good chase.
Bit of drift on this though from young Whitlock as well.
Had something on the weekend, didn't we, with Miriam Frey catching one off her daughter, Victoria, in the Estonia.
And do you know what
ECIWs.
best part of that was? It was National Family Fun Day.
Oh, really?
It just made the moment sweet. It generally was, and this very, very rarely happens. I'll get it in before we go. It gives you that warm, fuzzy feeling when it happened.
Right now, there's some sort of feeling in the Hornchurch camp. I don't think it's entirely positive. This is the last ball, so you might as well try for 2. They will. They won't get it. It'll be 149 for 5 off the 10 overs. Well, Hornchurch, they love to do it the hard way. Well, it is pretty hard at the moment. They'll need 150. Not a bad last over from Billy Whitlock, who only concedes 11 with 1-4 in there. Doesn't go out of the ground. So good stuff from the youngster. But Hornchurch, they've got to find their batting boots, and they really got no time to waste. 150 will be the target.
Yeah, big time. And, well, it will be a pretty mammoth chase if they're going to get there. They've really struggled to get into the hundreds at times with the bat. So it's going to have to be a very large turn in fortunes for them if they're going to chase this one down. And I think there's some conversations there that you can see, maybe captain and step-in captain and vice-captain having a conversation about who should go where. And, of course, with Edwards coming in, he'll probably just sort of, it's a like-for-like, really, in terms of him and George Hankins at the top. But then it's the question of your top four, maybe. Do you change things around? Well, let's not look at this one again. I don't want to look at this again. Look at the grass
actually see the grass stain there, and Charlie was forced to kind of slink back in the corner. But, hey, you're in good company, because the flying bus, he went full cricket zombie there, scaring the crowd as he went off, arms extended. But then he did have something to cheer about, coming up with that wicket of McPherson, who went for 23. And then Tim Barker was there, and he scored 5 fours and a 6. The Luxemburger, that was a bit of a misjudgment from Birdie, who zigged when he had to zag, went over his head, but didn't quite go for 6. That's the worst one. Normally you say that's 6. This was 6 as well. Has very few nerve endings in the bottom of his feet there. Just didn't pick that was stepped on the line 6. Barker got bowled around his legs to Whitlock. So they had their moments where they punched back, didn't they, Hornchurch? But they'd have to bat out of their skin to pull this one down. 150 will be the chase.
Yeah, they'll need a Lesbon Edwards heater, won't they? As well, once again, Harry Hankins coming back in those last couple of overs and picking up a couple. He bowled well, didn't he? It was sort of simple game of cricket of you miss, I hit a couple of the times. But yeah, in all fairness, he does carry that extra bit of pace that maybe they've been missing out on. But at the same token, though, you can see there once again they're trying to take on that onside area, and they've normally been pretty successful. But that was, of course, the end of David Mansfield that time around, and that was kind of pretty much coming towards of it. You can see here that was a good last over though from Billy, in all honesty. In the last over in a game where they had some set batters in there, he really bowled well. Just 11 coming off it and picking. You can kind of feel that realistically, it's not a bad effort. Probably could have had one there, maybe, if Hankins picked it up a little bit earlier, but it wasn't meant to be. And it will mean that they finish on 149 for 5 off of their 10 overs. So it's a 150 bang-on chase here. And you see there, look, that top 4 really firing for Spencer. Timothy Barker in there, all 4 of them in the runs. And David Mansfield, that's the old classic, isn't it? In a T10 game, you'll probably turn around, just caught a good one. Just pitch is doing a bit.
Yeah, always. But look, just couldn't quite restrict well enough, Hornchurch, so they were good in patches. It might be kind of 120s, ends up in blowing out to 149. Look, Harry Hankins, brilliant spell from him, I thought, 2 for 16. Could have had even better figures. The flying bus, Mark Whitlock with 2 for 27. Shout out to Billy Whitlock, who could have been even better than those number 32. Remember, started with a minimo. I think that Billy is certainly turning a few heads. And the chat certainly very supportive of his ECN journey so far. 149 for 5 then for Spencer, 150 for the ECL champions. I think to keep their noses alive in the competition. Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo. Big thanks to Andrew Elliott as well. Great to have him with us. Charlie Hunt and I will be back though for the second innings in a few minutes when we return for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Rains Park Sports Ground here. You join me, Charlie Hunt, here on the European Cricket Network for the second half, of course, of match number 14. It is, of course, Hornchurch who have got it all to do. They need to chase a whopping 150 in order to get a victory here. If they do it in less than 7 overs, then I'll walk off. I don't think I'll give up. But there is certainly a bonus point on potentially for the likes of Spencer. They could restrict them to less than 109, as you saw there, which certainly would be a big sort of statement in the tournament, really. And no real surprise that you can see there Lesbian Edwards at the top. Interesting note, they don't go Murray. They will turn around and stick Jack Hogarth in, of course, maybe just going off the fact that he was able to hit some form with the bat at one point in the last couple of in that last innings for him, of course. But 9 times out of 10, you do just reckon that this chase might be too tricky. But listen, they're the European Cricket League champions for a reason. They know what they're doing at times. Lesbian Edwards is going to go up and away. This will be 6 to start. What a nice start that is. And they go at this rate, they'll probably chase it down pretty nicely, but that's a nice positive way to get yourself going in this tournament. Edwards is a big in, and you just feel that maybe, just maybe Hankins dropping out for him might just be a little bit of a blessing in disguise. But you certainly reckon that this could be a close one. This is going to bounce over the man at 45, and this one, well, he has to put the old brakes on to Sakarilla or a kill. And he looked a little bit like Bambi on ice there, didn't he, to start off with? Edwards, though, at the moment, he's going pretty well. Nice start for him. Of course, going with Grant to open up with off-spin. Again, hit firmly. This one is going to go all the way, so that'll be 4 to get going once more. This is a lovely little start here from Mr. Lesbian Edwards. In the slot, though, isn't he? And it's the safe shot, really. He doesn't take it on the aerial route. He would only have had to got it over mid-off. There wasn't anyone at mid-off or mid-on, so that's a nice way to get going here. Edwards, 12 off 3. A warm welcome to everyone back into the broadcast. Pleasure to have your company here, of course. Vinny Sandu, he's off wandering around somewhere. I'm sure we'll return momentarily. Probably out with the fans. Chases the wider one, so much so that it is too wide. And that one will be will have to be bowled again. So at the moment, though, Grant under a bit of pressure here. Wow, this could be the relief of pressure. There is a fielder out there. It'll take some catching. Oh, he's put it down. He's hurt himself as well. That one is going to sting. Well, now they come back. Lesbian Edwards is off, put the brakes on. He's almost run 3 there in the terms of how much he's run, but they'll come back for 2. Well, Olia Kill, who's out there, probably wasn't expecting to get anywhere near this, but he covered a lot of ground very quickly, but momentum was never on his side. And that one is going to go down as a miss, I'm afraid. That's a drop to add to the woes of Grant here at the moment. They're at the pace, aren't they? 15 is what's needed and over. Oh, and he's gone for it again. And this one's just going to splice over to get towards the rope. This is a very positive start. Edwards is seeing ball, hitting ball at the moment. Yet again, just starting off nicely, but this is the positive start that you would expect, really, from Edwards. He's a very talented player, done it time and time again on the network for Hornchurch now. And Hogarth, he's just got the best seat in the house, hasn't he? Talking of where we are, a little bit of cloud cover coming over, but nevertheless, it's dry. That's all that matters. I'll tell you for one, I don't think we'll ever see anyone coming off at the moment due to bad light. Not at this point anyway. Last ball of the first over. It's going to be a full toss. This is going to split the field, and it's going to go for 4. What an over to start then. It will be a magical one at that. It's 23 without loss, so a great start for Hornchurch. You can see it. There's Harry Hankins on scoreboard duty. You can see here, though, it's a low full toss, and does well to play this nicely onto the onside, in full honesty. So a great start, and that will be the end of the first. It is 23. So none 20 matches since that golden ball. It wasn't long ago. Back on Sunday, of course, it was Malta against Estonia. And well, it was Malta who came out the victors in what was a very incredible chase. Or not successful in the end, but it was 170 plays, 170 odd. So Stoney would have been disappointed. It wasn't what you would call a dead rubber, but at the end of the day, it's not about that. It's about getting the highlights, of course. But yeah, Malta took the win in that one as Abid Jaffrey is going to take us through the second. And Hogarth is going to go up and, just gets put down. Oh dear, I think has he done himself some damage here, or is he just a little bit disappointed in himself? That's Michael Edwards out there. He's okay. I thought he might have taken a bit of damage on the elbow. Miscue from Hogarth, living life dangerously. But it will bring Edwards back on strike, which is a bit of a win. Oh, he's fetched that one. And well, the fielder's going to have to fetch that from over the rope. Only just clears it. Well, it went higher than it went long, but it still reaps the rewards. This is the positive start that Hornchurch needed here. Edwards is flying at the moment. In the slot, though, isn't it? Just in the hitting zone of the left-handed Edwards, and he's not exactly going to turn that one away, is he? There you go. Wants some elite camera time. He's gone for it again. Hasn't quite got all of it. And again, I think it's just going to be one bounce four once more. And you've got to feel for Martel Evans, who's out there on the leg side. All he's just doing is chasing and chasing and then fetching from the wrong side of the boundary rope. Yeah, but he did mention that if you have a look and have a peek at some of the squads here for this European Cricket Series on the website, you might find an interesting one. Well, this one is up and away, and yet again it's going to be a teaser. Oh no, he's kneed it over for four. Oh dear, that's going to be off the shin. The shin will get the assist, and yet again Edwards, well, he is just seeing the ball and he's just saying, yeah, thank you very much, I'll take you on. And he's liking what Jaffrey's putting down. So 6-4, then another 4. I missed it out. 6-4 hungry for more. Now again goes for it, but once more fortune favours the brave. Doesn't quite get it, but he won't mind. He'll come back for 2. This is excellent running if he can get there. Oh, I don't know if he does, you know. I have a feeling this could be a slight glitch in the matrix, you feel, as Hogarth might not get back here. Oh, this could be a big moment in this game. As Edwards is down on his hinges, he hopes that he hasn't run his partner out. Let's have a look here. I think he's gone for all money, unless he can get down. Gone by a fair little distance there, and that will be the end of Hogarth. He's going to get run out. Oh, where's Edwards going? Edwards is getting some water. Okay, I was going to say, I'm not sure why. I don't know why he's walking off. He's not out. He's just getting some water, I think. But that is going to be the end of Hogarth then. And there you go. Finger does go up, so Hogarth is going to have to make his way back to the dugout. That's an unfortunate way to go. It was probably 2, but he'll be frustrated to have missed out on that opportunity. So Jack Hogarth will just go for just 1. That's disappointing for him yet again. And it's going to be 39 for 1 after that wicket. There you go. There's Harry Hankins. He's going to come out at 3 then. Well, there's it's all going on. There's too many Hornchurch players on at once for me. Edwards once more then at the moment. It's going well though, isn't he? 39 for 1 at the moment. It's not going to be Hankins on, that's going to be Edwards, and Edwards is going to get another bit of luck here. So once more fortune going the way. To tell you what, Zaki Arilla's having a torrid time of it at the moment. Just can't escape it, and that's going to be the close of the second. So what a start this is. Very much above the rate. It is 40 for 1 after 2. This is what a victory would mean though here for Hornchurch. They go level on points with Spencer. Of course, Hornchurch, this is their last game of the day. They of course come back tomorrow. They've got 3 yet again, so they've got it all to do, and they know from here on in if they're going to get to that, get to finals, they've got to win every single game to even have a chance. And I don't even think by doing that mathematically that they're confirmed. So it will just show you that it's not exactly going to be easy. Oh, this one is a miscue chance. doesn't put it down, and there you go. Grant comes back, and well, after Edwards was taken into the cleaners, he turns around and he gets one back, and he has the last laugh as Grant will pick up a wicket. Good catch out there by Martel Evans, and the end of the flurry of runs for Edwards as he goes for 38 off just 12. But at the same token, you just feel maybe, just maybe, that could be the wicket that changes the game. It's 40 for 2 now for Hornchurch. And you can just see there that realistically just wasn't able to find that one as cleanly as he was hoping for. So that will be the end of him, and it will mean that Arthur George will come back out after bowling pretty well. We're hoping he can look to maybe just replicate this time around. Anyway, but just sticking at it, Spencer. That's all they had to do. They knew that the chances were coming. Arthur George can't get this through the infield. So a dot ball. So already dragging themselves very much back into this one as Grant is just looking a little bit happier than what he was a couple of deliveries ago. Oh, that's the short one, and it's really actually well played by Arthur George. He was able to sort of catch up to this one, and that one will certainly help. Just see here, look, he just has to, he plays it quite late. It's just due to the quicker nature of the delivery. It was certainly the quicker ball from Grant, but trying to rush him didn't quite work. Doesn't try it a second time round, no appeal. Impact just outside the leg side, but yet again, it's good. It's better bowling from Grant after that pretty rough time in that first over. And again, just entices him into a shot that just probably wasn't there. George once more has not got that one away, so a runner ball for him at the moment. And that's just the frustrating thing, I think, is just the fact that no one's been able to come in and score freely. Edwards gave it a go. He did that exactly. Another short ball, but this is going to be too wide. George rightfully just lets that one through to Chris Booth, the man behind the stumps. Yeah, Grant will be very definitely happier, especially after that first over. It was certainly all against him, wasn't he? Oh, it's an inside edge, and well, if you're going to swing, throw everything at it. He's thrown everything and the kitchen sink at that one. Well, there was no communication on the old back pass that time around. And that's going to be 2 more to add to the total. So the end of the power play then, it is 47 for 2 at the end of 3. And a little comparison here will be interesting, of course. 149 is what was set by Spencer. You can see there, ahead at the moment, but those two wickets are pretty big ones as well, with both Hogarth and now Lesbon Edwards back. But Edwards, of course, coming and making a pretty early impact with the bat. But they'll just be disappointed that he couldn't go and kick on realistically. You just kind of think that if he was able to stick around, then just maybe, he really could have put a chase on here. Certainly not out of it yet. Got Harry Hankins, and that's just his first ball that he's faced. He's come in and then just sort of not had any action, but he gets off the mark with just a single. Of course, this is Freddie Horler, who has taken this 4th over. Of course, power play over, so the fielding restrictions do ease. And even still, he still can't find the gap. At the moment, though, this is a little bit of a tense moment here for Hornchurch. I think they know the situation. There's a slight bit of movement with that back foot, but I don't think there was too much. But in reality, I don't think there's any movement here. We just want to have a little look here. Nothing. I think realistically the issues there was Daniel Adams just got in the way of our square leg there. I think that's why he went upstairs. He couldn't see. Yeah, of course, a little bit earlier. It was had a couple of guests on today. Fortunately, yeah, and of course Andrew Elliott as well. Was nice to hear from him in the on the microphone as well. A little bit of a stumble there from Horler at the moment, but yeah, Those 2 wickets are so crucial for Spencer. And again, this time's going to be driven nicely, but once more, just straight to the fielder. Can't seem to get things going here. Only one realistically, and that was Edwards. But that was only for 12 deliveries. He was gone on the 12th, but the 11 before were pretty eventful. But just since then, there's no one really getting going here. Tries to get funky again, but it's not going to work. And just realistically, Hornchurch just not at the races once more. Just one batter getting going. Since then, it's been pretty tricky, as that'll be 49 for 2 at the end of 4, and a good chance to welcome back Vinny Sandy to the comms box.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's hard to believe Spencer haven't won a game yet. They seem to be kind of been in the contest a fair bit, but yeah, it's been a bit of a rough one. Can they build a big run here? Or can Hornchurch pull off a miraculous recovery here? You can see they were ahead, weren't they, early? And just dipping down below. Got to say, just mixing with the crowd. I had some special guests. I thought, I know these people. It was Alec and Andrea Davidson-Soler of the Spanish national team, and their younger brother Danny, that I'd never met before. He's only 13 years of age, potential future Spanish star as well.
Maybe. So
I was having a bit of a chat to them. Obviously Andrew's here, Karina's here as well, his lovely partner. So I was getting a bit of Spanish conversational practice in while I could. Arekil is going to bowl. It starts with a good Yorker. That's the ball. I think if you're a bowler, if you're not sure what to do, which is probably most of the time, this is a good strategy, and well executed.
Yeah, it's a good one just to have in the back pocket, isn't it? The old reliable gets it on the money straight away. Yeah, good to see that it's still a good crowd in, even though the clouds are starting to come over. No sign of rain, fingers crossed. Oh dear.
Well, you spooked him.
Clearly something I said. Yeah, good to see that Leswell Edwards comes in and starts nicely, but yet again, just not really getting much support from the middle order.
Yeah, Lesbourne got out at an inopportune moment, didn't he? Good catch by Evans. It's picked and it's heaved around the corner. That's going to be 4 runs. Nice shot by Arthur George. It gets back to run a ball pace. Someone needs to stand up. I can already see what they need just for a point, but really I think it's probably worth gambling here that you could have these two come off and maybe pull off a miraculous chase.
Yeah, it'd be nice, wouldn't it? It'd be a little bit of a sweet ending to a pretty tricky day for Hornchurch. Of course, losing their skipper in George Hankins to an injury, and now staring down the defeat of what could possibly be another defeat.
Thought it was going to be a dot ball, but surprises Zaki upstairs a little bit. There's McPherson. I liked his little own goal earlier on, chasing the high ball. Had a good view of that.
Yeah, getting the old shin on the assist, which is always nice. But yeah, this is a good areas though. I don't mind it from Arekil. He's finding the money. He's finding the good spots. Struggled in the field. He was couldn't escape it down at fine leg, but with the ball, very impressive. And he's something about a lefty, isn't there, as well? Left down. One bowler is always someone that's tricky to negotiate.
Flipped away, beats the infield, rolling down the hill. That'll be 4. So Hankins with his first boundary. We've seen some pretty remarkable partnerships. I mean, that partnership between Hauler and Mansfield earlier really turned things around for Spencer. So Hornchurch, they're certainly capable of pulling it off. I think they probably need Spencer to lose their nerve as well a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think you can count the European champions out of it until, you know, the fat lady sings. But at the same token, you do just kind of realise that it is a very, very big task that they've got on their hands here.
Well bowled. Oh, not well bowled. I don't know. This seems like it was either inside or on the line. Let's check it out. Again, we've got the blue lines. No. Remember, on the line is now not a wide, even if it gets a tiny piece of the line. Anyway, Hornchurch probably need all the help they can get at the moment. Goes upstairs, but Hankins is waiting for him, and he pumps it up into Cockney corner. Maximo! Hornchurch lift themselves up into the 60s.
Yeah, Cockney corner seems to be a travelling area. That's nice to see that they've made their way up, of course, here to Southwest London. Not too far away, I'd imagine. Of course, I'd probably imagine a few of them get the old district line in and then jump on a train.
I've noticed a bit of an uptick in the crowds every day. And I know yesterday was a bit of an outlier because of the weather, but what I hear, Because every day expecting a few more. Come Friday, it's going to be a real festival.
Yeah, I
The
think it's going to
finals
be really
day.
nice.
66 for 2 at the end of the 5th over. That gives an opportunity to welcome you into the commentary box. Great to have you with us wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I've got Charlie Hunt with me as well. And guess what? I think we're only a couple of minutes away from a start in Portugal as well. So you can multi-screen if you like. And Phil G is standing by.
Yeah, Phil G. By the way, what a job he's done, by the way.
What a guy. I can't
What a
wait.
job.
He's going to teach me a few things, I think, when I get there on Saturday. So Saturday is actually a bit of an unusual one because to sneak in a couple of extra games to finish the group in time, Saturday is actually a 4-game day in Portugal. So the night series actually starts more like lunchtime. But also we've got 5 games in Cyprus.
Yes.
So you have 9 T10 games.
By the way,
There's 9 chances of golden ball.
You can see signs of the old wicket-keeping hands there, by the way. Look at
You
that.
know what?
Oh, dear.
Wasn't
if
born
you're
that
not,
way.
If you're not squeamish, then
That's a good one as well. Like, you know the Billy Bowden?
Yeah, you can't.
Got
That's
that
as
one
far
as
as it goes.
Hey, if it works, it works. Anyway, Hankins gets one down the ground first up.
This is, of course, Michael Edwards, who comes on into the attack. Not a bad start. He looks very disheartened already.
Well, I think the effort of actually bowling a ball has gotten to Edwards here. He's run in and he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. A big framed pacer. Edged and gone, so slips it across George. Regulation, Nick, and taken easily by Booth behind the stumps. That's the key man gone. Arthur not able to fire. He becomes the 3rd prong of the tripod to go. 67 for 3.
Yeah, it's another one that falls, and yet again, players coming in. And the issue as well, realistically, is the amount of balls that they're facing. Again, going for a runnable 12, or less than a runnable 12, isn't exactly positive. Hogarth went for 1 off 1, a little bit unlucky with that run out, but you just got to look at it and you think, well, now you've got a good partnership here, or a good duo to have out there in Harry Hankins and Paul Murray.
Apologies also if we had a bit of an issue with the stream. Just a few connectivity issues. Perhaps the clouds around the ground. But I do hear we're back and we're firing. One Church. Points not that useful for them right now. They need this win. Paul Murray, well, we know that he's a guy that when he's on, he's really on. It'd be a good time for him to catch fire right now, wouldn't it?
He really could do with coming good here. He's had a couple of starts, but needs to kick on.
Yeah, it's a good start for Murray. He goes up and over the top. Couple of bounces, 4 runs. Yeah, often just the way he starts dictates how his innings goes. So still potentially, I know it's a big task. The required rate's about 18 and over, but possible.
Yeah, Freddie Flintoff used to always turn around and say that he used to try and walk in, and he always used to hit 4 first, try and hit a boundary first up, just to sort of assert his dominance more than anything. That's kind of what I get the vibe off from Murray there as well. Similar sort of ideas, maybe.
Reminds me of a Nabi quote, actually.
Uh-oh. Go on then.
Well bowled by Edwards. Gets someone to jump a bit. You know how you're kind of taught when you're young, don't get yourself out, make the bowler get you out.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Value your wicket.
Yeah.
It's a very traditional way of thinking.
Very.
Nabi lives by the mantra. He told me this. He says, I never let the bowler get me out. Only Nabi gets Nabi out.
I mean,
So he'll get out to you, but you haven't earned it, right? I love this mentality.
you've got to respect the brave and
He
the
just says,
honesty.
yeah, like you'll get me, but it's because I'm trying to hit you for 6. So
Fair
I
enough.
love that. Yeah, that's a harsh call as well, I think.
Speaking of Navi, it was nice to see Hamza Niaz in the French T20 side at the Medina
Yeah.
Cup. Really was.
Bit
A
of a
little
rough start for him.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, well, that clanger behind the stumps by Sudasanan of Malta was a tough way to go for a golden quacker, but he came good at some points.
That one will be a wide, no doubt about that one. Yeah, also someone like Cameron Ahmedzai in the setup. I thought he showed what he could do. You can definitely see the kind of the T10 flavour in these
Yeah.
T20I setups.
Yeah, they're starting to flow, aren't
Because
they?
they're saying, hey, if we can do this, okay, yes, the field's bigger, you have to be a bit more careful for sure. But yeah, I just think that sometimes when I've seen T20 national cricket continental level, which is not kind of excluding Netherlands and
Yeah.
I suppose
Yeah,
Italy and these, but they sometimes go a bit too defensive, and it's almost like they're waiting to get out. It's the same bowlers, it's the same ball,
same
it's the same
principles.
bat.
It's the same principles.
So
No, you're
I
absolutely
just
right.
think sometimes attack's the best form of defence, and often you see left till really late in the piece. But then it's kind of too late to turn things around.
Yeah, it's sort of the mindset. I hate a negative mindset, especially when you're batting. I don't like negativity. Don't bat within yourself. If you bat with positivity, results will eventually come at some point. Look, Murray's trying. He is trying with the positive intent, but just not quite catching up with this one.
Yes, I mean, also it's partly just about identifying scoring opportunities and balls you can score off, and being confident trying to put those away. There's also the fundamentals come in a bit more in the T20, slightly bigger fields, running between the wickets and things like that. Short, misses out the pull. And this will be the end of the over. Edwards goes for only 8 in that 174 for 3.
I like that
from
Murray.
Here.
That's fine. No issue with that for me.
Yeah.
No issue.
He's a gamer from way back. And he's saying, yeah, maybe we should have played that. Well, if you did have a cut shot, probably would have been a good time to bring it out. Anyway, end of the 674 for 3. What are we up to? 19 and over required.
Tricky.
Next man in, Richard Bird.
I'd imagine you'd probably see Gavin Griffiths, I reckon. He's got the pads on. He's got the helmet on. Billy's got the pads on as well there, by the way. Young Billy.
Yeah.
The old minibus.
Scored a run yesterday. I'm pretty sure.
Yes, he did. Yeah. I had to check the old memory bank then. Yeah, he did.
Don't hurt yourself.
No, I'll try not to.
Horler comes back. None for 2 off his first over. I like this attacking shot, but could be trouble, is trouble. That kind of sums it up. Hankins, it's there to hit, isn't it? He takes on the fielder and loses. Just not quite the connection he hoped for. Horler breaks through. And Hornchurch lose a 4th wicket, 74 for 4.
Yeah, sort of the tail of the tape, really, isn't it, for Hornchurch? Just a hit-me ball that's there to really be hit, and yet again just can't find the middle of that bat. It's frustrating times for Hornchurch, and I have a feeling as well that the Cockney corner, they're going to be frustrated once more as well.
Yeah, and you know what? He did everything right there except hit it in the middle. He danced, he got the ball on the full. No good deed goes unpunished, as they say in the classics. And that's the end of Harry Hankins for the day. Also didn't have any luck when he bowled, even though he had good figures. I think 2 for 16, but there were a couple of things that could have made his figures 3 or even 4 for.
Yeah, there certainly were chances. Here is Griffiths then, not being used with the ball. But with back, got a chance to hit a few here.
That's well bowled by Horler. Jams it up into the block hole. Griffiths leading the side in the absence of George Hankins out with that knee injury.
Some cricketer, by the way. You look at his past, recent past as well. It's not long ago. T20 Blast player, county champs.
Well, some cricketer, but he might be gone for a globe here. Keeper going zombie style, and it's caught. So Horler gets another wicket, and unfortunately for Gavin, it's a short stay at the crease. He's got a GG, and the score 74 for 5.
Yeah, well, he's already, look at them, he's saying that. Oh, my wrist might hurt. Oh, no, okay.
Oh.
Getting a bit excited with the old Derek there. It's the wrong one. Let's put that one back in.
There we go. That's a bit cruel from the Derek family there. But can I say this about Griffiths? He's a brilliant cricketer. He's also a sensational human being. So you can't take that away from him. But right now, he'll be wondering why I ever took it up in the first place as he goes for a second baller, 74 for 5.
Yeah, cricket's a horrid sport, isn't it? You could be on top of the world and then very quickly find yourself feeling like rock bottom.
Teaches you resilience, though, cricket.
Yeah, it does.
I mean, I know all sports do to an extent, but cricket really does.
Yeah, it really does.
It can be cruel. That's Horler, though. And delivers a full toss, because that sometimes works. But gets patted back. Andy Roberts, the new batter, coming in at 7.
Yeah, but we touched on it briefly, but Griffiths has played a lot of high-level cricket.
Yeah. He's done some good interviews recently talking about his transition from the professional cricket setup, or the county setup here, and the T20 domestic level here, and then he's found a new home in the Hornchurch Club, and obviously a different part of the country, and it has made him feel really welcome. Hornchurch is a family club; they talk about it all the time, and I've really welcomed him in. He was actually my captain as well in the 8-over game, so I still call him Skip. Anyway, that's a good reverse from Murray. Well, if it doesn't work left-handed, why not try right-handed? Some very good off-the-field fielding as well. I'm loving this. I love some of the multitasking today, just kind of mixing a few personal calls with brilliant one-hand pickup on the run.
Yeah, he did better than I did, that's for sure. Dear. End of the over then. It is, of course, 79 for 5. And this one is coming up not too far away. Twickenham, last game of the day, they take on Spencer. And it's a big game, really, for Spencer, of course. Looking like they're probably going to get a victory here. But another one could just tighten up that gap between themselves and Tunbridge Wells, of course, in that third spot.
It's a rematch of match 5, where Twickenham actually chased the target of 102 with just 2 balls to spare. Spencer this time will be chasing because they won the toss and elected to bowl first. Coming up in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. All right, here's Mansfield getting a bowl. Ties him up first, up for a dot. Just looking at that side, let's see if there's any ins there. Phil Miller comes in for Spencer. And for Twickenham, Tats Edgar comes back into the side. He's only played 1 game so far. All right, this is top edge. It's rolling away, rolling. And the old foot fielding, we've seen Zaki do this a couple of times. It'll just be a long single as Murray will take strike.
Yeah, Ample's down. And yeah, Murray is going to look to probably go for it now. Of course, 25 or 16 is the current equation for that just a single point. And of course, they'll look to try and get there. But yet again, they've got it almost all to do, really, coming 3 times tomorrow.
Goes with the traditional pull, which again, so many things you'd say, well, that sums it up. That's another one that could have gone around the field. It doesn't. I know the supporters of Hornchurch must be a bit frustrated. You can feel that at the moment in the chat as well. Graham Farquhar's in there. He agrees. Gav is the nicest person you'll ever meet. And a lot of people wondering, will it be down to Birdie? Now, Birdie's a card-carrying Blue Spanner member.
This one must have touched something here. Because maybe a wide down the onside. Murray is not too happy about that one. Mansfield's got a bit of a giggle on. What an over, though. Just 1 at the moment off this one.
Right, up in the air. Mansfield wants it himself, and he will take it. So Murray goes for 8. Well, if I was on the Hornchurch bench right now, I'd be giving him a wide berth because it's cranky o'clock, I think, for Paul as he heads back. Just cannot get going in this series. He goes for 8. And after 8 overs, it's 80 for 6.
The thing is, and that's just the case for almost all 13 individuals that have been used for Hornchurch. Just a simple story. But, well, a good story is that young Billy is going to come out then here at 8.
Okay. 8 overs down. People have been asking. Let's put them out of
No.
Not too early?
Not yet.
Okay.
Whoa.
Right.
Settle down, Vinny. Settle down. But do get your answers in. I know we've had a few. As I want to know who hit that first ever T20I century, and I want the name of the player and the team that it was scored against. So get your answers in and tune in, of course, in that second innings of the last game of the day, where we'll give you the answer. I always say that it's good to know that people aren't cheating because I see some of the answers and they're very wrong. So it's always good to see. Good to see that people are being honest.
Establish actually that you're not a cheat by putting the wrong answer in the chat. Little tip for people if you want some fake credibility.
It is true. It is true. Could work your way around it. And here's Jaffrey once more.
Interesting that we found that Jaffrey is the heir to the AJ Cricket Empire, sponsor of the Surrey League here.
Oh, there you go then.
Very good. I don't think he's paying for his bats.
Well, clearly not. Good to see that they're, speaking of that, good to see that there's a Grizzly tent up here, by the way.
Yeah.
Have you popped by?
Anshu, I've seen it from a safe distance. I haven't been able to make it all the way. But yeah, look at Anshu. And actually, I played for the Grizzly team, by the way, on that Hornchurch Sponsors Day. And Graham Farquhar was one of my teammates. Gavin Griffiths was the captain. And yes, before you ask, we won. Oh, interesting. He likes this one. I think it is for a stumping. Billy plays over the top of it. But let's check out the foot here. Does drag the foot slightly. Is it coming back? It is. Oh.
Not too sure on this, Vinny. I have a feeling that this could be gone here. I don't think there's anything behind the line there.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. But is it clear enough if the umpire thinks it's not out to give it out? I think it is out, if I'm completely honest. Billy's walking away, but he might have to keep walking.
Yeah, and I think he's going to get his marching orders. Yep, there you go. Well, young Billy's going to go for a golden quacker here, which is a shame for him, but credit for him for coming out, and maybe just for maybe if he, maybe in a couple of years, if he's got some bigger shoe sizes, maybe he might have just been in his ground, but unfortunately it's going to be a golden for Billy.
I'm just picturing 15 years in the future. Another world where Burley's captaining Hornchurch to potentially a 16th consecutive ECL. And looking at this as like a humble beginning, but he's such a talented young player. He's not the only one, by the way. They've done some really good things in the junior system there. They talk a lot about how their ECL experience has exploded their junior program, which is really, really great to hear that more and more are getting involved. You see there, he's disappointed. You can understand that, the young man, but he bowled really well in his game, getting his opportunity once again. And he'll be the 7th to fall, 81 for 7.
Thing is, though, you're sort of looking at you go, you can't really be asking a 14-year-old to come out and try and be hitting runs for you. You've got to be asking more of your top order, I'm afraid, Vinny. That's just what it comes down to. Well, who's Birdie? Birdie coming in at 9. Watch out, folks.
Now, this is where all the spanners light up in the chat saying, come on, one of us. Here we go with Birdie. And he almost gets stumped in the same fashion.
Chris Booth, he's having a good time of it behind the stumps, isn't he?
Tell you something about Birdie. He's a bird of prey. He's not leaving in the locker.
No.
You can see that first up. Good take, though, by Booth.
Here for a good time, not a long time. Here's Birdie.
Strike 2 for Birdie.
Yep, big swing and a miss from Richard Bird at the moment. But what was the club? I heard you saying it back on day one. Which club has like over 1,000 juniors?
Spencer.
Wow.
Yeah, Spencer has a huge junior program. Oh, good fake footwork. I mean, Birdie really using all the ECN tricks. But in the end, it's strike 3. Time to ring him up, umpire. But this is cricket. You can still bat.
It's not a great strike rate, though, I'm afraid. But
what are Birdie's numbers in this series? Do I want to look?
Oh, I don't know if you do, Vinny, if I'm being honest with you. Last ball of the over.
Oh! It's been called a wide. Interesting. I mean, it did miss his head. It kind of went over the body. So I suppose it's not between the body and the stumps. And so if it misses the line of leg, it is technically a wide. This will wake up. This will wake you up.
Welcome to the crease.
He'll tell you he knew what he was doing. He's got 2 free runs for his team. Come back to that in a second because it's still the last ball of the night. And it's hit away well. Umpire's wisely scampering out the way. We saw an instant earlier today, didn't we? So it will be 2 runs, end of the over. Even that point total looking a long way off at the moment. It's 85 for 7 after 9. Of course, we have our next game here in half an hour, but if you can't wait, you can turn over to Portugal because Rangers and Fighters is already underway. In fact, it started about 15 minutes ago. I'm just going to check up the score. Mohamed Astadu Zaman, watch out. He's got some tricky spin bowling up there. Listed to open. Mandeep leading Fighters with Mohamed Bilal behind the stumps. Some good players on both sides there. With Fighters bowling first in that one.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Of course, yeah, you'll have to see if you can. I mean, he's going to find out and tell me what the score is. But yeah, good luck to, of course, both those sides. Rangers still looking for their first victory in that one, of course, Group B.
I haven't checked, sorry, but what are we? We're 15 minutes in, so I'm going to say 3.3 overs, and the score is 24 for 2.
I was going to say 20 for 1, so that'll be interesting.
It's 20 for 2. After 3.3 overs.
Oh, that's just awful.
Move over, supercomputer. I can just basically game all of these results.
Well, what did you say? You said 20.
I think I said 24 for 2.
And I said 20.
3.3.
And I said 20 for 1. So we got there.
Between us, yeah.
Teamwork makes the dream work, Vinny.
And I've
Stronger together.
I've got Birdie for a 7-ball duck. Here we go. Another more fake footwork. No, he showed me. I like that.
This is actually not a bad shot, if I'm being honest with you.
No, I like Birdie. He's pretty. Talk us through the footwork here, Charlie. What's he thinking?
1, 2, 3. Here we go, and it's the old fake footwork.
You always need those cowboy boots because that was boot scooting in the first degree, wasn't it? From Birdie's off the mark over to Roberts.
I reckon that dot ball probably guarantees the point. The bonus point. That's just again. I reckon, I don't know the maths, you're better at this than me, but I reckon this pointless loss could count them out of 5. I reckon that's them done. Oh,
well,
dear.
There's only one man that can save him. Save them, I should say. So keep an eye on those squads.
Good point.
Even then.
That's a really good point, actually. Oh, dear. And no, it's not Vinny himself, by the way.
You know, the main thing is, no Hornchurch. It's a bit of a shocker that they've had, no doubt, as far as the results have gone, but hopefully they've still got a lot out of it. They've still got 3 games to go tomorrow. So if they have 3 good wins, then it's not enough. Well, so be it. But at least they'll feel perhaps that that they've been able to blood some new players at a slightly higher level than they're normally playing.
Your YouTube is in Spanish.
Yeah.
Is that because you're trying to learn it?
Yeah.
Good on
It's one
you.
of my tricks.
Good on you. Fair enough. Fair enough.
He estado estudiando cada noche.
Ah, qué bien, qué genial. Oh dear.
Uh-oh. Helmet buster.
Almost.
Booth will retrieve it, but we'll have to eat the bye. It's funny when you've been keeping up a lot and you have to go back.
It takes.
It does take a bit to get used to.
Yeah, big time.
Because if you're up, this is actually an easy take. But when you're back, it's an off-speed delivery. It dies.
That's a good reaction from one of the gate protectors there.
All right, Roberts. He'll be searching for the Maximo. Time to double the score. And he gets a piece of it, but fine legs back there. So Hornchurch, unfortunately for them, they won't even be able to take a point out of this game. Final score 149 to Spencer, 90 to Hornchurch. Another pointless day, unfortunately, for the ECL champions. And, well, Spencer, congratulations to them. They have their first win in ECN cricket, and it's hard to believe they haven't had one yet because they have been playing some pretty good cricket. And just if they can find their way up to qualifying, you think of players that might come back for them like Dakani, like Johnson as well. This is what's coming up then, last game of the day, 25 minutes away with Spencer winning the toss and bowling first in that one. So interesting to see what Twickenham do with the order. Forey was certainly in some crazy form. Also, where will the Don bat himself? And another chance for Sanjit behind the stumps. So that's not a misprint.
You've been in the nets with him?
Yeah, he knows. We can communicate telepathically. Phil Miller comes in as well. There's always time for a Miller. Let's get ready. Let's get set. Let's watch these highlights. 150 seemed a world away. But with Lesbourne in the team, Hornchurch fans were daring to dream early on.
Yeah, but it was a lot of work out there for Martel Evans. He was chasing balls left, right, and centre. That one went down for Zakirilla Oriakil, and you just sort of felt that just maybe with Esbourne's out, that was another one that went down, as that was Michael Edwards who put that one down. But Lesbourne Edwards, he certainly was going well. This was the run out of Jack Hogarth. It was a close call, but eventually, after reviewing upstairs, he was gone. And Lesbourne Edwards, he just continued on though, and he did play well for his 38 off just 12. But in all honesty, once again, just not kicking on after a really positive start. And for me, that's just where Hornchurch have faltered.
Couple of big moments there, and this probably of all of them sums it up. Hankins does everything right. Harry Hankins dances, turns into a full toss, just mishits it, and Mansfield does the rest. And the standard fielding has been pretty good across the board here. I know you always see a couple going down this format, but I thought that Booth was excellent behind the stumps, particularly when he was standing up. Mansfield taking another good one off his own bowling that time. It was a bit of a procession in the end, wasn't it? And some positives, like I said, for Hornchurch with young Billy Whitlock playing a decent game, I thought, with his bowling. Unfortunately, didn't work out with the bat. Birdie does get a run in the end, but yeah, 1 off 6 kind of sums it up. Roberts 7 off 9. We didn't see the flying bus of Tommy Fletcher, but we did see 9 Hornchurch batters at the crease. Only Edwards able to get more than 13. That was a good start, I suppose, but got out at an opportune moment. 13 for Harry Hankins, 12 for Arthur George in there. But yeah, the ECL champions just showing cricket is the great evener.
Yeah, it really is. And the thing is, well, credit to Spencer. Bowled really well, to be quite honest with you. Just you can see a couple of extras flying, but Freddie Hauler, great spell, 2 for 7. He did superbly well. And you also got to look at, Edwards and Mansfield as well. Mansfield going 1 for 1 off his just single over. So it is good news for Spencer. They pick up their first win here on the network. But of course, Hornchurch, they've got they've got to climb the equivalent, the southwest London equivalent of Mount Everest yet tomorrow, if they're going to get any chance of getting into finals day. As there was just a little flash of the match summary, but it is of course a 59-run victory for Spencer as they beat Hornchurch here in match 14.
Well, I was going to say maybe they took it off just to appease Hornchurch fans. So I know, still pretty disappointed with how things are going. They've got 3 more matches tomorrow to press their case, and that's a positive as well. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Charlie Hunt. The 5th game of the day here is 20 minutes away, random question time. Also, have some food chat. So get back to us shortly right here in Rains Park for more European Cricket Series.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch. Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of day 3. It's been a really fun day here at the ground. Crowds building up. They've been quite boisterous at times as well. And most importantly, the rain has stayed away. The last game of the day is match number 15. It's Twickenham versus Spencer. They played each other in the Monday night match the other day. Spencer getting so close, 1-on-1 they posted, but Twickenham chased it down in the last over. Let's see if it's different this time around. Let's start with the coin toss. Ian Ramage has the 2 captains.
Twickenham, you're the home team, you'll toss the coin. Spencer, the away team, you will call.
Heads, please.
Heads has been called. It's come down heads. So you've won the toss.
We are going to have a bowl first.
Toss won by Spencer, who will bowl first.
Spencer winning the toss, electing to bowl first. So they want to chase this time, so they're taking that right away from Twickenham. And that is how they did them the other night in match number 5. Spencer seemed like a good team out of luck. It's hard to believe they haven't won a game yet in this series. And I suppose a little bit like Hornchurch, they need to make a run sooner rather than later. And they don't really want to go into the last day of group matches without a win on the board. They do have some really talented players in there. I wonder who will step up for them this time around. Twickenham, I mean, they're kind of hunting for top honours as well. So this is a big game for them for other reasons. Charlie Hunt is standing by. Great to have you with us again, Charlie. I've enjoyed my first day with you. Random question time, maybe some food chat as well. So much fun still to be had here on day 3. Just confirming in match number 15, it is Spencer winning the toss, bowling first. Charlie, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Welcome back to the beautiful ground that is, of course, Rains Park Sports Ground. It's been the host here for the last 3 days, and, well, 2 more to come, of course, after today. Very quickly coming to an end, which is, you don't really want to think about. Wouldn't mind staying here for a good couple of weeks, in fairness. But anyway, we move on, of course, after that, with Cyprus starting, of course, on Saturday. But we've got a lot of cricket still to be played. Of course, there you go. Let's have a look at the lineups then for match 15. Of course, Twickenham taking on Spencer. And, yeah, just one in for Spencer, of course, as Philip Miller comes in. It's pretty regular stuff. Can't get me words out here this afternoon, it seems. Twickenham, though, of course, you can see their Tats Edgar coming in. Of course, only having played the 1 game. But of course, Spencer, they now have got, well, that over's gone. They are now 1-3-1 in their records. Of course, picking up a victory against the ECL champions in Hornchurch just 25 minutes ago. So they'll be pretty confident going into this one, but they know that Twickenham, they've got a good lineup, of course, with Dixon, Fire as well, and the Don, of course. You can't ignore him, can you? And I think that's kind of why they've chose to maybe bowl first, see if they can restrict them, get a couple of early wickets. And it's, well, we said that we know that supercomputers are slightly astray here, but here this afternoon. But what I can tell you, 51 plays 49. So this is going to be an interesting contest, and they can kind of understand why. Maybe the old fluids are flowing freely, so much so that they're not too sure on which way to go. They've given 1% advantage to Twickenham. I think kind of going off the history so far in this tournament, you can maybe understand as to why they'd go that way. But there you can see officials and players alike just making their way out to the middle here. Of course, it is a stunning place to be playing the cricket here this week. Just probably about 40 minutes from central London by train. I know that there's a nice little planned event later on this evening, which will certainly be eventful and have some fun. I think we will. Sixes cricket, I think, is the location, and yeah, be good to get bat in hand, and maybe I can make myself feel a bit better after putting a catch down a little bit earlier. But the less said about that, the better. I think before we get there, I've got to get me trousers to the dry cleaners. But anyway, at the moment, it's well, you can see. Nice to see the banners are up as well. Let's play cricket, absolutely. Of course, looks as if they're going to go and stick with the plan that they went with in the previous game. Gus Grant probably going to take this first over. Bit of a tall off spin to start us off, it would seem. Bowled well though, didn't he? Did get a bit of tap at some point as Lesbon Edwards was taking him to all parts of the ground. But in fairness, he came back, picked up a couple of wickets, so he won't be too disheartened. Well, Vinny did say, didn't he, last game of the day, things tend to get a little bit funky, of course. So, yeah, maybe the old random question time. And hey, get your answer in for Hunt the answer. Here is Grant. He's going to get us underway. And we're going to start with a lovely shot. Big Hands! Ah, there you go. Yozza, a.k.a. Big Hands. Makes no mistake of this one. Show me how it's done. Oh, look, Ian Ramage even liked that one as well. As we'll start the game with 6 runs. Watch this again. In the slot, takes it on, gets all of it. And yours once more, you can see here showing me exactly how it's done. Maybe not. We're going to come back, and this time through the offside. And they'll just get a single for their troubles. Could be more. As Grant gets one on, and well, now Farah can't even pick it up himself. I wonder if you've got another look at this one here. There's big hands in Yoza himself. Will want to pick this one up, maybe? Maybe not. Well, at the moment, though, Dixon, of course, scored a half century in the first game this morning, but since then, he's faltered slightly. But again, they know big wickets at the top of the order for Twickenham. Of course, these two sides, the only 2 out of the 5 that we hadn't seen before Monday. And well, they've both been pretty impressive. I think Vinny was right in saying that pretty surprising to see that Spencer hadn't picked up a victory up until the last game. Twickenham, they've been very powerful, though, haven't they? Very strong. That's a good little delivery. Across the right-handed Dixon. You can see. And you can just see that. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, the old community feel at the moment. And this one just misses out on this one. But yeah, I could see a little bit of banter between the two there, and Faray and Grant. It's always nice, of course. But yeah, Twickenham. I'd say, I said to Rico the other day, it's nice to see teams going away from just the standard blue and red in terms of colour schemes. I like the green. That's going to be too wide, but yet again behind the stumps is, well, in fact, this bench, a bit of a change. It's not going to be Chris Booth, it's Archie McPherson who takes the glove this time around. I have to say, I thought he kept very well in that last game against Hornchurch. He was in the game, of course, got that stumping of young Billy. Well, this one really pops off the back of the length and will get mistimed into the onside, but Dixon will pick up 4 for his troubles. He won't mind it too much. Of course, it's not how they come, it's what goes down in the book, and it goes as 4. You can see they're just off the top end of the bat, doesn't quite find the middle, and the old cyclist cycles past. Watch out, there's the old Grizzly about. Grant, of course, looking pretty confident here. Just 12 off the over isn't too drastic. He'd be happier if he took a wicket, though. Last delivery coming up of this first. And does pick up a wicket. Chops on, does Dixon. And, well, the old commentator's curse coming into it for the batter's play there as he chops on, bottom edge, onto middle and off stump, and he'll have to go. And it is a good end to what's been a pretty good first over. It will be 12 for 1 after the first over then. You can see there. By the way, talking to get some interesting colours in the... There's going to be another Colts game. We had one yesterday. There's going to be another one on the adjacent pitch. And there are some interesting colour schemes over there. This is where we are, of course, the state of play here on the network. This is the calendar. This is just the European Cricket Series calendar, though. Plenty more events in and around it as well. And, of course, we're here in England, but that's going to quickly come around to an end. Of course, Cyprus will start on Saturday. Rico will be joined by Nish after a couple of days. And, of course, we go onwards and upwards after there as well. The old mainland Europe adventure during the summer, which will be fun. Romania, Bulgaria, Czech Republic in there as well, just to name a few. Well, they're going to stick with their with the regular 2 to take the first 2 overs, as this is going to be Abid Jaffrey for Spencer to take the second. And, well, this is up and away. Has not got all of it. It's a tough chance, though. Makes it look very, very simple. Does the fielder out in the deep. That's an excellent catch to remove the dangerous Francis Foiret, and he's going to have to go. And, well, Francois is... he's not going to be too content with that one. He's a very dangerous batter. Often finds the middle of the bat. Not this time, as he is going to have to go. Great catch out in the deep. And the score now 12 for 2 for Twickenham. Jaffrey comes on. Just short of a slot delivery. And I think that's why he doesn't quite find the middle of the bat. Just gets underneath it more than length. And it's a good catch by Timothy Barker out there. Makes no mistake. And it's the big 2 back in the shed. Early wickets always crucial for any side, especially in this shorter format. And you also just have that feeling that, of course, picking up wickets in the power play is always a big win for any bowling side. Of course, putting them into bat proving to be a pretty good choice at the moment. Talbot now joined by the skipper, Ian Don. You can't call him by his surname. You've got to call him Don. It just feels natural. Bit of a field change. Of course, looks as if they actually do have a plan to deploy here, which will be interesting to see how that goes. Of course, the 2 out in the fielding restrictions. They've got a deep square, and the other one is Interestingly, out at deep extra cover, so clearly got a plan. Well, that probably wasn't in the script for Jaffrey. Starts off at the new batter and just strays down the leg side. Good afternoon, good evening, though, to everyone in the chat and tuning in around the world. Pleasure to have you with us on this. It was actually a pretty sunny evening now. The sun's just peeping into the cube. Oh, gets put down. It really should have been taken. That was Michael Edwards there at point. It was a pretty regulation catch. It was a little bit up and above his head, but he had all the time in the world to think about it. And unfortunately, that's going to be a drop for the Don, who gets dropped for none. Watch this here. We get a good view of it here. Pretty regulation. He's got to be taking that. He tried to palm it up, but ended up going behind him. And unfortunately, that's going to be a drop. Well, cricket is a horrible, horrible game, isn't it? Jaffrey should have had a wicket, as Talbot turns around and says, well, you should have, but now you won't. This is going to be up and away. Seis carreras. Nice start for Talbot. You can see here, just very still at the crease, isn't he? He's expecting that sort of back of a length, and very, very quick to judge the length. Gets all of it. Jaffrey then. Interesting over, isn't it? Wicket to start, then a wide, then a single that should have been a wicket, then gets pumped for 6. What's the response going to be? Pushes it wide. That's a good take by Archie behind the stumps. Going to be a wide though, I'm afraid. Jaffrey, a little bit upset by that one. Jaffrey's got a lookalike that I can't quite put the name to it. He's a famous actor here in the UK. I'm going to have to try and work out who he is. Again, that's much better. That's where it needs to be. I'm going to tell you, Nick Mohammed. Of course, famously in Ted Lasso. Bit of a lookalike for Jaffrey there. more facial more than anything. And features. Oh, they're going to take him on. No, they don't. It's turn and go. The bat's gone off. Dear, oh dear. Well, there could be buzzers here. Uh-oh, follow the ball. Where are we going here? They're not going to take it here, which is good. And I think he's too concerned about his welfare at the moment. But watch this here. Let's try and unpick this then. As it was hit firmly to cover. And they'll turn and go. Watch it. He goes. He's done for all money. He has to put the skates on. And he almost takes one here, or does he? No, it just misses him, but takes evasive action. Good to see that everyone's okay after an interesting dot ball after all that. I think he's going to be okay. I don't think there was any contact on the helmet. Well, Yoz is marching his way on. Big hands himself. He's clearly wanting to come and say, what's going on here? Yoz clearly wants to come and say something. Okay. I wasn't sure if I actually made any contact with him, but let's see if we can see this again. He's running over for the concussion test. That's what he's doing. Apparently, it must have made contact with the back of the head then. And I don't think we're going to be able to have another look at it, I'm afraid. But nevertheless, it's going to be... You can see there, how many fingers... Well, in the old Scouse accent as well, it'll be how many fingers am I holding up? Sorry, say that again. Repeat that one more time for me, please. And Talbot will continue on. But, yeah, let me know what you think about that in the chat. If you know who I'm referring to, let me know what you think. If you reckon that... I think Mohammed's a shout for Jaffrey. I'm going more off just facial features. I'm not going entire human body, but nevertheless. We move on. This is a bottom inside edge, in fact, onto the pitch, and there he is again. There's the old Zakirillo Oracle, and it's a good over though for Jaffrey. It'll be the end of the second. Twickenham going to have to rebuild here. They lost 2 in 2, didn't they? And it will be 21 for 2 after 2. There's the state of affairs, and Twickenham a win here could put them top of the table. Wimbledon would have 2 games in hand though. Spencer sat in 3rd at the moment, not quite comfortably. Tunbridge Wells breathing down their necks, but Hornchurch at the very bottom of the table. Well, I don't think anyone would have expected that one. And I'm afraid it's just the state of affairs. Well, the Don got dropped on naught and now gets his boundary count open. That's a lovely, lovely shot into the onside. 6 more. Grant just missing his line and length there. I tell you what, I said the sun's out. I can't see a thing. The sun is bright at the moment. That 6, by the way, went a long old way right into the bushes down at what would be deep fine leg. So then, Wellgate, the Don, 7 off 2, dropped on naught. And I really feel that that is not a person that you want to drop. He really is a good batter as the Don. Well, he's gone for it again, and I tell you what, he hasn't quite got all of this, but he's certainly got enough. And, well, it goes a long old way. It was the quicker one from Grant. He rushed him for pace, but manages to catch up with it, does Manuelga, and he gets another one. 2 in 2, 6 more. Just see here, look, just has to catch up with it, and that top hand takes over. It's a really excellent shot, to be honest with you. Yes, he didn't quite pick it, but he got all of it. But there you go. There's Akirilla once more. He's doing the hard yards at the moment. It's twice now he's had to go in. 2 in 2. What's the next one? Lofted, up and away, and that's going to be 6 more, just to the right of the cube yet again. So Grant, well, it was a good first over. Second over's gone 6-6-6 to start. It's a hat-trick of Maximo's now. I'm afraid, just tried to, after bowling the quicker one, tried to go with the old variation yet again and loop it up. Get above the batter's eye line, but it doesn't work. Oh, the Don, that drop now worth already 19. Very, very strong. Down the ground and on the onside is Don. Tell you what, Grant needs a comeback here. That's much better. And it doesn't get through. That's superb fielding this time around by Freddie Haller. Will just be one. But yet again, already 19 off this over. Not really what I don't think anyone was expecting this. I think everyone was sort of maybe looking, especially after the 2 early wickets, for Spencer to maybe rattle through them. But Twickenham just building a nice little 3rd wicket partnership at the moment. Talbot, though, and Manuelga, both very talented batters, has to be said. Oh, through cover, and that is just superb. That is thumped by Talbot, and he's only dealing in boundaries. He's gone 6 and 4. Not quite in consecutive deliveries, but he's definitely hungry for more, isn't he, at the moment? Oh, Grant, you've got to feel for him. There's the over, now goes magical. 23 off it. He had a good first one, second time around. It's been pretty ugly. Oh, goes for it again, but this time goes square of the wicket, and then this is going to run away. Fielder does cut this off. Will only just be 1, and that will mean that Talbot will keep the strike. It's the end of the power play. 3 overs down. It is 45 for 2. There you go. There's the breakdown. Well, it was. Not anymore, though. And this time around, doesn't quite get that one going. I wonder if you can maybe just have a look at the night series, of course, going on in Portugal. Phil G doing a wonderful job out there. Of course, in response, Fighters chasing 104, currently 6 for 1. Now, as Mirza Norman picked up a wicket to start. But I hope everyone's enjoying the coverage out there. And yeah, huge shout out to Phil, doing a superb job. Phil G, I should say, doing a great job. As they're going to go to Haller to start the 4th. And what's happened here? We put apologies, folks. Just the graphics, just maybe getting the old. No one's put the old 50p in the meter clearly. Well, this one is up in the air. Should be taken this time, and it's a great catch. Watches this one all the way. It was certainly a decent amount of movement on this one, and I'm afraid that's going to be the end of Talbot. He'll be disappointed. I think he knows that there was probably runs out there to be had and scored by him. But, well, 6 and 4 and then gone, I'm afraid. So that is going to be 44 for 3 then. As that's going to be, that's going to be a little bit disappointing for Talbot. But picking up wickets at regular intervals here, Spencer, just keeping themselves in it while the runs are flowing. Wickets are certainly falling at times as well. Good catch out there, though. 45 for 3 now, but that was a good catch, though, by Philip Miller. He's at point. And Haller, sorry. He's gone dot ball to start, then a wicket. As Blake van der Linde will come in then at 5. What a player that is to come in at 5. He really is a talented batter. Has been in there when Twickenham have struggled. Of course, Twickenham, no Berger, no Eugene. He's probably missed with the ball and with the bat, to be honest. He can certainly give it the old whack if required. With the ball, though, he's very, very, very talented. Horler really holds this one up and doesn't really give it too much through the air. He really just sort of says, well, if you're going to hit me, Blake, you're going to have to put the power on yourself. Well, he does go for it. It's going to be a mis-stumping. I think there might have been a little snick on this one. I wonder if we can... Let's just have a look here. Let's have a look from this side first of all. Oh, it's a definite inside edge. Well, it doesn't matter too much as it will go the very next ball. And it's going to be a 3-baller for Blake van der Linde. And that's a big, big scalp for Spencer. Yet again, just keeping themselves in it here. And to be honest with you, I'd argue right now, they're probably in the driver's seat with a couple of big, big wickets back in the shed. And it's now a measly, a very, very measly 45 for 4 here are Twickenham. Yeah, disappointed with himself, rightfully so. Should have been gone the ball before. Luckily, it doesn't end up being too costly. And that one will now be the end of der Linde. So that's a big, big wicket to get again. Just getting stuck on the crease. Didn't really get the feet going early on. And you can see that just does him up for all ends up, really. And unfortunately, he has to go. So the score now. Well, Sandhu is going to come out. He's having a bit of trouble trying to get the old chalk on. Sandhu then, Sanjit Sandhu, of course, will take the gloves for Twickenham. But this is an interesting little period, this for Twickenham at the moment. 45 for 4. Into the pad straight away. And this is a great over, by the way, for Horler. Look at that, by the way. It's a double wicket maiden for Horler. That is a superb over. Picks up 2 big wickets in there as well. You've got to remember that as he ends up getting van der Linde and Talbot. And he has to, I tell you what, that might just be one of the best overs we'll see in this tournament. He goes for no runs, 2 wickets at the end of the 4th. Twickenham 45 for 4 here. And that's a huge, huge over. That's an over that changes the game, isn't it? It really is. 2 for none off that over is pretty sensational, really. A double wicket maiden. Not very often you see one of those here on the European Cricket Network, it has to be said. But the Don at the moment, whilst he's there, they can still get up to a decent score. I think they know that whilst he's there, that 100 is certainly possible. But if they get him, that's going to be the biggest scalp of them all. As Oriakil is going to start. And this one is going to be one bounce and stopped as, well, there's David Mansfield. He comes through and does the work this time around. That's a good start there from Oriakil. Playing him into shot as Sandhu is going to be back on strike then. But realistically, at the moment, is there a way of getting up to that 100? They've got some time. They've certainly got the deliveries left to get there. It's whether or not they got the batters. And this is again an inside edge, and they sort of just turn and go at the non-strikers. Then could be a chance, but not quite there from McPherson. But still, nevertheless, a good attempt. But at the moment, look at that. I mean, 4 down. I don't think anyone was predicting this. Spencer having a good day at the office at the moment. Certainly helping themselves out here after taking a bit of time to get their first victory on the board. They're certainly looking very, very dangerous at the moment. That is not as dangerous. That's going to be a wide on the offside this time around. But yeah, I mean, oh, hang on a second. We've got a streaker. Oh dear, what's happened here? Oh dear, oh dear. What are we? There's nothing on this here. Oh dear, this dog's off. Away it goes. Oh, here we go. Come on, we've got to be able to find it. Come on, Spring. There we go. Try and keep up with this one. Oh, here we go. Well, there, it's off. I reckon it'll come back though. Oh dear, oh dear. Oh dear. Sometimes there's just there's not so much you can do. Can we get in on a lead? Come on. Yeah. Look, here we go. Well. Oh dear, oh dear. Which? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Look, he's going to come and get involved. Uh-oh. This isn't going to help. This is only going to make things worse. This is only going to make things worse. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Well, of course, it is a public park, so... Oh, come on, someone, come on, help us out, lads. Come on. No, don't film it. We need you to get the dog. Oh, dear. Well, pause in play. This dog's off on one, by the way. This dog is off on one. Come on, someone put a lead on it. Come on. Well, we're going to try and carry on here. We go back to live action. Oh, well, this could be unbelievable. And it is. That is outrageous from Archie McPherson. That is one of the best catches from a keeper that you might see. It's the reaction time that he has, which is almost minimal, really. And when in and amongst a bit of chaotic moments, as we have a bit of an intruder on the field of play. But make no mistake, McPherson, he was ready, and he pounces on what is a great catch this time around. And watch this here. This is going to be one of the catches of the day, I reckon. Look at this here. This is going to show a great angle of this one. And look at this here. Inside edge, outside edge, in fact, going the wrong way, gets wrong-footed, snatches it out of thin air, and well, take a bow, Archie McPherson. That is unbelievable. And what a way to get the big man as well. The Don will go then. That is a superb catch. He goes for 21, and the score now 48 for 5. Oh dear, that is sensational stuff. It really is, and you almost just sort of think that's to be wrong-footed and then to shift your weight onto the other side and just get that outstretched hand, and it's just one of those where it just sticks. It's one of those where it just sticks, and there is not too much more you can do about it. And you've got to imagine as well that the Don, of course, should have been gone on 0, so one of those that sticks, I'm afraid. Now into the pads. As this is a good start. This is a great over from Oriakil as well at the moment. And with a ball to go here in the 5th, you'd argue Twickenham very much struggling here, 48 for 5. And the thing is as well, look at that expected score with that wicket of Don, drops down to 94. And I just feel that it could continue to just drop here at the moment as wickets just tumbling left, right and centre here. Lazada is in at 7. This is hit firmly, and there's no fielder there, so that'll be 4. That's not a bad shot to get off the mark, and that will bring us to the end of the 5th over. It is going to be 52 for 5, and well, he's done herding up the dogs, and it's going to be Vinny Sandu who joins me back in the commentary box.
You know, dog whispering isn't something that I really pride myself on, but I felt like I had a little kind of hand in that.
No.
Because the dog saw the purple suit and immediately
bolted the other way.
headed away from the field. But what about that? We saw some good agility from the dog. But what about McPherson getting wrong-footed and then coming back with the snare and the webbing? That was beyond words.
Yeah, nice. Well played.
Potential player of the day. Whipple had one early, remember?
Yeah, that's on the boundary. How is that not up there, by the way, already?
That was my early running, but that's pretty close. As a keeper, the main thing is you don't want to get wrong-footed. If you are, it's really tough to get back, but it did really well to get back there.
Yeah, it's really tough to
Good
shift
start
away.
This from Spencer. They're on a bit of a heater right now, aren't they?
Good, I'd argue it's almost perfect at the moment. Just that one drop that goes down that probably ruins the record. Here's Miller. Well, this is up in the air, and it's a good stop. Yes, it goes down. Probably should have been taken, really.
Yeah, I mean, look, Grant is half thinking about throwing it away, but I reckon he's got the long arms to probably pull this in and stick the landing. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like, he does well, but...
Second best result, I guess.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. Well, this one just... it's an excellent stop there by Oriakil. His fielding's normally not been the top of his game.
He normally just boots everything, but this time he's forced to use his hands and he shows they work.
I can't even see it. Lost.
This has been rapid fire, hasn't it?
And again goes for it. This is going to be 4. This is a nice shot from Lazada. So just dealing in boundaries at the moment. 4 down the ground. Now goes 4 behind square on the onside. Helps it on its way. Miller just straying a little bit too straight for me.
Yeah, nicely struck away. It's been hectic, really.
Yeah, this has been a very, very interesting 5.3 overs.
Hey, last game of the day, random questions. It's our first random questions together for like 18 months.
Yeah, something crazy.
More.
When was it? September?
It was September 22.
Yeah, that's when it was. A lot's happened since then.
Yeah.
over the top, and this is going to get through. Gives himself a bit of room, does Milazada. Well, I'll tell you what, he's not batting like someone who normally bats at 7. This is the hitting of the highest order.
He can crack it. We've seen that already. Normally it's a bit later in the innings than this. We've seen some teams get out of a tight spot. First chance, have a look at Miller, by the way. With the dodgy-looking number 26 on his back.
Is that what that is? Oh, that's
Yes,
brilliant.
it is.
Unbelievable. Steps across, and well, I tell you what, if he misses out on this one, he's gone for all money, but he
I
gets a little
just
tickle.
got to say, little tip for Matthew Yosington, can easily turn that into a 251 or a 125. Or even if you got thin tape, you go the 215. But do the 5 into the 6, unless the width of the tape is exactly right.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Yeah.
Attempted.
There's been a few of them attempted in this series.
Oh, this one up in the air again. Grant this time not going to be anywhere near it. I think that's gone all the way, in fact, and it has.
Well, where's the dog? Oh, no, kids are after it.
Oh, dear. Maximo time. And look, it's Sandu hits a Maximo.
Yeah, he's got a bit of power. Anyway, lift it up. This one putting fans in danger. And then, look, the race was on. The kid in the light blue has just left the other kid in his dust there. And I'm pretty sure he wins the race to the Grizzly. 68 for 5 after 6.
You liked it, and then you sort of double took on my comparison to Abid Jaffrey and Nick Muhammad. Facially, I'm not just going off just pure anatomy, but I was going just facially. I think there's a genuine comparison there.
I'll give you a partial credit. I've got one mate actually I played with. He loves lookalikes. He's always sending pictures.
Brilliant.
Like, look, I found
I think it's a good shout.
Okay,
Anyway,
Nick Muhammad.
Michael Edwards. And this one is going to be, again, not really timed, but look at this, by the way. It doesn't get caught, but the kid in the blue is off again. He's underway again. He's loving life. He's imitating. He's that Freddie Haller out there. He's just following him. There's 2 of them out there.
Yeah, look at that.
Now they're moving. Now, see, look, they're pretty quick to it. They know where the ball's going.
Yeah, but they're in the hot zone, so I would suggest they be careful as well.
Yeah, maybe
over there.
Maybe just be a little bit careful. Well, maybe the parents could maybe
Nick
just
Muhammad,
drag
what's
him
his character's name on Ted Lasso? Love that show, by the way. The darts scene. I love the darts.
Nathan
scene.
Shelley. Oh,
Nathan Shelley.
that is a good one.
He's a bit of a villain in that.
Oh,
it comes good.
Well,
at the
don't
end.
spoil it.
I'll
People might
spoil
want to watch it. There's this
People
one
are
again.
watching
Here we
EC
go, kids. And they're
Where's the
they're
dog? Now, people are watching ECN all day. They don't have time to catch up on shows. So if you like, I'll summarize Ted Lasso in 3 minutes.
Yeah, okay. You do that.
No, I won't.
And just, I mean, you could do, but spoiler alert if you aren't going to, though. Go on.
But people don't have time to watch TV anymore because they're watching ECN all day.
Yeah, but if you
So
chuck
I'm saving them time.
Yeah, but what did I teach you earlier? You chuck it in ×2 and you'll get through it quicker.
Oh, yeah.
That's going to be a life changer.
Imagine if you could ×2 life.
That'd be scary.
Like,
no, life's too short.
We'd only be doing, we'd only be doing 5 hours a day of
Yeah, that's
commentary
true.
instead
That's
of
true.
10. I mean, not that there's anything wrong with that. Anyway,
I was going to say, also...
Sandu's due a Maximo here. Watch this one disappear.
Another one? You calling it? Here we go.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. That's why they're paying the big bucks, fellas. Well, Sandu predicts it. Sandu says, there you go, sir.
You got to realise we've got the same DNA. So I can tell, I could just feel something brewing, and it's time for a Sandu Maximo, and this is how we roll in our family. And yeah, I will claim him if he's going to hit bombs like that.
Look at those colours, by the way. There's,
is it the Fire Brigade 11 over there?
The village cricket going on over there. And you know it's village. Keeper's got shorts on, and he's keeping with batting pads. There you go.
It's got to be a training game.
No, it's not. It's not. There's two teams.
I thought a camera was umpiring. They just had it set up on a
square
tripod.
I'm looking over there. Square leg. Oh, no, it's just someone waiting to come in anyway. Look at that. There's
What's going on over there?
I reckon we can go over there.
It's good to have some side-by-side cricket action.
Yeah,
if we get a great.
Look at those colours.
That is proper village, isn't it?
The plastic
mixing the whites and the square leg umpires is the new.
It's being streamed.
What?
What?
Where can I get
the rivals? I reckon we can go. I reckon this is either that or.
I thought a camera is the umpire. So how's that? And like, okay, hold on.
AI.
All right, here we go. So here's right arm, nudge to 8, 041. Strange choice of a number.
Oh, it's the last man standing.
LMS.
Ah, there you go.
All right.
041.
Okay.
The old pin
041.
code. Interesting. Anyway, back to our game.
Cry for help if you ask me.
This is thump, but chance. I think he's taken it. I think he's got this one, and this looks like it could be a very, very incredible catch out down onto the leg side this time around. I reckon we're going to have to just check this.
Seems clean.
I think he's fine.
I don't think it's like a half volley.
It's a short arm
It's just
jab,
when
isn't
it
it?
pushes his hands into the turf. Let's have a look.
This is going to be tricky.
I mean,
with
it's
the
so
frames.
fast. Well, when it's going forwards, it looks clean to me. I don't think and he's already walking off. I think everyone's happy with it. Me too. I thought that was heading for that game next door, by the way.
The short arm jab doesn't work, and that is going to be the end of Rashid Malazda. And it is now going to be 82 for 6 here. Vinny, I don't think anyone was predicting this one.
Expect the unexpected. So we've had the toddler race, we've had the dog, we've had some
everything.
bizarre pseudo cricket game over there. Talk me through the threads of that red and yellow
I
team.
think that genuinely might be the worst kit I've ever seen.
I mean, you look like you almost need to tip a bucket of water on him to put it out, don't you? Anyway,
Something
here's
like
Prophet
that.
batting 8.
Oh, what a shot. It could be gone, though. Oh, no, gets put down.
He's eaten the turf there, hasn't he?
I thought he made that look as if it was going to be really easy, but then all of a sudden I think it just moved away from him. But nevertheless,
I feel like this is he kisses the grass here, literally. Just have a look at Soanes.
Let's have a look here.
Comes in,
actually
gets
has quite a lot
hands
of
to
ground
it, but then kiss the Grizzly. Back in 2020, you'd have to disinfect the ball after that. Anyway, end of the 7th, the score 83 for 6. Coming up tomorrow, last day of qualifying games, Tunbridge Wells back on the park. They'll play 3 times. Spencer finished their campaign. Wimbledon play and Hornchurch as well. So Twickenham, they're done after this game. So it's their last chance to push for points. Join me. I'll be later in the day, actually. You and Rico start the day, 8:45 a.m. GMT, 10:45 in Central Europe, 2:15 in India. That's 9:45 local time in England.
Still never understand how I know it says it's there, but you can also do that pretty much off the top of your head, even without it on screen.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
I'm like, world clock.
Yeah.
It's like I've got like a chip in my brain now.
That is you. Okay, then, as this one is Oracle to start.
But it's only certain time zones. Like that, we kind of operate in those 3 time zones. Central Europe, because that's kind of, obviously we're European, and we like to keep it pretty similar. And then GMT, that's just for everyone to have a reference point. So like, for example, in Perth, where I'm from originally, that's GMT +8. A lot of our American viewers are minus a few hours. India, of course, world's biggest cricket market.
Oracle, got him, gone. And Prophet, well, he's going to be asking for some help, you reckon, because that one is a dirty hoik across the line, and Oracle's got his second.
Yeah, Prophet didn't see this one coming. Hit the top of the leg stump, and he tries to hoik it across into the dog and child zone. Instead, comes up with fresh air, 83 for 7. I mean, still, that could get kind of an ugly 100 here. I mean, 108 predicted by the supercomputer, but we know the supercomputer's been on the gas. I just went and saw the guys from Intelligent Cricket, so I don't know what to make of that. But right now, running out of batters fast, that one crashes into the timber.
Yeah, and into the old leg stump, and you can see that. Into the leg stump, top of leg, off he goes.
Bit of food chat may be required. On my way back from the Tina Turner show last night, by the way, it was amazing. Had a good old-fashioned Cornish pasty.
No.
And I didn't know they came in XL.
Oh dear.
Train station food. Thank you, Waterloo Station.
Train station. You were in central London. Was this? Did you go out for dinner? What did you have before the show? Nothing?
No, Borough Market.
Okay. Oh, this one again, asking the question, and yeah, I don't see too much wrong with that. And unless he's got bat on this, because that's the only thing that it did sound slightly woody as it went through. And well, if you want to make a Toy Story,
only question is it missing leg or not? That's the only question you've got here. Everything else is short.
Oh no, there's no bat on that. I think that's going straight on. I don't see too much wrong with that. And well, Tats Edgar, and well,
Doesn't
speaking
like
of
it.
Tats, he's not a fan.
That's all right. Well, welcome, Tats. Meet Golden Derek, shining in the afternoon sun.
Do you reckon he was told what his name was and turned around and had to go get those sleeves?
I
he had to.
I like that.
Part of your personality.
We do a hat trick here. We've had 17 hat tricks this year. We haven't had a hat trick yet. Let's have a look. I mean, yeah, it's umpire's call for me. I reckon it could be taking a piece of leg stump. You can see 2 stumps there with the round the wicket angle.
Yeah,
50-50.
Yeah, it is probably
best.
50-50. But what I will say is that at the same token, leg stump is still leg stump.
Math is one of the better number 10s going around, by the way. He can absolutely biff it. 2 slips come in for this hat-trick ball.
He's also a bowler as well. He's not exactly going to want to give him the hat-trick here.
He's going to be a party pooper. Hat-trick ball.
Oh, it's one again. Oh, no ball called. Here you go. Well, Vinny called it early. You put your hands up for a wide. Take one down and you'll be there.
It would have been a wide,
Oh,
but
yeah.
it's a front foot no ball. Let's have a look. So just straining. I mean, you'd hate to have your hat-trick ball ruined by... Yeah, close, but obviously nothing behind. Umpire's in a good spot there. Imagine taking a wicket on a hat-trick ball off no ball.
Don't. You'd be furious. You would be livid, wouldn't you?
Right, sound the horn. Free hit time. Mather wants to put some children and animals in danger here. Let's roll.
Or kill. He's taken 3 for, by the way. Slower ball, well bowled, and equally well hit, but straight to the fielder. Will just be, yet again, just one. So, Borough Market, what did you have? Come on, because you could have everything.
Borough Market, to be honest, I did have a bit of everything.
Yeah, good.
Good.
I'd be disappointed.
I got fascinated with the strawberries line about how it was operating. It's just a guy who's a full-time yeller telling you get your card out. That's his whole job, right? And you see a line moving, I joined it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Because, nothing worse than getting stuck in a queue that looks like it's not moving, right?
Up in the air, this one's going to go. If you're going to swing hard, and he throws everything and some at this. And this is going to go towards the rope. Cuatro más. Sandhu yet again. By the way, nice little flourish of runs this for Mr. Sandhu.
Just realised that I've been looking at the Portugal chat the whole time. So
that's good from you.
Hello, our chat.
That's good from you.
Hello, Julian Dawson. I hear you now. Yeah, you're right about just getting involved in Borough Market.
Go for everything. If someone offers something to you, go, yep, absolutely, thank you very much.
Let's come back to me in a minute. 8 overs down, 89 for 8. But I know we had the Hunt the Answer earlier on. And, well, for those of you that missed it, you can have a bit of a look at it now.
This is the last time we'll show you the question before we'll give it the answer at some point in the next innings. And, well, it's a relatively pretty simple one. But who hit the first ever T20I century? And I want the name of the player and the team that it was scored against.
It's a bit passive-aggressive with the underline. It's only one step away from all caps.
I was thinking all caps, but then I thought, no, that's probably a bit too much. That's why I put answer to coming later in all caps. But, yeah, I want the name of the player. Bonus points if you can tell me where it was. There you go.
Here's Miller with the dodgy number 26 coming back.
It's the worst one
in
ever.
over number 9.
I tell you what, I have to say, someone said to me, realistically, where do you get your questions from? I don't come up with them myself. I'm going to be the first to admit that, but I'm not giving away where my source comes from.
So if you can find the source, you can find the answer. Is that what you're saying?
Dragged into the onside from well outside the off. Again, he's been very, very present out there, Freddie Hall.
So here was my strategy. Yeah. Well, it wasn't really a strategy. It's just
free-for-all.
So I had the strawberries with the chocolate on the top, the chocolate sauce.
They're viral, yeah.
Oh.
They're going viral, I should say. They're not viral.
Amazing. Right?
Again, yeah.
You've probably got a different word for that here in London, like a givre. Strawberry.
What? Sorry, do that again.
Strawberry. All right, and then I was a bit tired after that, so I found a place that just did beer. It said beer for queuing in, and I said, "Yeah,
sign
fancy
me
beer."
Up in the air.
Tortuga! Tortuga!
There we go. Vinny's called.
And you know what?
He loves it. Yeah.
So the Tortuga is when you get a bad bounce, and Mansfield got an absolute shocker there. There's no reason that this ball should have done what it did, but it did, and Mansfield has to fetch it.
Oh, look at that. Oh, dear. Well, I tell you what, he's got the spikes on at the moment, and we
have to work out who's doing the music and the Tortuga next time.
Rico and I've got it down to see. I just haven't spent enough time with you yet.
It's okay. We will.
We'll get there.
There's plenty more Tortugas left in season 2024. Don't you worry about that.
That was the old Tortuga remix.
I mean, this doesn't have the danger factor of the outfield of Italy where any ball could hit you in the shoe or the head.
That's true. That's true.
Which does add this danger element. Last ball of the 9th. It's all happening in the 9th. Miller, unluckiest bowler in the country right now. And now he's going to get launched away. Going, gone. Where's the kids? Maximo finishing the 9th. An ugly 100's brought up, but 100 nonetheless, 102 for 8.
What I want to know, by the way, is I want to know what the stats are on our intelligent cricketers' current beer status. That's what I want to know.
Let's just say I went over there to have a chat to Anshu because I thought I hadn't gone over to the Grizzly tent. So I had a chat to Anshu. They were seeming slightly less intelligent cricket. Hauler took a double wicket made and was never seen again. And it's going to Am I right to say it's going to be your
Nick Mohammed.
Nick Mohammed lookalike? Has he been in anything else? Abid Jaffrey. Anyway, we're going to try and get right in on his face now. Is that your plan? Oh, it's a good shot. Up and over the top. Maximo! Well, Mather caught him one of the better number 10s going around. This one disappears for 6.
Yeah, gets all of this one, doesn't he? And not a good start for Jaffrey. Can see there, back of a length, but offered width, throws everything at it, gets all of it. And look, the dog's interested again. Look, there's another one that wants to get involved. I wonder if we can have a look at this one. There you go, 6 goes up. He's been in quite a lot of things, isn't it, Mohammed? The Martian, he was in that film.
Okay. Was he?
Yeah, it says, I'm reading it off the website.
It's Matt Damon.
Yeah, that's the one. Goes again, dragged into the onside yet again.
What
straight
was
out.
he? Waiter?
Couldn't tell you. Intelligence, he was in that with David Schwimmer. Chicken Run. There you go.
Oh, okay.
Can we get a I wonder, come on, now's the time. There you go, look. Tell me you don't see it.
I'm trying to see it. I really am. Hey, I haven't finished my food thing. It'll take this the over. Wait.
It's the last one of the innings, by the way,
I
so
know.
go on.
So then I've gone some sort of like Mexican street food.
Nice.
And I think I actually had like mac and cheese and bacon and mac and cheese and pulled pork. Then I had another beer because I was tired from that amount of eating. Then I went, where did I go next? I definitely ate more. I had an empanada. There's an empanada shop there.
Oh, yeah, brilliant.
So, because obviously got to have an empanada. That was pretty big, that empanada. That kind of kept me going for a while.
Slower ball, but picked and muscled over the top. Shays Mass, Maximo time. Mather, certainly no stranger.
Adam, where have you been all my life? Why are you hiding down at 10? I used to do this as well. The power of low expectations. You just lure the fielding team into a sense of security, and then you come out and you murder the bowling. Normally, I used to do it after tea when it was 40 degrees and they were all tired. And then last thing, I had that past.
Doesn't quite get it as what he was hoping for, but he'll still get 4. Now 120 up, and I'd said that I don't think they're going to get to 100, but they're very much proving me wrong here because this little flourish of runs from Sandu and Mather proving to be very, very crucial.
Yeah, lovely result for Twickenham. Tail wagging here. Hello to John Gray. Hello to Chris Ward as well. Throw those random questions in. Now I'm looking at the right chat. Anyway.
Okay, then. Last ball coming up this time around then. And it's going to go large into the onside. What a way to finish. That's going to be 6 yet again. And what a way to finish the innings as they'll end up on 126 for 8 off their 10 overs. And to be honest with you, they'll be pretty happy with that one. Suffering at 82 for 6 at one point. Make that 83 for 7. No, make that 83 for 8 is what they were at one point. And that big innings will get them up to the 126 mark.
Yeah, I mean, more or less a pass score, I think, in the end for Twickenham there. Spencer will be on the chase, but they could still win the race here. Trying to push their claims to the top 3. And finals day participation. Let's go and have a look. And the wickets were flying early. It was a bit surprising considering that Twickenham been in reasonably good batting form. Yoz showed how it's done. The crowd catching been mostly good with a few exceptions. And then a couple of wickets they couldn't afford to lose with Dixon chopping on. Just good angles again from Gus Grant. He just seems to have that knack, doesn't he? He's troubling the right-handers. And then Talbot went and really, look, they were in a lot of trouble. We've seen teams bat themselves out of it. They were 48 for 5 after 4.4 overs, but then a good partnership turned things around. And in the end, pretty reasonable score on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, at one point you say that 48-5. I mean, 83 for 8 is when these two came out together. And that was when you kind of just thought, okay, well, this is going to be an interesting one. But yeah, those two big partnerships really, wasn't it? It was the 6th and the 9th wicket partnership that proved to be very crucial. Van der Linde went for not very many, well, 0 in fact. He went for a 3-ball duck. And well, that then brought out Malazda and Sandy. That was the first big wicket partnership that they were able to get going, as you can see here, as this one was full. And that was the catch of what could be the tournament. I mean, being wrong-footed, there's been a few big ones, but that one just aesthetically as well. But it sticks.
He'll play that one a few times at the end of the day and probably for the rest of his life. The Don, not a man you want to miss. They didn't miss him. But I've got to say, my namesake, Sanjit Sandhu, came pretty good. didn't he, in the end with 27 off 11?
Got to remember, Don dropped on 0, so that could be a big, big one that they end up coming to regret potentially. 21 extra runs that goes, and that's the difference between them getting to 100 and 100-plus score. This one, though, was almost, it was the old kiss of death, really, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was the old drop and headbutt. Let's watch it again, because it was so fun to watch the first time. Soanes gets a good taste of the Rains Park Sports Ground. And Zakirullah Urquhart, though, he came out and he went bang, bang. He was on a hat-trick, wasn't he, after he castled Profit. And then they replaced the one with the 0-1, Tats Edgar. He'll be hoping that we can find the money for DRS as he got LBW. Wasn't thrilled about it. But a reasonable finish in the end, kicking on with Mather cracking 30 off 11 from number 10. And they end up getting 126.
Last time you and I were together in Belgium, we often saw tail-enders going and scoring runs for fun. A little bit of the old reminiscence of that one there this time around. Picked that one out of thin air, didn't I? I'm quite impressed with that one. Sandu, though, you're impressed with him, rightfully so. 27 off of 11. You were able to kill. You knew the script, something going on there.
He got out Sandu'd because I said I used to come in at 10, do what Mather did there. So he gets 30 off 11, which is even better. But yeah, the tail wags a bit. 21 for the Don up there. Manuelgi, the captain, 21 off 8. Talbot, Dixon and Farrell going reasonably cheaply. But yeah, that kick in the tail does get into a reasonable score. As far as the bowlers went, I suppose the other question is, people that are bowling good first overs aren't necessarily getting a second over. How do you bowl a double wicket main and not come back? But still, I think that Spencer, they still will feel pretty confident. They bat well, they can chase this 127.
Yeah, but it's also the case that he goes for a 2-wicket maiden and then the runs start flowing after he doesn't come back for that second over. So it'll be 127 required for Spencer as they're looking to go back-to-back here this time around. And it's certainly set up to be an interesting one. Pleasure to have your company here as you're watching the European Cricket Series here in England with myself, Janet, alongside Vinny Sandu right here on the European Cricket Network.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Good evening. Well, hello. These are new. I like this. This is interesting. Feel like I'm flying through midair. This is a fun start to the second half of this game. Welcome to the Rains Park ground here, the Rains Park Sports Ground, I should say, here in southwest London. And look, there's cricket wherever you go. That's just on the other side of the field. And pleasure to have your company here on the European Cricket Network, of course, as we see the second half of what was a pretty interesting first half, of course. In that one, you saw a bit of a comeback from Twickenham. And there's the bonus point equation. Of course, Twickenham got up to 126 off their 10. They look as if they're going to be 90 all out, but a last minute bash from the likes of Mather. And of course, well, he won't let you forget in Mr. Sanjeet Sandhu. He was able to get some runs as well. But you do feel that 128 certainly achievable here for Spencer as they look to go back-to-back wins this time around. 127, of course. 88 is what they need to restrict them to if they're going to take all 4 points here to Twickenham. It would certainly be some feat if they're going to go ahead and do so. No real surprise there. You can see that they're going to go with Mather to open up this time around. And you just have that feeling that realistically, this sort of total, and with the bowling and batting of both sides put together, you do feel that you maybe just get a tingle there. You may just get one. You never know. Of course, we haven't had one here in England yet. Last one was just Sunday, just gone. So it certainly isn't exactly out of the equation. That 127 target does sort of say, hello, golden ball territory. Anyway, Mather going to get us underway up against Barker. Pulls into the onside, and that is thumped for 6. What a start that is for Spencer. The extra bit of pace for Mather. Well, Barker just turns around and says the quicker it comes down, the further it will go. Great start for him, 6 runs. Barker, that'll do his confidence and wealth good. Not that he really needed it. He's batted pretty well this tournament for Spencer. But you can see here, look, just very early on to the length that's offered from Mather. And that extra bit of pace just makes it go that much further off the bat this time around. And you can just see, realistically, that Barker just has to have a little look this time around. And once more, this time goes Fuller. And just a little inside edge into the onside. And, well, Don makes him work for his run. Oh, Don, you can't take him out of it. As you're watching European Cricket Series here on the net on the ECN with myself, Charlie, and joined once again by Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good to be back. Nice little prowl work by the Don. Hasn't over-bowled himself, really.
No, he bowled in an over, was it yesterday? And he sort of chop and churn between sort of seam up and spin. It didn't quite go for him, really. So he's obviously opting with different options. That's just the signs of a good skipper.
Sick of getting smashed. Just
exactly.
kind of handing the duties over. Fair enough.
His Soanes and well.
Well, Soanes, let me give you the 4-1-1 on Mather. You better be ready because he's going to be coming at you rapido.
Yeah, that really is, that's done him all ends up. Look at that, look, very late on it. Just see, just gives it the old, oh, okay, that one wakes you up late this evening.
I say better late than never. Spencer, slight favourites, but whenever we see the win percentages this close, albeit we take it with a grain of salt today because Intelligent Cricketer on the source.
That is true. 127, very much territory, if you see what I'm putting down. Well, this time he is equal to it, but it just gets through the hands of Point, and that's going to run away towards the right. Well, in similar style in the last innings, we saw one get put down at Point yet again. The exact same thing here, and I don't know if we can't catch it here. We don't, just out of frame, but yeah, they'll end up getting 4 for his troubles, the Stones.
Francois Fourie gets a piece of that, but not the whole thing. And Mather, incredulous, as that ends up going to the boundary. Let me tell you, I know you're talking about a golden ball. I'll say it out loud. I wonder if we've ever had a golden ball on 126. I'd be able to tell you that now.
Have you got on what tote? Oh wow, that's impressive. That very much is impressive. That's going to be down the leg side.
You know, in all my free time, this is the kind of stuff I do. That the lowest, so excluding reduced games, we've had 3 of them. The lowest golden ball total is 70, which has happened twice.
Wow.
The highest is now 177.
Yeah, it is.
You know it is. Which I need to just put on the list here, because that's golden ball 61. But I did it last week, that's why.
Again, just drop some runs. That'll just be one.
You can actually see on this the Goldilocks zone. I can't put this up. But you see the Goldilocks zone, although over time I think that it's being dragged upwards. But between, say, like kind of 80 and 110, there's a lot of them. Probably over half, I could probably tell you.
Yeah, I think I think realistically, it's that sort of just comes down to the fact of
there's 36 of them out of, I think, the 58.
I think they probably would have been earlier on, I'm assuming.
A lot of them are,
yeah,
but not all.
But
I
I
mean,
think
a lot of, like, under 100 to 110, so a lot of these are recent.
that sort of comes to the sort of development of the hitting that we're seeing.
It's gone up, and the fact that the Grizzlies are made of molten lava and they travel further.
That is true.
They're basically golf balls.
Last ball of the first then. Full straight, but this is a superb shot over the top. It's just going to plug, but it's just going to run away and will just trickle over the rope. So Barker this time stays on the right-hand side of it and will get 4 for his trouble. So it'll be 17 off the first without loss.
Shot by Barker. Really good shot there. Just plays it through the V, doesn't he?
There's John, just on the left of your screen in the high vis. John, of course.
Go on. 63% of 10 over golden balls are between 80 and 110.
There you go.
And I found out, right on cue, golden balls. It's 22 matches, I should say, since golden ball. Of course, I've got the golden ball magnet, one of them next to me, which is Charlie Hunt.
Hello.
Who broke the all-time longest Barron streak. Do you remember what the number is?
405.
405. Also, Graham Hicks' highest first-class score.
It is. I knew that because I was looking up that for a question that I didn't use.
Oh, okay.
There you go. See?
I have to say. Well, you'll run out of questions soon and then you can use that one.
But I have said that there probably will come a point where if it's a quiet day, I might have to go for a little general knowledge one, just to change things up every now and then.
Yeah, I think you should. Why limit yourself to cricket?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Maybe just
make it a brain teaser, a brain pleaser. Okay, do you know there's been 2 totals that have had 4 golden balls on them?
No, I don't, but I'm sure you're going to tell me.
Yeah, 84 and 95.
Really?
Have been, yeah, isn't that crazy?
It's bizarre.
4 times, but we yet to have, one of them has a 5th one. That'll be new ground.
Okay.
There's a few that have had 3.
Here's Blake Van Der Ende then. And once again, Zone's just going to drop and run here.
So 3 golden balls on 83 and 106. And there's a couple of random ones, like we've had 2 golden balls on 146.
Yeah, that's bizarre.
That's pretty high.
That's pretty bizarre.
And of course, 177's on there now.
Yeah.
So,
that was a weird one, that one, I have to say. Around the ground, it was sort of just like, the 9th went pretty bizarre, berserk.
It all happens in the 9th.
Yeah, it does. It went berserk, and then it was just, oh, okay. I think it was 16 needed off the last. And they got 15, and it was just sort of, and then we had the whole kerfuffle with
you handled that very well. 9.6.
Thank you very much.
You could write a book on 9.6, couldn't you?
Be a few chapters.
Nick drop catch by Rocky.
Yes, indeed, Janish.
Who then gets half the run out, which I love that last 2 to touch it.
Oh, up in the air. I don't think he's quite got all of this. It just holds up in a bit of the breeze, and it's going to be a simple catch out in the deep this time around. I believe that's going to be Francois, I think, and well, makes up for the drop he put down earlier, and that's going to be the end of Barker. It is 18 for 1.
Seemed to come off well, off the bat well, didn't it? But it was kind of higher than it was long. And Spencer were 59% before that wicket. I'll be curious to see what the slightly affected supercomputer has to say about it.
Might take some time to compute.
Unlucky for Timothy. Maybe he needs to invest in a grizzly bat. That one might have cleared the rope, but just holds out. I'm going to say the catching's been pretty good as well.
You'd expect nothing less, though, really, would you?
This is England.
Exactly.
Best country in the world for cricket, so I keep being told.
Who told you that?
English people.
I'm not putting that out there. I'm not putting that out there. How good is it to see the banners up, though, by the way? Just add that little bit to the ground.
And this time we don't have to translate them because they're already in English.
It does make life a lot easier, doesn't it? It really does. I can see that, though. There's spectators around, and of course 2 games on at once. So
random question coming for you.
Oh, come on then.
Okay.
Hit me.
From me.
Okay.
Still good though.
Okay. Well, I don't doubt that. Give me this ball. Haul up. In, and he's going to start with a 6. Well, Hauler, what a good start this is, by the way.
Who's going to get this one? Where's that ball? Go back.
No, there's no one there still. There's still no one there. There we go.
There's the Firebirds or whatever they're called. No one's touching it.
You go. There you go. Look. There you are. Thank you, sir.
Good.
Fielding in shorts.
He's always, he's a good fielder of the stationary ball. There, number 28, the hat backwards and the sneakers and the board shorts. Who wears board shorts in England?
Jordan Evans, that's what his name is. That's what we're going with.
Okay, well done, Jordan.
No, they could. I think there might be some cricket shoes there. In fact, actually.
Okay, I've got to say something.
Okay, come on then, quickly.
In
No?
a minute.
Okay. No, you
First
leave
we're
me.
gonna
You leave me on edge here.
Teasing you. Oh,
Oh, that's filth. That is utter filth. That's a really nice shot. Haller shows his power into the onside, then turns it around and shows us a bit of class.
really good shot. Just has a little bit to play with. If that's genuine Yorker, it's very, very difficult, but Augie needs a little bit of length to play with.
Come on in.
Shouldn't it be the England and Wales series, seeing they're like cricket married?
No, because the location's in England. Because if you're turning around and saying that, where do we go? Where, you know, is it?
It's the only multi-country federation.
Yes, okay, that is
exists,
true.
So it's
That
breaking
is
new
true.
ground.
As now he goes this time on the offside, and this one is again just going to be a couple of bounces, 4 more. So Haller going at a pretty decent rate at the moment. But my argument would be, you know, when you get like a Serbian team goes and plays somewhere else, which is often the case.
Yeah, okay.
If they're playing in that, then it's a
And I
dual.
suppose-
Then it's a dual
Yeah.
involvement.
I suppose
essentially.
we don't have a Welsh club in it.
No, exactly. That's also, and it's in London.
But does that mean that one day we could do an ECS Wales?
That would be cool. I mean, imagine trying to put if it's in that long place now. Imagine trying to say that on an intro every
Do you want me
time.
to try and say
Almost by Tats Edgar. That would have been a very, very tricky catch to take. But I tell you what, he certainly saved for. Go on, you've got it up.
No, because I don't know what the letters mean.
Jan Fairfliff. No, gone.
I
can do the last
bit.
Yeah, the last bit is go go go. That's the easiest bit. I can tell you what microwave is in Welsh.
I didn't know this. Oh, sorry, say it again.
I can tell you what
Okay, what is it?
Pipti Pong.
Really?
I'm not even joking.
I love this fun fact that's just come up as we check out the table. Spencer will be hoping to make a run, potentially to pop up in the top 2, or maybe the top spot. Can't see it happening really, but as long as they finish top 3, they will be involved in finals day. I didn't know that they used to have a shorter, easier to pronounce name. But in the 1880s, in a joking attempt to attract tourists, a tailor added the rest of the syllables, bringing the total length to 58 letters, including 4-letter L's in a row. Look there.
Just for fun, really, isn't it? And that's just what
That's
they're doing.
crazy. Here's Fori getting a bowl.
Oh, well, this is interesting. And I like the reaction of Sanjit Sandhu tells you all you need to know. He thought he was in play here. Haller just catches up with it. That's going to go for 4.
Yeah, smart batting, really. But had to be smart. Just kind of make sure he gets the feet out the way.
Down on all 4s. Look, what's this? Look.
No, if he didn't hit that, that was 5 wides.
Yeah, he's not getting that.
It was 5
Not
wides
getting
waiting to happen.
that.
That was speared down.
Okay, what's the response going to be? Well, going to be a jump, so give the graphics some time to catch on up. Come on, Vinny, put 50p in the meter for us. Come on.
Like ECS Wrexham. I'm a big fan of that Welcome to Wrexham documentary.
Yeah,
How do you feel about that?
It is a good series. It really is. Oh, well, there you go. There's the wides. And Sandy can't get through this either. And well fielded by Mackenzie. He's been first involvement here today. He's been very
I
good.
want to see his left arm spin. I think that could be a bit of a key.
Wouldn't mind seeing those legs again. Yeah, it's a controversial one because not for me. It doesn't really bother me, but a lot of, especially in the National League, you know, that's where. And I worked in the National League over the course of the last season.
Yes, that's right.
There's a lot of mixed reviews on the whole Wrexham situation.
Is this from people within the kind of National League system?
Yeah,
So,
they're very jealous as to what's happened. This could be out here. Oh, Sandu, good bit of work. I don't mind it. It was on the half volley. He could either have taken it, but I don't think he had the time. He just tries to flick it on. I don't mind the idea. But yes, as for it, it's a lot of the time. So in the National League, it was released that Wrexham had more money spent on wages than those in the league above them.
Sure.
And that was just where, as this one is going to get lofted over the top, and that's going to go for 6. So Haller is playing a blinding innings at the moment. He's hitting rhythm nicely, just to back up the double wicket maiden at the moment as he goes again. See, he gives himself a bit of room. But yeah, there's a lot of conversations about the fact that there's so much money behind it that it was bound to happen at some point.
And actually, the chairman of the board of Hornchurch, big on the Dagon Reds, isn't he?
Yes.
He's
Well, Dagon Reds, of course, also Kroon
Kroon.
is a big Dagon Reds fan.
But here's my take on that, right? It's a classic. There's 2 sides of the same coin.
Oh, of course.
All right, so it's the end of the over here. It's 45 for 1.
Uh-huh.
But there's lots of reasons that it's not really fair. If you've got this system where essentially you can spend whatever money you can get, then as long as you're not doing it from something criminal, then that's just like, good luck to you. But I suppose it's creating a lot of interest in the competition, and suddenly all these games, the other clubs probably maybe an indirect benefit of it. But it is indirect.
You're right.
I'd be annoyed as well if suddenly one team, and by the way, they don't have to worry about being in the National League anymore because they've gone up a couple of times.
Yeah, League
but that's
One.
it's an interesting system, the Football League system.
Yeah, it is. The pyramid is very, very complex. But the thing is now I know a couple of mates at uni. Their dissertations was around the National League financial system as well. There isn't much regulation, I don't think, just going off what I've been told.
Ask and you shall receive. Here's Mackenzie.
This is going to be thumped into the onside. It'll just be a single as that's underneath that. Out there will do the work.
Don's listening to me because he heard me say, I want Mackenzie, and suddenly he's on. He's fielding right in front of us.
Say it loud enough and you shall receive. But, yeah, it's an interesting one. But, look, listen, credit to you. The thing that's come out of it mostly is the community and how they're benefiting from it. But I'd love to do a Wales ECS. I think that'd go down. I'll go down a storm, I reckon. Up, and away. See you later, Grizzly. That's going to be into the next one. We've lost it.
No. Where's this one gone?
No, there's 3 cricket games going on. There's a little game going on there. That's 6 more, though. Hall up playing a very handy hand here.
Yeah, really good shot. Picks it up. Mackenzie kind of have one that slides on more than anything. Had a bit of length to work with and didn't bother running at all.
So you're a fan of the old Wrexham series,
I think it's a good story.
It is a good story. No, you're right. A lot of hardship.
Yeah, but even just this idea, these kind of knights in shining armour coming. The American-English, not English, the American-Welsh clash. This is going to be gone. He's bowled around his legs. Hauler goes once too often, doesn't he? And Mackenzie bites back, so 6 and out. And Spencer's chase takes a bit of a turn. They bring up the 50, but they lose Hauler next ball, 52 for 2.
Yeah, it's the classic leg spinner's wicket. It's a pretty poor delivery. And I got this word got a lot of praise from our viewers earlier on when Hogarth took a wicket and it was a rubbish delivery. I said, that is dross, I'm afraid. And that's one of them.
Yeah. Well, that's a good word.
Good one, because it's a good description of what we really all want to say, but you can't say it.
Yeah. It's the old Gundy ball.
Yeah, the Gundy ball
always
works.
does the job.
Yeah, it does always work.
Yeah. But sometimes it takes wickets.
Yes, exactly that.
That's what I mean.
Exactly that.
It takes wickets.
So Booth comes in at 4. A little bit of a nervy time here with these wickets falling. And Soren's just 7 off 6, but you just feel that maybe they could get things going here.
But I like any behind-the-scenes sports documentaries anyway.
I'm assuming you've watched the new series of the
Welcome to Wrexham?
No.
Oh, the Ashes. No, I still haven't.
I actually haven't either.
I'm looking forward to it.
I don't want to watch it just because of the Bairstow stuff, but
let's not open that can of worms so late in the day.
No.
When God created cricket pitches, He put a line there, and it's pretty simple to just stay behind.
I'm completely with you on that one.
Don't get into it. Oh, he's gone. I mean, I guess it's close. Booth's going to go for a golden duck. Mackenzie's on a hat-trick, 52 for 3. Let's have a look at it. Thanks to Spring Media. Only thing for me, it doesn't really straighten down the line. I thought maybe it might be a touch high. Let's have a look.
Mackenzie.
That's pretty dead, I think. It didn't bounce as much as I thought it was.
It's just this one.
It's not going over the top. Right,
Good
it's
call.
out. Good umpiring. Umpires have been very good in this series, haven't they?
Yeah, again, they're picked from a very, very high-level bunch. As that's going to be a golden quacker. And then there he is. There's old Derek. And that's going to be the end of Booth. So he'll go. And all of a sudden, the leg spin of Mackenzie. He's on a hat-trick.
Derek's gaining on him. Get him, Derek.
Have you not ordered any dinner?
I did order dinner. Interesting
you?
how yours came before mine.
Did you actually? Brilliant. Okay, then hat-trick ball. Oh, it's not a bad one. It's not a bad one, but it doesn't take a wicket. But still, nevertheless, a dot ball's a win. Look at these figures, by the way. You asked him to come on. And
I called for Mackenzie. He hasn't let me down. Did get banged for a massive Maximo, but the price of doing business in the European Cricket Series.
Last delivery then of what's been an impressive 4th over. A bit of a top edge. Oh, it doesn't get there. It's a great effort, though. It's a really, really good effort from the fielder at short, fine leg.
A little bit of the Bambi on ice skates about this attempt, though, wasn't there? He was kind of zigging and zagging. As see, it's kind of more glove than anything. These last couple of steps, just no real traction off the grass. It takes us to the end of the 4th over. 53 for 3. Hello to David Skinner, who's tuning in from Croatia. Said, yeah, his take is classic non-league jealousy. It's always been the way where a sugar daddy could come in and push teams up the divisions. Yeah, I suppose this one just had a side of television, side of Hollywood, I suppose. But I like any sort of behind the scenes stuff. Also, it shows you what it takes to run a football club. I think it's quite interesting, all the dynamics that go into it. All right, here's the Don. I said we thought he'd underbowled himself. Charlie said perhaps because he was sick of getting smashed. Or maybe I said that. Anyway, comes on, gets smashed, and 6. Maximo. Probably catchable if there was a fielder on that line, but instead it's going to go. It's nicely fielded. Bit of a fielding assist there out in the crowd. Look at this. Well knocked down, protects the immediate vicinity, steals it off the little girl, but then, oh no, he's deked the little girl. Well, I thought that had a happy ending. Maybe not. There's a little bit of keep away. This one's going to keep away from the fielder, and that's going to be 4. So McPherson coming out and dealing. He's having a pretty good game at the moment. Nice little softball retrieval as well there from Francois Faury. And he may have actually almost hit somebody. In fact, he's hurled it to the other side of the field. This game's had a bit of everything. Proper last game of the day happening. Okay. Charlie's just enjoying a little spot of dinner, which obviously came before mine did. It looks like everyone's enjoying their dinner. That's great for everyone. Anyway, this is cut away, and this is going to be another boundary. Great effort by Faury. Hardest working man in the country right now, but now he has to do the chase off the field, and he sees the funny side of it. It'll be 4 more runs to Spencer. Great effort by Francois. Will reverse, and he gets a scratch on it past the keeper. This is running away, and it's going to be 4. Great effort by Blake van der Linde, but it's been given byes. Well, that's not byes because he's hit it, and he's hit a lot of it. But anyway, it's going to be given byes. Look, massive touch. Tell you who's filthy about that. The wicket keeper. Because there's no way. Yeah, and Sandhu's been absolutely diddled behind the stumps. I think they might have changed this now. I mean, you could see like... Let's see if they want to have it. Yeah, and it's just been given runs now. That's nice. Yeah, that's good intervention there. Obviously, just missed it live. That's the way it happens sometimes. No real harm, no foul. Umpires have been brilliant, I've got to say. They're under all sorts of pressure in this form in the game. All right, the Don won't be happy with that. Goes on his figures now. And now it's bowled round the legs. The reversimo has McPherson tying himself in knots. And the Don bites back at the end of 5 overs. Spencer 71 for 4. And it's game on here at the Rains Park Sports Ground. Goes to the well once too often. 5 overs down. And 71 for 4. What a fascinating contest we've got right now. Charlie Hunt back from a very quick dinner. And I know a lot of people have been hanging out for the answer in the Hunt the Answer today. And here it is.
There you go. The first ever T20I century was hit by Chris Gale, of course, and it was 117 off 57 back on the 11th of September 2007 against South Africa. Any clue what ground it was? Or where it was?
No.
Joburg.
Okay, that would have been... Actually, I should have guessed. Just because a lot of runs get hit at that
Exactly.
The classic 438-40-34 game.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. There's your answer. Congratulations if you got it. What do you win? You win some chat pride, and you get a thumbs up from me. Well done.
Interesting game, this one. So 71 in the first half. They need 56 in the second. So on paper, I think they're ahead. But you just feel that a couple more wickets could swing this. Mansfield comes in. He's a pretty good guy to come in at number 6. Hit the ball well earlier.
And at this point, Malhazda was going to come in. He hits a few runs. So in the same token, you kind of imagine that, well, hopefully he can pick up a wicket or two here. But this game's certainly right in the balance at the moment, you feel. As we're going to start the 6th with a wide, and Sandy just tips it round the post straight to Mackenzie. That'll start with a wide. And You can see here, a bit of lateral movement. We haven't seen that one too much realistically here in England. So good signs though for Malazda at the moment. And at this point though, it's 55 off 30, so pretty evenly poised. Spencer, according to the somewhat lubricated and hydrated supercomputer. Well, this one up in the air. Oh, what could have been? Well, I tell you what, there's only one fielder that they would have wanted out there, and that is May. That he's tall. He's probably the tallest out there at the moment. And, well, if he can't get there, well, nobody probably can. It was a great effort, though. It was an athletic effort, in all fairness. Oh, there you go. Just the bottom of your screen gives it the odd star jump sort of vibe. But that will be 6, so a nice start after that first one. You can see there's 7 basically coming off the first due to that wide. Oh, now square driven over the top, and this is well timed. This will be 4 more again. You always note that you time it well. If you hit it into the ground and it bounces over the fielders, that's when you know that you've played it almost perfectly. As it Soames goes 6 and 4. Well, Rico, he's probably sat at home screaming hungry for more. You can see that, plays it late and just over. There's no one really at sort of traditional point, more of a backward point. Gets through the gap. That'll be 4 more to the score. 45 off 28 now. Moves big jump in the predictor, going up to 78. Now short, pulls firmly. Fielder is out there. Oh dear, almost had a bit of a calamity out there. That's Blake. Blake van der Linde almost has a bit of an issue, but doesn't. You can see that it's pulled firmly into the onside. Would have been interesting, to say the least. But at this moment in time, there is certainly scope for a tingle, you feel, at this point. Top edge, and this is going to be up in the air, but Blake is interested, but he's just going to be able to watch it sail over his head. Gives it the old Statue of Liberty this time around, but he's not going to get there. And Mansfield goes back to back. What a start this is to his innings, and this is going to be 6 runs then. There you go. And up and away. You can see it. Look at square leg. He's almost broke his neck. I'm going to watch where that one goes up and away. There you go. There's Blake. Not quite in play. It was almost always going over his head. Well, as to though, this over's gone for 18 at the moment. Mansfield. Again, dragged into the onside. Again, good lateral movement, though. I like what I'm seeing here from Malazda. He's very dangerous all-rounder with both bat and ball. Again, that'll just be a single good arm from Blake out in the deep. Look at that. You can cricket from both ends. Look at that at the other end. It's the... oh, I reckon that's out, by the way. Look at that. I reckon that's gone. Go to the TV umps upstairs if you could. That's the thing, on for 19. Running the risk of going magical. Again, it's very well bowled, and Soames does well to get something down on this. He'll keep the strike, though. It will be the end of the 6th. Hanging in the balance at the moment. It's 91 for 4 at the end of 6 overs. Yeah, of course, looking at this, you kind of look, okay, where are they going to go? They've gone 1 over apiece. No one's bowled out 2 overs back-to-back, so they've got overs left from pretty much all of their bowlers. You probably imagine Mather going to be held maybe till... well, possibly the 8th, maybe the 9th. I mean, that's even if it gets that deep. If Soames or Mansfield gets going here, this game could be over relatively quickly. Of course, they need to... oh, this would be something. 6 sixes here, and they do it in the 7 overs, and they'll get the bonus point. And, well, that would be something to be seen. Of course, we saw a pretty hypersonic over a couple of days ago, so... certainly not exactly away from it. Well, I can tell you that Mackenzie is going to come on. And the tape is slowly starting to fail us on these on the kits of Twickenham at the moment. Oh, I think he's got him here, and he has. And once again, Mackenzie starts off with a wicket. This is superb bowling. It really is. Gets through Soames. He tries to get down and sweep into the onside. Probably wasn't the shot to go for. But you can just see here, tiny bit of grip, but it's at the top of off. Doesn't get much better than that as a bowler. And, well, he's going to pick up his 3rd. And, well, now, Spencer looking like that could be a big moment. As they fall now to 91 for 5. Well, Jaffrey coming in at 7 then. Now, this is kind of the same period as when Malazda came in and gave it a bit old tonk. That was when they started to get up towards that 100 mark. Then you, of course, saw the likes of Mather come in as well, and Sandhu, can't forget that. of course. But Jaffrey's going to come in then. This is a big, big change here. And interestingly enough, though, even with that wicket going down, Spencer's still in the driver's seat, according to that win predictor. At this point, though, I reckon maybe a wicket or a couple of dots, and then right back into this. 36 off 23. Needs to go at 9s. This is a nice shot. Just comes down and clips it down the ground for 1. As it's going to be fielded out there this time around. Twickenham, of course, a win here. It's their last game until finals day, of course. Pretty much confirmed that they're going to get there in some way, shape or form. And they'll be happy with that as well. First outing here on the network. This one, the old variation, but yet again just slapped. As just dealing with a couple of singles, but when you've got a bowler who's taken 3 for already, you don't really want to be taking too many risks. If there's a Gundy ball, you want to take it on, but apart from that, you're pretty happy just to nerve him around, really. You got a bit of time extra. Again, a variation, but once more, just off the pad, can't get it away. A bit of the old unfortunate issue here, where you're not really getting too many balls in. Comes down, and well, this is an interesting one. He tries to go wristy. This would be a great caught and bowled in ears. That's superb from Mackenzie. Over his shoulder, makes no mistake of this one. And now things are starting to change here as Twickenham pick up another. And I tell you what, I reckon that supercomputer's got to get the old reboot going, because I reckon the percentages will sway big time, as that's going to be another one to fall. 93 for 6 now for Spencer here, as Jaffrey will go. And you can just, I mean, watch this again. This is a really good catch. It's a tricky one to watch all the way over your shoulder. That is not an easy catch in any way, shape or form. That's 4 now for Mackenzie. He's got 1 ball left. Could he pick up a Michelle Pfeiffer? It would be impressive, wouldn't it? The skipper in Grant has come out then here at, what is a tricky time, coming down at 8. With the ball left, and he's got Mackenzie, who, well, his tail's up. Of course, if he takes this wicket, you probably think the old bird celebration will come out. Here's Grant then. And he won't pick up a Pfeiffer, but it's still an excellent spell. We'll just go 4 for 11 off his 2. And that's a perfect over yet again. Picking up wickets, only going for 3. It is 94 for 6 after 7.
Game on at the moment. Anyone's game here. Day 4 tomorrow. Twickenham won't be taking part, so the next time we'll see them will be finals 8, looks like. But we'll be back same time tomorrow, 8:45 a.m. GMT, 9:45 here in London, 10:45 in Europe, 2:15 in India. Tunbridge Wells, big day for them to see if they can kind of consolidate their space in the top half of the ladder.
It's going to be that first game in the morning is going to be a big game, of course, between those two. I think Spencer, if they get a win here, of course, they're going to get a point regardless, so that will put them ahead in terms of points against Tunbridge Wells. But that's a big game, match 16.
Battle of the Blues.
True.
Battle of the Blues. I'll be here for the last 2 games. Wimbledon Hornchurch, I'll be calling. I know you're going to cover me in the morning. Rico's on for his last day. It's so quick. Rico's here for his last day tomorrow already.
It's crazy.
He's going to go to Cyprus.
Jet setting off, isn't he, on Friday? Of course, I know he's looking forward to getting back out there.
You throw an idea past you.
50-50, by the way. Go on then. Go on then. You keep doing this.
Is he going to bowl or not? Because it's a bombshell.
Okay, well,
it's not even a bombshell. It's a potential bombshell.
Okay, let's just wait for this one then. Good delivery. Can't get it away. That'll be a dot. Go on then.
We've never done an ECSW, so European Cricket Series for women.
Yep.
I reckon England would be a great place to do it. We could
time.
do 2 weeks next year, let's say, because it's been so popular. Also, please don't rain. And 1 week of men's, 1 week of women.
You certainly could do. Oh, the early movement just puts Blake off.
Spooked him.
I think with those ones as well, you could certainly go to some interesting teams with that one as well, to be honest. I think there could be scope for going pretty high level with that.
Never mind that. Maybe just go 2 weeks women.
Could do.
You had your time this year.
Could do. You very
Let's
well.
do both.
Yeah, both sounds about right.
That sounds good.
Anyway, 33 off 17, by the way. Goes early again. This is a miscue, but I think he's going to reap the rewards here. This is going to go under Leiba. And we're going to come back for 2. Could be gone if close. I think the dive sorts him out, and Grant will get back for the 2nd. Maybe just check this one just to make sure, but there's no real celebration. I don't even think there's an appeal.
No, I don't think so. I think it's home. I think it just
shows that he just makes up his mind he wants to go. I like the way he turns with the bat in the correct hand, then kind of labours, maybe fatigued halfway through that second run there. Big Gus. Gus looked gassed.
Hang on a second. Where's he going here?
He must need a new bat or new set of kneecaps after that dive. Hey, he might have
Pads.
He's blown a pad.
Yeah, it's never fun when that happens.
Tell you what.
Oh, no, maybe not. Not a pad.
No?
No? Yes, it is a pad.
It's definitely a pad ejection. He's done a strap.
Paint me like one of your French girls. By the
Yeah,
way. Look at that.
Kate
That's a genuine.
Kate Winslet style.
There he is. That's so good. That's brilliant. There you go. That generally is the old Kate Winslet, isn't it?
That's pretty good flexibility as well, isn't it? Now, let's have a look at this. Now, do you change both pads or just one if you've blown one out? Because what if you've got odd pads on? Would that unsettle you a bit?
Well, listen, I'm going off the quality of these boys. I reckon they've got a couple of backups in there. I reckon if you did a what's in my kit, it would last probably 4 or 5 minutes just because of the amount of kit that these boys carry. So I reckon he's going to be okay.
He's going matching. That's smart.
Yeah,
this
fair
isn't
enough.
great when we got the 9 p.m. booking at London Bridge Sixers. Let's
No,
talk about
no,
that
it's
tonight.
not.
Have you been before?
No, but I've seen plenty on
I've
it on
seen
socials.
Chiefs clip. It was super fun.
Yeah, okay.
I had a taster yesterday. I just
That's
thought,
not fair, by the way.
It's
That's
not a
fair.
competition. It's just, we'd have fun.
That's such a lie. That's such a... Mate, you've got cricket
My question
badges.
is this. There's 5 levels. And actually, Louis Bruce messaged me because he's in London at the moment. Louis Bruce of Gibraltar. He said, don't go world class.
Oh, really?
That's 5. I started on 3. Obviously wanted to get my numbers up a little bit.
Yeah.
And to be honest, I didn't notice much of a difference.
No?
They do say like the reaction time's about the same on world class. But, I mean, I've faced bowls about 90 miles an hour. But with the balls they use, you're not going to get hurt.
No.
So that was a big factor
Okay.
to get, just have a swing at it, basically.
Gets through. This is going to be 4. This is a big sigh of relief for Spencer. That could be a change in the tides as well, still 50-50. And you just feel at the moment that we certainly could be on for what could be certainly coming down to an ECN Classic at the moment.
Look, I love a golden ball, right?
Not now, though.
Not tonight, because in an hour and 15 minutes, we're meant to be opening up our ECN first ever Sixers test match.
Good Lord. 27 off 15. Going to come down to the wire here, folks. Slower ball. Oh, it's a dot ball. They don't take it on. They don't want to take on Kate Winslet down there.
This is going to the wire, isn't it? I can see where this is heading. Charlie, the golden ball magnet in here. Are we looking at the precursor to golden ball 62? Live from England. Of course, an English team has played a golden ball before. Hornchurch beat Beveren, the Belgians, in a golden ball back in ECL 23 in Championship Week. 137 that day. That's going to spring off the bat, and it's going to be 6. Maximo! Oh, it's a real to and fro wrestle at the moment between these two. Grant gets them 6 closer, 21 off 13. Let's watch how that affects the odds. Cracking contest, this. Gus Grant, the captain, leading from the front. Hello to Jules, good to see you in the chat. Hello to Julian Dawson and Sarah Dawson in there as well. Last ball, the over. Pretty good one, full straight. Just has to knock it out for a single, but Gus will retain the strike. 2 overs to go in the day, and Spencer 107 for 6. 20 required off the last 2 overs.
It's a genuine golden ball tingle. I know it's a bad time for it. Do I have to leave early? Is that what do you want me to run away?
I've got to admit, I'm taking all I'm actually going into my rain protocol, taking away all the screens that aren't completely necessary.
You're rushing away after this, aren't you? I respect it. I respect it.
I'm opening the batting, that's why.
Are you? Are you skipper, are you?
I think it'll be my first time batting in the purple suit.
Oh dear. Are you not getting changed?
I don't have time.
We do have time, 100%. Get back, quick change, off you go. Pop. See you later.
It's good content. Anyway, here we go.
Good content. Oh, got through everything. And this one is going to go Andre, cuatro, as it's going to be 4 byes.
Sanjit, sometimes he's there, sometimes he's not. Gets a free keeping lesson from the Don.
No, I think what the conversation here is stand back. Why are you risking it? That's the conversation that I think we're getting there.
Bowling what I call hybrids.
Yeah.
Because he's not quite a spinner. He's not really bowling medium pace either. And yeah, it was a tough one. It's between the batter and the stumps. So they are awkward. Cost them 4 on this occasion. 16 off 11 now required.
Oh, well, what's happened here? Unpick this one. This is going to be a wide, rightfully so, and it's going to go again. So this time, not quite 4, but it's going to be a minimo.
Tell you what, Grant's gamed the system to perfection here, and he's just gotten the keeper's eye line. And poor Sanjit. Again, he has to choose the direction. He looks behind him, tries to go the other way. This is the thing now. In the line's line, it's hard. It's actually, for he's played a lot of indoor cricket. It's actually the same rule as that, which is that, hey, the easier zone, you got to bowl. The batter can stand where they want. So in that case, probably better. Odds are probably better to go forward at the stumps like that. Another one slightly mishandled, down to 11 and 11 now.
Have you looked on how to get to where we're going to this evening?
I'm aware.
Yeah. Okay. You sure?
Yeah.
Where is it? The one in where I think you're
London
going.
Bridge.
Yeah, that's the one. Okay. And again,
40 to 45 minutes.
Okay. Well, according to this, 52.
Okay.
This is the app you need. Listen, being a Londoner, I'm going to call myself a Londoner. This is the app you need. It tells you exactly how to get there.
Well,
ooh, okay.
Tell you what, poor Sanjit, he might be putting those clubs in the bin by the end of this. Great stop down there. Sensational work. But umpire is going to have to stick that right hand in the air again. It'll be 2 more byes.
So I'm guessing that you're talking about going from where we are here in Rains Park to Waterloo and then get off at to London Bridge and then go. I don't even know.
Waterloo, yeah, then Jubilee line.
You're going Jubilee? Okay, interesting.
Probably.
Okay, well, we'll have to see.
What's this app called? You've talked it up.
City Mapper.
Okay.
City
I
Mapper.
think I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's good. It's good all around. Okay, well, we're going quickly here.
Quick game's good game. Quick pitch.
Oh,
great catch. I tell you what, he's had a lot to do with there. So let's get off his back, everyone. All right, that's the end of the 9th over. And the score's 120 for 9. Love this. Umpire, the last person in position.
Oh, look at that.
Had to deal with the swinging blade. You know what? Keeping it is way harder than it looks. Sanjit does a good job to hold on to that. So let's have a look what's happening in Portugal. This game is it's still the first game. So I think that game's long gone. But anyway, there's probably another one of those which we'll try and get through to you pretty shortly. But anyway, you can turn over to Portugal. Phil G is waiting for you.
I know you really are excited for this one, and I completely understand that.
Yeah.
7. 6 for a gold ball, and it's Mather.
Oh, no.
Might have to put the old pause on here.
I'm going to factor in 4 byes.
Oh, you were singing this guy's praises all day.
I'm just joking. We're family, so he knows.
Where's the field going? This is an interesting one here. I think they know that singles are going to get them pretty close, so they've only got 4 back. And are they going to go for 1 more? No, they're going to stick up 4. Okay, they have got 5 back. There we go. Here we go then. 7 needed off the last. Up in the air.
No.
Oh, this one.
Oh,
here you go. Here's Sanjit.
Well, Sanjit never doubted him. It was top edge. It was up in the air. This time he was more than 1 metre behind the batter. And, he's been through the ringer. Credit to him, though. He's tried to get on with his job. Mather gets the false shot. The plot thickens here as the sun's fading away on a Wednesday evening. It's 120 for 7. It makes it 7 off 5 required.
Twickenham looking to make Vinny's plans for the evening pretty interesting.
Well, you don't have to often Duckworth-Lewis
bad light.
Sixers game.
Bad light. Stop the play here. Off we go.
I meant when we get to Sixers in town, we'll have to make it a reduced overs contest.
How does it work?
There's all these different game modes. The easiest way is just you get 6 balls and then you change the batter. So you just, it's
What's this conversation going on here? Look at this. Stern talking to.
Oh, it is. Oh, I think it's because he threw it away pretty quickly and they're saying...
Oh, no.
But I think he knew what he was doing.
Don't be silly. Come on, let's not ruin the game here.
Yeah.
Let's stick on. Okay, so now I see. So you want to go from... You want to walk... Okay, no, this is interesting. My app's saying walk to Rains Park.
Well, that's easy, that bit.
Yeah.
It's about...
Thanks, Vinny.
1 minute.
Thanks,
go on.
Vinny.
Time
and
is
then
precious here.
You want to get the tube to Waterloo, and then this is telling me weird things. I don't get this. This app's
You take
rubbish.
the train. You take the South Western Railway.
Yeah. Shout out,
Waterloo.
not. Oh, it's another dot. Oh, they're going to come through. Oh, it's an awful throw.
Such a good run, though, because he's so far back that if you just steal... We saw that them stealing runs to Murray from Hornchurch to the ECL. But he's so far back to a bowler like Mather that he's got to take it, turn, spin, and pin the tail on the donkey. He can't do it.
By the way, there is currently no evidence that Vinny Sandy was ever here. The Space Centre has gone. And
I'm distracted by the fact that this could definitely go to a GP.
oh, no.
But you know what, Grant?
I'd have to take blame.
A top edge 6 could end this. So I wonder if he's game to go upstairs.
Mather, extra pace. What's going to happen? Oh, it's down the legs. Oh, it's knocked over the top.
Straight over middle stump. Straight over middle stump.
Good call.
Look at Mather. He was nervous that he's going to get called for a ball that almost knocks out the middle peg. Watch this.
Absolutely fine. Great call. Very good call from the umps. Straight over the stumps. Well, I wonder if there's any nervous tension around the ground. There's a few people stood up. A few people just getting a bit angsty. Spencer 6 on 3. Oh, dear. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Mather. Oh, and again, they got just going to come through for
Don't throw it.
Oh, no.
Okay, throw it.
They're going to come through for one here. I reckon if this is goal, you're just going to walk. You're just going to let me do it on my own again. You're just going, hey, you did it before. You can do it again. Off you go.
I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's not going to be a golden ball.
You're just trying to manifest
Because
that,
if this is a 1, which is quite a likely result, then it's not going to be a 3. If it's a dot, based on what we've seen from Edwards so far, I can't see him hitting a 4. Not impossible, but improbable. 5 off 2. Can Edwards be a hero?
Big Vinny's hero. Oh, it's a dot, but they're going to come through for 1. Oh, okay. And he's going to get home. They might just want to check this just to be sure. But Mather, I think, doesn't quite get there.
Not out.
Yeah, not out. They don't even need to.
Not that interested.
No, and probably rightfully so. I think it takes a bit to get to going, but when he gets going, it's hard to put a stop to him.
2 of the buys are factored in for the
Yeah,
over.
that is true. That is true.
I couldn't see him hitting too many off Mather.
No. Oh, no.
3 to tie, though. We're safe.
Are we?
We're
Is it
safe. 3 to tie, right? 4 to win.
Okay, yeah, you're right. Okay, that's fine. That's
Wide throws it out of it.
Oh,
Anyway,
no.
look, simple as this. Boundary to win for Spencer.
By the way, you would have thought that realistically Spencer were going to get this for all money, but here we go then.
Up to you, Gus. Here we go. Last ball of the day.
Here we go. Ah, and it's going to be a dot. And there you go. Big celebrations for Mather. That is a brilliant, brilliant last over. Doesn't go for very many. And Twickenham will finish their group stage in style with a last ball thriller as they get a victory over Spencer. It's a big, big victory for them, as that'll do their confidence a wealth of good going into Friday. They beat Spencer by 3 runs.
I mean, to use a baseball term, Adam Mather's pretty much bowled a no-hitter there in the last over. They just couldn't quite deal with him. What a bowler to be able to bring on. And Spencer, they're just scratching their heads. How did that go wrong? But that's ECN cricket in the first degree. And Twickenham, they finished their group campaign on a high.
This could be the quickest outro to a broadcast you might ever see, by the way, folks. What a day, though. What a day this has been, of course. We're going to have a little look at what's coming up tomorrow. There you go. Tunbridge Wells, they start us off. What a game that is, by the way, especially now that Spencer lose that one. That's a huge game for the battle for that 3rd spot, of course, going into Friday. Hornchurch, they've almost pretty much all but out of it. Could do something special if they get 3 wins from 3.
Potential smoky, potential inclusion. They've got out the checkbook again, and they must have deep pockets if this is true. Stay tuned tomorrow. Maybe go to the website and check out who Hornchurch might have added. I don't think it's there quite yet. But join us same time tomorrow for day 4. Let's roll these highlights because we've got this booking in an hour and 4 minutes. And what can you say? I mean, they started pretty well. A little bit like my high school sweetheart that dumped me the day after the prom. It's the one that got away for Spencer.
Absolutely. It really is. You can see there that there were chances, and they certainly did take them, though. But if I'm being entirely honest, I think Spencer, they'll be slightly frustrated that they weren't able to get across the line here. But to be honest, it was that spell, wasn't it, from Mackenzie? That was a brilliant bit of bowling for his 2 overs, picking up a 4 for not very many. He'll be very, very happy. And we said it, him coming in.
I called for him.
You did. Him coming in for the day was crucial for Twickenham, because I don't think, if he isn't here today, I don't know if they would have got a victory there. But of course, I'm pretty certain that that's going to be a big, big, big boost for them in terms of this tournament stage, of course. And, well, they've got Wimbledon breathing down their necks when it comes to the table. But it does definitely mean, and we can certainly conclude the day, that we will see Twickenham on Friday.
And actually, now I think of it, Tony, if you are watching and you're not married yet, then you can look me up at Mr. Maximo on Instagram. That was my high school sweetheart. Anyway, but let's go back. just bring up some bad memories. But yeah, what about the old spin to win here? I think Mackenzie did very, very well. I got to say, there's some kind of interesting moments here as well, weren't they? He had to go marching for this one. Took it well off his own bowling. Just a few kind of shooting in the foot moments for Twickenham towards the end. But you got to give credit to Gus Grant. I thought he batted really, really well. And I'll be disappointed he doesn't quite get his team across the line. Now, I suppose for Spencer, need to have a big day tomorrow and essentially try and play for that spot in the 3. And you mentioned that game first up tomorrow morning is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I know that you'll be, well, there's Sanjit Sandhu, but yeah, talking of Sandhu, I know Vinny will certainly be looking forward to not covering the first one tomorrow, but he'll certainly be keeping a keen eye on it. And that was it, wasn't it? It was a big celebrations for Twickenham and for Mather as he was able to get them over the line. It was an excellent bit of bowling in that last over to remove Mather, to get them over the line, I should say. And you just do feel that that could be the just tone setter that takes Twickenham into the finals day on Friday, you feel.
Mather looks like he's bowling another pitch to everyone else. So, credit to him. But Hall was good, 31 for 11, but yeah, just got out at a tough time, didn't he? Mackenzie with his 4 wickets for me. He's probably the player of the match in this one for that effort. Tim Barker at the top started brightly, but got out for 11. Soanes with 19 in there, same score from McPherson. But it was just a bridge too far. Grant couldn't pull his team across the line. 4 for 11, what figures for Angus Mackenzie. What a player he's been today. Wickets also for Adam Mather, who did essentially win the game for his team, defending just 7 in the last over. You see the Don chipping in with 1 as well down the bottom. Well, gives us a chance to welcome you in for one last time. I'll get that out there because we're busy. We've got it. I am packed up, ready to go. You don't often see my bag. I've got my sunglasses on. But I tell you what, we're looking pretty cool because tonight we're going whack. I've watched a lot. Now's the time. Am I left-handed or right-handed? Is that how?
I don't know, but I'm slightly concerned about my welfare here.
It's been good to have you, Charlie. It's the first time we've got to work together for a long time.
18 months in the world.
I've got to say, you've really done some amazing things as a commentator. It's almost 2 years, I think, since you first worked with us.
This is my 3rd year.
Yeah, so 2022, right?
Pretty scary.
Really exciting. But let's see how you deal with the plastic bat in your hand tonight at 6. I'm
sure
you'll be fine.
Well, listen, by the way, after that drop, probably the only way's up. Yeah.
Are we going to get a look at the trousers?
We're not. Maybe if you look at, follow us on our socials. We'll try and see, maybe we can get something
We'll get a little snap.
Against Vinny. And yeah, just looking forward to more cricket, of course, coming up tomorrow. And it's going to be a very, very fun day. It's the big moving day.
Well, making 100 is going to be tiring tonight. That's why I'll be taking tomorrow morning off, but I'll be back in the afternoon. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Charlie Hunt. Be happy, be safe. And I'm sure that our spring media crew have put together some of the best bits of day number 3. We'll see you tomorrow for more action right here on ECN. You've been watching the European Cricket Series for now. It's hasta mañana.
Have a good evening, everyone.